Good afternoon and welcome to Harrisburg High School here on a Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I'm Gary Sutton. Alongside of me is Jeff Thompson and Charlie Fortney as we're getting ready to bring you three great basketball games here today as all part of the Scholastic Play-by-Play Classic. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a great first game for you this afternoon. It features Philadelphia against Harrisburg area. Basically, Philadelphia coming up with George Washington. They're 5-9 coming in, and up against them, the Cedar Cliff Colts, who are 9-4. Charlie, first of all, let's talk a little bit about George Washington and the style of basketball. They've got a great shooting team. Kadir Allen comes out here. He averages 40% from the floor, which I know as a great shooting coach you love to see those kind of gaudy numbers, right?
Well, yeah, and talking about George Washington being under 500, that means nothing. Why? They play in the Philadelphia League. But Cedar Cliff is hats off to them. They're willing to take on this challenge and challenge themselves. Coach Rao has been stepping outside the box with this Cedar Cliff Colts. That's why we've seen them do some special things, winning 2 Min-Pen championships in his tenure at Cedar Cliff. And this team coming in plays fast, but that's what Cedar Cliff wants. They want to play against fast. But let's see if the Colts can keep up with it. But you're right, George Washington will push the pace here today.
Coach Jeff Thompson has a little bit of Cedar Cliff lineage around with him, and you got a guy, Ford has a better idea. Derek Ford has a better idea. 18 points a night. They just lost their first league game the other night, but they're a team that has really probably overachieved this year. They've had some injuries as well that have really hurt them so far.
Well, Derek Ford has some length. And, Charlie, you talked about George Washington being able to run the floor. Wait till you see Derek Ford run the floor. He's like a deer. He's got a supporting cast, though. A couple seniors, Mark Schultz and Jesse Diener, will come out and support him. 2 6'2", 6'1" kids that will run the floor and do exactly what Coach Rao wants. So it'll be an interesting contrast of styles.
And you talk about Coach Rao. He's been around for a long time. He's a wily coach. He can change the game up a lot. Sometimes the Colts won't like to run too much. Sometimes they'll try to slow it down. That Philadelphia style can be daunting when you have athletes running up and down the court. We're getting ready for the opening one here. George Washington Eagles against the Cedar Cliff Colts, and it's happening all here on High School Sports Live TV, brought to you this afternoon by the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency, and it's here on ABC 27. Back with the game right after this.
Hey guys, just in time.
When Julie wanted to provide some stability for her 2 boys, she reached out to the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency for her home loan. We're proud we could help Julie and her family. If you're looking for an affordable home loan or refinancing option, give us a call. We offer down payment and closing cost assistance too. Call us weekdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or check our website. We're the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. We help homeownership dreams come true.
At Giant, it's never been easier for you to shop smart. Discover low prices on the items you buy most. Save on thousands of items every week with new Red Bonus Buy savings. And with gas rewards, you save big at the pump. You'll love how your savings stack up. Only at Giant. Earn Gas Extra Reward savings every time you shop. And pump up your rewards even more with weekly bonus offers in-ad and in-store. Gas Extra Rewards go farther at Giant.
It's better at Brenner.
The Brenner family of dealerships gives you better pricing, better customer service, better selection, and a better service department for the life of your vehicle. We'll show you how at Brenner Chrysler Jeep, Brenner Nissan, and Brenner Pre-Owned. The Brenner family of dealerships on the Carlisle Pike, Mechanicsburg, and on Paxton Street, Harrisburg. 24/7 at BrennerFamily.com.
It's better at Brenner.
Serving Central PA for over 94 years.
Today, we have some breaking news on the West Shore. Some spraining, twisting, popping news. It appears that Mechanicsburg is getting a state-of-the-art OSS orthopedic urgent care. This is what we know so far. OSS urgent care is much faster than the emergency room. All patients will be seen by orthopedic experts. Costs are typically less. And OSS is open 7 days a week. Remember, if you have a sprain, pop, or break to report, go right to the experts. OSS Orthopedic Urgent Care. 2 great locations, York and now Mechanicsburg. Now that's some good news.
And welcome to Kimber Gymnasium here at the Harrisburg High School for this afternoon's High School Sports Live TV game of the weekend. Actually, 3 games this late weekend on a Monday, as it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and of course remembering a great man today. But we're also going to see some great basketball here today, as many people have off, and they've come in here to see what's going to go on this afternoon. We just had our first game played. It was West Catholic against Coatesville. West Catholic beating Coatesville 78-60. And we're now ready to bring you our Scholastic play-by-play game here this afternoon, brought to you by the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. I'm Gary Sutton. Alongside of me is Jeff Thompson. Charlie Fort will be checking in every now and then. But we've got an interesting matchup here this afternoon. Philadelphia against Harrisburg, more or less. And there you see GW, George Washington, out of Philadelphia with a record of 5-9 under first-year coach Kyle Sample. And they're going to be going up against the Cedar Cliff Colts, local team right over here in Camp Hill, 9-4, having another outstanding season under longtime head coach Jim Rao. And with us today is Jeff Thompson, our color man this afternoon. Jeff, great to be working with you again.
Oh, it's great to be with you. It's fun. It's like the start of the new year.
It really is. And, you know, we're looking forward to some great basketball today. When you talk about George Washington, lost 10 seniors last year, but they're in the public league's top 5. I mean, they're the best players in the public league are playing against them night in and night out. So when you see a 5-9 record coming out of GW, don't get misled too far. Now, they are playing without their leading scorer today, Shahid Fagan-Haynes, who averages 13 points a game, but they do have a sharpshooter out there, Kadir Allen, who knocks down 40% of the threes he looks at, which is pretty unbelievable. And then also a guy named Elijah Nikaya, who is averaging 11 points a game out of his forward spot. He's wearing number 23. We'll see him this afternoon. He's also getting 6 rebounds a game and 2 blocks a game. So there's a guy that's going to be quite a force to be reckoned with on the inside.
Well, I had him listed at 6'5", and their coaches corrected me and said he's 6'7".
There you go. So 6'7" it is. Whatever he is, we'll find out how he plays here this afternoon. The Cedar Cliff Colts, as we talked about, another outstanding year. Jim Rao doing a great job there with him. And I'll tell you what, you start with Derek Ford, 18 points a game. This guy is a rangy type of guard, goes about 6'5", but he can get all over the place in a hurry.
Well, you remember his brother was an outstanding football quarterback, but Derek is a basketball player. He can shoot from the outside, but what he really does well, he slashes to the hole. He's fun to watch.
Well, and he can also get that height differential on another guard going up against him, and he's quick. He's misleading on how quick he really is. Throw in there Mark Schultz, who's a senior. He's averaging 10 points a game, outstanding three-point shooter as well when he's left open.
He's a good player, and then you go to Jesse Diener, who's a hard-working. He's only averaging about 6 a game, but he works hard. He gets it done inside.
One of the places we're going to be looking this afternoon is Dre Dorsey, who's a freshman starting at guard. He'll wear number 1 today for Cedar Cliff Colts, and he has stepped in. Now, they've had some injuries so far this year, and so I know Coach Rao, talking to him before the game, is very interested to see what Dre Dorsey could do there today, stepping into that guard spot.
Well, it's exciting. At this time of the year, you're building for playoffs, but you're also saying, what do you think we have next year? This is a great opportunity for Coach Rao to figure that out.
Well, you know what, too? These interregional games are a lot of fun because you've got teams that want to be better. You want to see, okay, when I get to the playoffs, if I'm going to get to the playoffs, and obviously Cedar Cliff's going to be there, what are we made of? Who can we play? And we're going to see some of these types of teams down the road, so might as well see them now. And it's almost like you're taking little temperature gauges as you go along throughout the course of the season, and that's what Jim Rao's doing right now with the Cedar Cliff team.
Well, yeah, it is more or less a heat check for the barometer of his the temperature of his basketball team. Can they withstand this kind of pressure that they may see today?
You know, you saw Cedar Cliff last year have an outstanding season, and then probably a little bit disappointing there during the district and ultimately the state playoffs. But they were unbelievable last year, and I won't say they come out of nowhere, but they're a team that really stepped up and beat the big boys throughout the course of the year in the Central Penn, and obviously a team that's living off some of that pedigree from last year.
Well, I think they're living off the pedigree, but Jim Rao is no stranger to coming over to Harrisburg, playing the big teams. He's always relished this type of opportunity. And when you say team, that's what Coach Rao has really developed over the years. He develops a team every year.
You know, you talk about the games here today, and what a neat atmosphere to come into here at Harrisburg High, which is rich in basketball history itself. We have George Washington against Cedar Cliff coming up here next. We got Lower Marion, one of the storied programs here in the state. Of course, a lot of people say, oh, that's where Kobe Bryant went to school. I had the honor of doing Kobe Bryant's last game, the state championships against Erie Cathedral Prep, before he turned pro and went to the Lakers. And, of course, that's Kobe Bryant's school. They have Kobe Bryant Court there, I think. So they're playing against Abington Heights, which is an undefeated team up near Scranton.
And talk about size, Coach. Wow.
A big team coming in. And then you got Penwood and Harrisburg to close it out at 6 o'clock tonight, which is going to be fun. And Harrisburg has just one loss for this season so far. They've been outstanding so far. And their one loss came to Chester by 2 points, 60-58. So you're looking at a Penwood team coming in here trying to upset Harrisburg tonight. but you've got this nice interregional rivalry going on. And, of course, then the little Philadelphia West Catholic against Coatesville last game. A lot of interesting matchups here today. It's really a lot of fun to see all this good basketball in one place.
Well, it brings the eastern part of the state into the central part of the state, and that's fun. Anytime we can do that, that's a lot of fun.
17 of these years they have had this Scholastic play-by-play setup. It originally was called the Hometown Hoops Classic, and it started at Temple 17 years ago. But here they are now, the Scholastic Play-by-Play Classic. Jeremy Treatman, who we'll probably talking with at some point throughout the day, really kind of got this thing going. And it's just been fun to see all these different teams come up. They go to Ohio, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. So they're playing games literally every weekend. And these great matchups that true basketball fans want to get out and see, they're available all the time.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I'm terribly excited about the first game to see how Cedar Cliff style matches up with George Washington.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see it. Of course, George Washington with a style out of Philadelphia that's going to say, get up and down the court, see if you can match up with us athletically. And Cedar Cliff, and again, you got a first-year coach here for George Washington, Kyle Sample stepping in there. So a first-year coach going up against a guy that's been in there for a long time with Jim Rao, that's always a fun matchup to see, too, because Jim's been known to use a little bit of everything to stop teams sometimes, and he shows that you can play the game on a lot of different levels, and that's really what's fun to watch about his teams when they play. And we'll find out what Coach Sample's able to do here, too, with the Eagles out of George Washington.
Well, talking about Jim Rao using a lot of different things, his high school coach was Bob Pavlovich, and Pav was a master of the box and one and the triangle and two, and Jimmy's taken a lot of that. Of course, Jimmy ended up playing at Mount St. Mary's, and they played for the Division II finals. So Jim's had a lot of experience, and he's taken that and given a lot back to the youth.
Well, a lot of people remember, too, when he was over at Bishop McDevitt, and he had them right up there in the echelons of AA basketball at that particular time and did a great job over there. So I was thinking about him today because I came by the old Bishop McDevitt school on the way here to Harrisburg High School. And kind of weird to see that thing vacant now. You know, there's some great games in there over the years in that little bandbox arena that they had.
It waxes nostalgic when you go by it. I remember seeing Jimmy Rao coach team, and I think he had the governor's son on his team one year.
I think you're right. That's exactly right. Well, we're getting ready for some great basketball here this afternoon. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and talk more about what we have coming up right here on High School Sports Live TV. Live from Harrisburg High School here this afternoon. It's the Scholastic Play-by-Play Classic, and it's only here on ABC 27.
At Giant, it's never been easier for you to shop smart. Discover low prices on the items you buy most. Save on thousands of items every week with new Red Bonus Buy savings. And with gas rewards, you save big at the pump. You'll love how your savings stack up. Only at Giant. Earn Gas Extra Reward savings every time you shop. And pump up your rewards even more with weekly bonus offers in-ad and in-store. Gas Extra Rewards go farther at Giant.
Right now at Pizza Hut, you can get any 2 medium pizzas for $6.99 each. Choose any crust, any sauce, any toppings. So go for it, America. Get any toppings, any crust flavor, anything you want on any 2 medium pizzas for just $6.99 each. Only at Pizza Hut.
How about we cut some fat from the system? How about we lose the hot air and secondhand smoke? Let's give everyone a great choice of doctors and remember we're our own primary care providers. Let's build better plans and pick up some better habits along the way. It's time to be the change we want to see in healthcare and the change we want to see in ourselves. Let's do it all for health. Highmark, Blue Shield.
Is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to Advanced Hoop.
Karen has 459 friends, but none of them made sure she got home okay. None of them suggested she skip the next drink, try a glass of water, or maybe just call it a night. Karen has 459 friends, but tonight, what she really needed was one good one.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
Ruff Tractor and Equipment is PA's full-line equipment dealer representing Case Construction along with other leading manufacturers. Serving the total sales, rental parts, and service needs of its customers. Ruff Tractor paves the way for your project from start to finish, featuring the latest parts and equipment from Case Construction and more. Ruff also offers 24/7 job site support. Ruff Tractor is your #1 source for everything under construction.
You guys want anything?
And there you see our officials for this afternoon. In the middle, Scott Reese. To his left is Joe Peace, and to his right, actually to his left is Rick Staines, and to his right is Joe Peace. And those are our officials here this afternoon. Some great officials here from the area. And then you look at the starting lineups, Jeff Thompson, and looking first of all for the Colts of Cedar Cliff. You've got Dre Dorsey, and then we talked about him. There's Ford in the middle. He's a guard. He's going to be heard from this afternoon, 18 points a game. Diener, you talk about Schultz, a good shooter from the outside. On the other, it's going to be Donnell Holly. You've got Salim Brown. And then the guy we talked about earlier, Kadir Allen. Watch out for him in the three-point line, 40% a game. Elijah Nakaya L is averaging 11 points a game. And finally, Alex Smith is in there. And he's a guy you'll see go to work on the boards pretty regularly.
Yeah, that's a pretty deep and talented lineup, it looks like, from George Washington, size-wise.
And that's your OSS Health starters of the game, and we're getting ready here in just a moment to get started. It's George Washington, the Eagles, at 5-9, going up against Cedar Cliff, the Colts, at 9-4 here on Martin Luther King Jr. Day on the Scholastic Play-by-Play Classic. And it's here on High School Sports Live TV on ABC 27.
There's a place where kids really connect to learning. Commonwealth Connections Academy. It's a tuition-free, fully accredited online public school where students find devoted, enthusiastic teachers like never before. Commonwealth Connections Academy, the online public school.
Advanced Hoops is offering the 3D. High School Sports Live basketball rivalries feature Hershey's 6'10" Villanova-bound Dylan Painter versus the high-flying McDevitt Crusaders. Harrisburg has reloaded and will battle Carlisle with Deshaun Millington and company. Steel High versus Trinity featuring 6'11" Sean Good. Cedar Cliff versus Redland in the Battle of the West Shore. Kelly Jaycott and the state champion Cumberland Valley Lady Eagles take on Chambersburg.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
Look, Ryan. Shh. Look over there. I see it. I see it. Is that what I think it is? That's a beauty. Wait, look. There's an even bigger one. Oh, wow. Shh. Oh, man. Don't worry, buddy. I know where there's a whole herd of them.
Stop by Hoffman Ford. You'll be sure to save a lot of bucks.
Hey, guys. Just in time.
When Julie wanted to provide some stability for her two boys, she reached out to the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency for her home loan. We're proud we could help Julie and her family. If you're looking for an affordable home loan or refinancing option, give us a call. We offer down payment and closing cost assistance too. Call us weekdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or check our website. We're the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. We help homeownership dreams come true.
At Giant, it's never been easier for you to shop smart. Discover low prices on the items you buy most. Save on thousands of items every week with new Red Bonus Buy savings. And with gas rewards, you save big at the pump. You'll love how your savings stack up. Only at Giant. Earn Gas Extra Reward savings every time you shop. And pump up your rewards even more with weekly bonus offers in-ad and in-store. Gas Extra Rewards go farther at Giant.
Welcome back to Kimber Gymnasium here on the campus of the Harrisburg High School, right here in the heart of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where we are ready for the Scholastic Play-by-Play Classic. 17th year it's been going on, and the very first game we're doing this afternoon between George Washington and the Eagles, 5-9 against the Cedar Cliff Colts, 9-4. Let's go over to the PA announcer right now for our starting lineups.
Their 4-10 first-year head coach Kyle Sample. Starting lineups. First of all, for the visiting team from GW, sophomore guard 0, Danelle Holly. Sophomore guard 5, Celine Brown. Senior guard forward 21, Quadir Allen. Junior forward number 23, Elijah Kai L. And junior forward 24, Alex Smith. George Washington from the Philadelphia Pub. And then representing Central Pennsylvania, Mid-Penn Division, Keystone, Cedar Cliff, again Jim Rao, freshman 5'6", number 1, Trey Dorsey. 6'4", junior, 11, Grant Walter. 6'5", senior, 13, Derek Ford. 6-foot senior forward, number 30, Jesse Diener. 6'2", guard, senior, 35, Mark Schultz. Cedar Cliff and George Washington. Once again, 3 of the best referees in Central Pennsylvania. Mid-Penn guys, Joe Peace, Rick Staines, Scott Reese.
So we're all set to get started here. Final thoughts, Jeff, before we get this one underway. I know you're kind of excited to just see what Cedar Cliff can do against this Philadelphia team, who, by the way, will correct, they're 4-10, not 5-9, but there you go.
Okay, well, I am excited because it looks like they're a stable of size and strength for George Washington. I'm interested to see how Coach Jimmy Rao has his Colts come out against this kind of athletic talent.
We talked about who they play against. How about this? The Super 6 group, Constitution, Imhotep Charter, Math, Civics, and Sciences, Delaware Valley, and you've got Martin Luther King. Of those 6, 5 of them have won state championships within the last 10 years. So that gives you a little idea of what they're seeing night in and night out playing there in that Philadelphia league, the public league. So we're ready to tip it off here. It'll be Nakaya L. going up against Brant Walter. And Nakaya L. doesn't control it. It's tipped back, and Cedar Cliff is going to have the basketball. Cedar Cliff in the white with blue bordered by gold. On the other side, blue, gold and white for George Washington. So same colors for these two teams. First shot up and good. Nice little running shot off the hands of Brent Walter.
And George Washington opened with tough man-to-man pressure, but Walter was able to post right up, take it to the rack.
Strong move in the middle, but blocked there by Walter, and on the run is Cedar Cliff. Here's Dorsey with the basketball. And Dorsey with the first turnover of the game. He kind of got caught in traffic there, not quite sure what to do.
Well, he tried to cross over one too many times. And it's hard to do in thick traffic.
What do they always say? Stop at the foul line extended. That invisible pane of glass there, right? He got inside there by about a foot.
Point guard, stop at the foul line, take the shot if no one guards you.
Kind of a triangle type of offense here. Long look outside, a nice drop from downtown, and who else? At number 21, Kadir Allen. They said 40% for three-point line. That looked pretty easy.
And it looked easy, and they're packing the paint. How about this right here?
Allen's going to go right back up with the left hand and puts it away off another turnover. And Allen converts it quickly. Allen with 5 points in the game. They're putting some heat in the backcourt right now. Celine Brown, helped out by Alex Smith. We get some body over on the far side.
Well, Cedar Cliff with a couple early turnovers. The only difference in the game right now. And it looks like Coach Rao's going to pack in his man-to-man. They're packing in, allowing that outside shot.
Well, you got to like the pressure George Washington puts on the guards. Good block again inside. That one by Holly. And the ball will go over to the Eagles of George Washington. They lead 5-2 here in the early going.
Nice help on the inside. Defensively by George Washington.
I liked what Mark Schultz did that time. He drove hard left, drew the other defender over, came back, but the shot that went up was a little bit slow then and got blocked.
Now Cedar Cliff's in it looks like a matchup, some kind of matchup man zone.
Allen with a good head and shoulder fake. He's going to get called for the player control foul. Allen, good head and shoulder fake, might have been well served to go up and pull up for the shot. Instead, he went driving and drew the foul. First foul on him, second team foul now against the Eagles. There you see it again. Watch this, Allen coming in, and you'll see him go right into the man right here. Good position by Schultz to hold his spot.
And notice that 5 white jerseys were in the paint that time.
Tell you what, coming up the court against this team is no bargain, and there it is again, another turnover. And right back it goes. 3 turnovers to 1 so far. Schultz looking to drive. Schultz throws it up. Tipped around. Controlled. On the inside by Alex Smith of George Washington.
And Mark Schultz had a notion, take it right to the basket. Did everything but put the ball in the basket.
Put that little teardrop up there. Oh, a lot of contact, no call there. Maybe the jump stop looked like there should have been some kind of call on that.
That was a rodeo. That could have been at the farm show last week.
Got him on the side. No harm, no foul. One of those kinds of calls. Nobody home. Coming up 5 seconds here. Look out.
He escapes. Passing it to Danielle Holly.
Really trying to get the ball inside to Elijah Nakaya L. Kicked away. Another turnover now for the Eagles. And then turned over right back. The turnovers have been the storyline so far here in the first quarter, Jeff.
I have it at 4-4 right now. And George Washington just turned the ball over themselves. So it's even up 4-4. We played 3 minutes of the game. We have 8 turnovers.
Take a look again. It's been a turnover fest so far. Here's one coming up. And George Washington's going to get it. Nice move at the inside, getting it to Ford and 4 with his first 2 points of the game.
Yeah. In case you missed that, that's what Derek does best. And finishes at the basket and scores.
So Ford trying to complete the 3-point play, and does. Derek Ford with 3. Score tied up here early in the game. The foul, by the way, was on Nakaya L. Long look downtown, nice stroke as Verlin Waynes comes in off the bench at his first 3 of the game. 8-5, the Eagles lead it.
Interesting they put a sub in when they saw that 2-3 zone who could shoot it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dorsey's getting a baptism under fire right here. Look at Ford, great move, hard move to the basket by Derek Ford, and he's got 5 points.
That's called a slash to the basket. Derek's got 5 early points.
There's a tough move, too, the inside. Nice move to the baseline by Nakaya L. Quick first step and then powers it up. He's got 2. Downtown, sweet stroke that time by Brant Walter. with a 3. He's got 5. So far, all the points coming from Derek Ford and Brant Walter.
Cedar Cliff playing with a lot of confidence. I thought they shot that one up fast, but went right down.
Strong move, good block by Walter. On the run is Dorsey. Look to Schultz. Schultz gets it up, can't get it to roll. Dorsey tries to tie it up. Brought down there by Jahi Randall.
Jahi has been hurt. This is his first game back, and he really snatched that last rebound.
Well, he is a big guy, and I'll tell you what, when you put him in there, juxtaposed to Elijah Nikael, I mean, they got 2 big trees right in there.
Yeah, they list him at 6'6", but he is thick.
Oh, there you got another Blair control foul. Good hard move, but he's going to good baseline hold that time. So the foul's going to be on Salim Brown. That's his first. It'll be the team 4th. No foul so far against the Colts here. We got 3:18 to go in the first quarter.
Well, Cedar Cliff is packing in at 2-3, so they're not in a position to reach. They just want to protect the basket. George Washington's getting after it.
This is man-to-man hard defense right now we're looking at. So far, both teams are 4 out of 6 from the floor and shooting. Pull up again by Schultz, and Schultz having a tough time finding it right now. Here comes George Washington running. This is the kind of style basketball we said you'd be looking for here today. Shot for the right side is going to be missed off the hands of Allen.
Now it looks like Schultz is slowing it down a little bit. I don't think you can against this team.
The foul's going to be called on Waynes. I think what you want to try to do is to clear them out as much as possible and let Schultz kind of slow it down a little bit, because you don't want to rush into your offense here from your transition, then rush into your half-court stuff. And so far, they've not really had a chance to run their half-court stuff the way they'd like.
No, it's been a shot without a pass.
This time you got a spread look.
Real nice help in the lane that time, Coach.
Well, you know what they say, most charging fouls, most player control fouls are right one step inside the foul line. And there you saw an example of it when Ford went driving hard. They had the floor spread, but good defense inside taking the charge. And so George Washington gets it back.
And I know Coach Rao does not want to get Derek Ford in foul trouble.
Last personal foul, Cedar Cliffs, number 13, Derek Ford. Team's first.
That's his first, team first. So 5-1 in the team foul category thus far.
0 back into the game for the Eagles, Janelle Holly.
Well, that's an understandable disparity because of the style of play of the teams. And George Washington is really looking to hand. They have hands everywhere. Cedar Cliff has changed their zone look to a 3-2, it looks like.
What it almost looked like it was a triangle and 2 when they came down. Or I was looking at it like a 1-3 and a chaser, a triangle and 2. He's disguised it very, very well. So here they are again. You're going to clear everything out. Let Schultz bring it up. Take away the double team. Great back door. And it's going to be another player control foul. Great back door, but again, taking the foul underneath is George Washington.
Now, we might have used a college or pro charge line there because I think he was pretty deep on that take.
He was planted in there pretty close, wasn't he? Only second foul now against Cedar Cliff. First, obviously, against Walter. 2 charges and 2 charges each so far. 2 and 1, so you have 1 for George Washington, or 2 for George Washington, 1 so far for Cedar Cliff.
So 3 charges taken in 6 minutes is what you're...
Here comes another one.
It's even up now.
Yep, there's another one. So now it's 2-2 as going hard was Holly. Well, it tells you an awful lot, doesn't it? Great defense being played in the lane, and everybody's going to the front of the rim. That's what you want to see.
And I think both coaches practiced this in the last practice.
Very well coached. Good job getting underneath. Nothing there. Rebounded George Washington. They're running. Holly trying to get to the basket will be fouled either by Schultz or by Ford. I think it might be Schultz.
Holly cleared out the lane that time on that crossover. Very strong.
Schultz picks up his first foul. It'll be the team 3rd now against Cedar Cliff. The ball will be brought in underneath. Popular 1-4 stretch across the line and lob it in over top is usually what everybody tries to do on this. looking for the big guy down there, Randall.
And they're building a tent around him, too.
They're running a little triangle type of offense inside. And there's another throwaway. Another turnover now for George Washington. So far in field goals, 4 out of 10 for the field for Cedar Cliff, 4 out of 9 for George Washington. We have 1:25 to go here in the first quarter. Schultz trying to get it across, seeing a double team coming up. Finds his open man underneath. What a great move to the basket and the finish.
Jesse Diener.
Jesse Diener with a hard move to the basket. Boy, you love to see that swing around and then finish with your left hand, right?
Right, he looks smooth doing that. That's not his first rodeo for that shot.
His first 2 of the game, however. So 12-10 right now. Cedar Cliff with the lead. Another look downtown, not going to go. Box out. Taken down nicely by Tim Donatucci into the game. Diener starts to go baseline, thinks better of it. Schultz looking for that back door. There's Ford again. Playing it like a harp, and Ford goes in easy, but give credit for 2 off the great pass out there by Schultz. And timeout on the floor by Coach Kyle Sample and his Eagles. It's 14-10. Cedar Cliff leads 35 seconds to go here in the first quarter. We'll take a break. We'll be right back on High School Sports Live on ABC 27.
Right now at Pizza Hut, you can get any 2 medium pizzas for $6.99 each. Choose any crust, any sauce, any toppings. So go for it, America. Get any toppings, any crust flavor, anything you want on any 2 medium pizzas for just $6.99 each. Only at Pizza Hut.
Cedar Cliff on the run right now with their biggest lead here in the first quarter, 14-10 over George Washington. Turnovers have been the name of the game so far, Jeff.
Well, early Cedar Cliff turned the ball over a couple times, but George Washington now has 7 turnovers to Cedar Cliff's 4, and I think that's the difference in the game.
I really like what Cedar Cliff's doing right now, and really taking all that pressure, tight man-to-man, and they're now using it to their advantage by working those back doors a lot more.
Well, I think Coach Rao has had a lot of success over the years playing this style of basketball. He thinks that if a team comes out and presses you, take it to them.
Well, right now it's 14-10 with about 30 seconds to go here in the first quarter. George Washington with basketball. That 3-2 look you talked about a moment ago, it looks like a 3-2 matchup type of zone they're playing right now. Good look downtown, wide open, and a nice stroke off the hands of Salim Brown. And Brown downtown with his first 3, second, made that third 3 of the game so far for the Eagles. Now 5 seconds to go for Cedar Cliff to get the last shot off. There's Ford, lets it go. It's not going to go, and that's going to end the first quarter, 14-13 at the end of 1. Cedar Cliff leads it on High School Sports Live on ABC 27. Back for the start of quarter number 2 right after this.
Advanced Hoops is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to advancedhoops.com.
How about we cut some fat from the system? How about we lose the hot air and secondhand smoke? Let's give everyone a great choice of doctors and remember we're our own primary care providers. Let's build better plans and pick up some better habits along the way. It's time to be the change we want to see in healthcare and the change we want to see in ourselves. Let's do it all for health. Highmark, Blue Shield. How about we cut some fat from the system? How about we lose the hot air and secondhand smoke?
Welcome back to Kimber Gymnasium. We're getting ready to start the second quarter here between George Washington, the Eagles out of Philadelphia, against Cedar Cliff, the Colts right out of Camp Hill here in the local area. 14-13, the Colts lead it, and they came alive at the end of the first quarter there and really jumped out to what's a small 1-point lead, but they were down most of the quarter, Jeff.
They were down most of the quarter. I was impressed with Brant Walter on the inside game, and Mark Schultz had a couple fine passes.
Mark Schultz going to turn it over here to start second quarter. That's the 5th turnover. First one in a long time. What a block coming back down, though. Great job by Ford of racing in transition to stop the layup.
He didn't have a little bit of the ball. He had 100% of the ball. What a block.
That's one of those perfect blocks you teach, and you just kind of brought the man down. Take a look at it right here. You can see it again. Long look for the corner, not going to go, but nice rebound inside by the big guy, Nakaya L., and he's in the book for his 4th point of the game.
And that's what I think Cedar Cliff has to watch out for.
They're getting Randall in there a little bit of the time right now, so he's just getting back into things. Look like Ford lost his balance, and here they go running again. Missed the layup. Nakaya L's going to get, Allen's going to get fouled by Schultz, and for Schultz, that's going to be his 2nd foul, and that's not the guy you want to see fouled right now if you're Coach Jim Rao.
No, you don't want to see him fouled, but more importantly, that's a flurry of offensive rebounds for George Washington.
Yeah, this is Philadelphia basketball through and through. You get the ball and you run off every mistake another team makes. As his first shot is going to be up and no good. That's the first time to the free throw line here for George Washington in the game. Allen's 2nd shot is up and good. So a 2-point lead right now. 3 unanswered to start the 2nd quarter here for George Washington.
On 2 offensive rebounds.
But I'll tell you what, Salim Brown is putting all kinds of heat out there on Ford. There's Ford. Kind of throws it up there. Nice rebound again, taken down by Nakaya L.
There was a big hand about to block his shot if he'd have come up regularly with it.
Nice job making the extra pass. Shot's not going to go. Yanked down again by Diener. Here's that trap in the backcourt. Long person down there, wide open. And put away nicely by Brand Miller. Good presence of mind by Schultz again. And Miller, Walter rather, is in the book now for his 7th point of the game.
How about that long diagonal pass from Schultz? Pretty impressive that he has that vision.
By the way, 2 blocks so far for Walter in the game as well. He's filling up the stat sheet. Both teams very unselfish. It's really fun to watch them play. They make that extra pass like right here. The drive baseline, there's a pass again. Kick it outside. Allen looks for the shot, won't go. Tapped around.
Jesse Diener.
Diener again, all over it. Gonna put a hard hand on Diener, man. He's everywhere.
He goes to work. He's a blue-collar type player.
Really looking for the back doors. Here's another flash. Diener, good pass. Pull-up jumper, not gonna go. That went off the hands of Donatucci.
Well, Donatucci has a shot that looks like Coach Rao's. You can tell he's his coach.
Look at this, just a great pass. He gets that zone, get it back inside, swing it back out, and there's Allen, the good 3-point shooter, and he buries it wide open, 40% 3-point guy, and Allen in the books again here off a wonderful pass back to the outside. That's his 2nd 3 of the game.
You called that in our intro. He can shoot the ball, can he?
He really can.
And Coach Rao has to do something. He's going to play zone. He has to tag him a little bit more.
Well, he's playing the 3-2, which you think he's going to get out there, but where he hit him that time was on the post play, and the guards got sucked in and kicked it back out, and he had a wide open 3, could take in rhythm. 9 points in the game so far for Kadir Allen, and now a 3-point lead for the Eagles.
Elijah Kyle Ellis did a nice job of catching that.
They're going to get a little walk that time. 7 turnovers now to 6 for George Washington. According to our official stat keeper here, Charlie Fortney, who's sitting over here doing yeoman duty in this first game. Charlie's done everything so far today except serve the hot dogs out in the main lobby. He ate one of those, I think.
Keeping stats is the most impressive thing he's done, though.
Good, look at the motion here. Just constantly come up, 1-2 count, go back door, but this time the 1-2 count didn't work. Another turnover against Cedar Cliff, almost. It is. And it will go with the Eagles, or will it? Timeout by Cedar Cliff. We'll take one as well. 19-16, George Washington with a 3-point lead. 4:42 to go in the second on High School Sports Live TV on ABC 27.
Is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to Advanced Hoop.
I think he took the charge.
Welcome back to Kimber Gymnasium here, and the action has been fast and furious. Lots of turnovers in the game thus far. 14 turnovers between the two teams, and here you saw what we were talking about earlier, that entry into the post and then kicking it out, and we saw Allen, the receiver of that pass, and taking it right in rhythm in the offense. And when you talk about rhythm to offense, it's so important. And these two teams, I think, have done a great job so far of getting into that rhythm after coming on down the court furiously trying to get that quick layup.
Yeah, it goes from a fast twitch reflex to a slow down, intelligent offense. That's hard to do sometimes.
Now, the turnovers, I think you can credit to both the defenses so far. I mean, the turnovers thus far have really been fast and furious. Those hands of George Washington out there making every pass, every trip down the floor kind of adventure. Here comes a trap now out of the timeout.
They work defensively.
You got a jump ball, another turnover here against Cedar Cliff.
Well, we talked about the blue-collar style of one of Cedar Cliff's players. George Washington, all their kids come to work defensively.
That's a 9th turnover now against Cedar Cliff, and they really pick on Dorsey. Dorsey has gotten double-teamed every time he's seen the ball. Here's that zone look again from Cedar Cliff. This looks more like a 2-3 type.
Didn't you say trial by fire earlier for Dorsey?
Yes.
That was an incredible save.
But a nice job of getting to the basket by Donnell Holly, his first deuce of the game. And now a 5-point lead as George Washington has extended their lead out. The biggest one of the game for them so far. Here's Dorsey. Dorsey with a nice dish. Good block from behind. Diener going to the basket. And here comes George Washington again. They're off and running. And you're going to get a foul called on the floor. No shot. And it's going to be against Ford. And that's Ford's second foul.
That's an interesting development at 3:53 left in the half.
You got it. There's Allen again. Allen, good hard move up. Boy, Allen's the real deal as he's got 6 points this quarter, 11 for the game.
Inside, outside, too, Gary.
7-point lead right now from George Washington. They don't look much like a 4-10 team, do they?
No, they sure don't.
And there's that trap again.
Dre handles the pressure well again.
Get hands, you know, if you weren't sure, you'd see like 7 guys out there wearing blue right now.
There's 20 sets of hands, I'm sure.
Dorsey trying to find somewhere to go. Justin Gauze, the guy who normally has been the ball handler, but he's out with an injury, and so Dorsey gets the nod today. And I'll tell you what, I was talking to Coach Rao before the game, and he was saying that, you know, this is good for our kids. You know, get our kids in there and play against good teams and have to see the kind of pressure you're going to have to see later on in the season. It might not even be as bad as this, but later on you're expecting that when you get to places like districts and states, right?
Well, they also have to face Bishop McDevitt. They gave them a whale of a game the other night. This team is similar to McDevitt in terms of their athletic ability.
Second foul, by the way, on Kadir Allen. We talked about Ford having 2. Well, how about Allen, the star of their team, with 2 fouls, too? His first shot is up and good by Ford.
And I found it interesting that Derek was out at 40 feet from the basket with 2 fouls, because if he drives to the basket, you can be sure they're going to try to take a charge.
So far, he's 3 for 3 for the line, but those are his first 2 points this quarter. So he has been shut down here in the first quarter after having 7 points in the opener. He's got 9 now.
And
another turnover.
Just had a great steal, Derek Ford.
And how about that? Ford with the steal, Ford with the score, or Dorsey with the score, rather. And Dorsey in for his first deuce of the game. So that's got to give him a little bit of momentum.
I feel he's been playing better the last 3 or 4 minutes. He's kind of figured some things out there.
Looking for confidence. I think you had great observation, Jeff. Long look downtown, no good. Taken down by Ford. Here's Cedar Cliff. Schultz is running now. More of a control break. Finding Dorsey. All of a sudden, Dorsey.
Nice pass by Dorsey.
Inside it goes. Stolen away again. Another turnover. Trying to enter the ball to the post that time. To Wiesling. Look how fast they reverse that ball around the perimeter. Wide open shot. Knocked it down. So he gets to take it right there in pace again. Does Salim Brown. And for Brown, he's got 2 threes in the game. That's all his points. 6 points.
Well, I know Coach Rao's packing it in, but those kids from George Washington have been shooting the ball pretty decently from the perimeter.
What I really liked there was a quick passing around, and then the shooter was able to just kind of step in and automatically kind of move into his shot. There you see Jim Rao on the side with the trademark saddle shoes, reminiscent of Jim Dooley. Great coach from Cumberland Valley and DeLone Catholic and all those wonderful places.
And one of Jim's mentors.
Yeah, you knew Jim pretty well, didn't you? Great guy.
Jim was a great guy. Fierce competitor. We many times head on head.
Lost Jim a couple years ago, and great loss for basketball in this area. Schultz first one up and good. For Schultz, that's his first time to the line tonight, and that's his first points of the game, believe it or not. He'll get another one. Schultz misses the second. So a 5-point lead for George Washington with 2:09 to go here in the first half. Don't forget, we'll have our Highmark 3-star halftime report coming up. We'll have Charlie Fortney in here, get his thoughts about the first half as well, along with Jeff Thompson. And long look for the corner. Another good three out of the offense as it's buried this time by Jameer Williams.
They're filling it up from three.
6 threes in the game so far for George Washington. Another turnover, just kind of rushing the offense. Rushing the offense. We'll see what the call is. They're going to stay on the baseline, I believe, with Cedar Cliff.
That was almost a turnover.
Almost a turnover, that's right.
This action is so fast, you don't know if it's a turnover.
It's a big moment right here for Cedar Cliff. They're down by 8, 1:36 to go here in the first half. They need a little momentum right now.
So they need an answer to this pressure.
Ball out to Weasley. Weasley with a hard move. Good left hand, but not going to go. Pulled down again by Randall.
And here comes George Washington.
There's the kick. Wide open three again. Look out, number 7. Yes, indeed. And they are just burying it right and left to Salim Brown with his 3rd three of the first half, the 7th for his team in this game.
That's 2/3 of their points from three-point land.
11-point lead now for George Washington. 1:10 to go in the first half. Nice move. Great drive to the basket by Walter. Walter in again now with 9 points in the game. Under a minute to go.
Brant looked good going to his left that time.
Split 2 defenders to get there as well. There's that zone.
George Washington has 21 points from three-point land.
They're really, really tough out there, and they haven't taken one that's been out of rhythm. There's that quick reversal pass. Right now, they're just spreading out, killing time, looking for the last shot. Cedar Cliff kind of matching up. You got Salim Brown. Will kick it out. They're looking for that one final three here. Watch Brown try to penetrate. 12 seconds. You want to go in about 11.
I don't think they want to give up a
now you got
here.
trouble. Now you got trouble. Well, instead you draw the foul. So hard to the basket goes Holly. 3-pointers so far. You look at that department. How about this one? 7-1 in that category. 1 so far. That was from Brant Walter for Cedar Cliff. So 7-1. So you're losing by 18 points in the three-point category. At the line is Holly. He's got 2 points in the game. Make it 3. As the left-hander knocks it in.
They were very patient for that last shot.
2 out of 3 so far for George Washington with the free throw line. 4.1 seconds to go here in the first half. And Holly knocks it down. He's got 4. 9 out of 18 overall. Field goals for Cedar Cliff. 12 out of 19 for George Washington. Great numbers.
There's something as a coach you don't like to see.
A foul to end the first half. So Schultz pushes the action. 11-point lead right now for George Washington. 8 turnovers so far in the game for GW, 10 for Cedar Cliff. And Schultz up and good. Schultz with 2 points, 2 out of 3 for the free throw line. So far, Cedar Cliff 5 out of 6 from the charity stripe. Another one is up and good, so a little momentum maybe going into the half here, unless this shot goes, and it does not. 34-25 at the half. Maybe a little bit of a surprise, but George Washington with a 9-point lead. We'll take a break. We'll come back for our halftime report, our Highmark 3-star halftime report here on High School Sports Live TV. It's ABC 27.
Ruff Tractor and Equipment is PA's full line equipment dealer representing Case Construction along with other leading manufacturers. serving the total sales, rental parts, and service needs of its customers. Groff Tractor paves the way for your project from start to finish, featuring the latest parts and equipment from Case Construction and more. Groff also offers 24/7 job site support. Groff Tractor is your #1 source for everything under construction.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
Karen has 459 friends, but none of them made sure she got home okay. None of them suggested she skip the next drink, try a glass of water, or maybe just call it a night. Karen has 459 friends, but tonight, what she really needed was one good one.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
Groff Tractor and Equipment is PA's full-line equipment dealer representing Case Construction along with other leading manufacturers. Serving the total sales, rental parts, and service needs of its customers. Groff Tractor paves the way for your project from start to finish, featuring the latest parts and equipment from Case Construction and more. Groff also offers 24/7 job site support. Groff Tractor is your #1 source for everything under construction.
There's a place where kids really connect to learning. Commonwealth Connections Academy. It's a tuition-free, fully accredited online public school where students find devoted, enthusiastic teachers like never before. Commonwealth Connections Academy, the online public school.
High School Sports Live basketball rivalries feature Hershey's 6'10" Villanova-bound Dylan Painter versus the high-flying McDevitt Crusaders. Harrisburg has reloaded and will battle Carlisle with Deshaun Millington and company. Steel High versus Trinity featuring 6'11" Sean Good. Cedar Cliff versus Redland in the Battle of the West Shore. Kelly Jaycott and the state champion Cumberland Valley Lady Eagles take on Chambersburg.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
Look, Ryan. Shh. Look over there. I see it. I see it. Is that what I think it is? That's a beauty. Wait. Look. There's an even bigger one. Oh, wow. Shh. Oh, man. Don't worry, buddy. I know where there's a whole herd of them.
Stop by Hoffman Ford. You'll be sure to save a lot of bucks.
Welcome back to Kimber Gymnasium here on the campus of Harrisburg High School for our Scholastic Play-by-Play Classic. And this is your Highmark halftime report, and we're ready to take a look at a few things here at halftime. Charlie Fortney has joined us along with Jeff Thompson. I'm Gary Sutton. And let's take a look at our Capital Region Insurance Agency halftime stats here, and we can fill up the stat sheet here in just a moment. But I'll tell you what, guys, before we get to the stats, let's talk a little bit about what you saw in the first half. Jeff?
Kadiri Allen, what a player. He can fill it up from 3. He goes inside. He's very, very strong. 6'3", 6'4". I'm very impressed with him.
Yeah, Allen knocking down a couple of threes in the first half, also taking it to rack, 11 points. He leads all scorers there. And on the other side, you've got Derek Ford, who had 9 points, but 7 of them came in the first quarter, did not have a field goal in the second quarter, only 2 free throws. So they took him out of the game a little bit. Brant Walter stepped up big. He had 9 in the first half as well, 4 of them in the second quarter. But, Charlie, I thought taking the 3 in rhythm against the zone that Cedar Cliff had up there really was a difference. 7 out of 13 for the three-point line. I mean, that's some heavy-duty shooting. 1 out of 3 on the other side for Cedar Cliff, so that was a huge number in the first half.
Yeah, I think the turnovers that we're looking at the board right now, the 10-8 on turnovers, Cedar Cliff turning it over 10 times. That's not going to happen in a Jim Rao second-half team. Also, seeing that they gave up 7 threes, 13 attempts. That's not going to happen in the second half on a Jim Rao coach team. So I think what you're going to find here is a different second half for Cedar Cliff. It's going to be up to the other George Washington to find solid ways to score, because you're not going to see 7 threes made in the second half and that many turnovers by Cedar Cliff.
How'd you like to shoot 90% from the free throw line, 50% from the field, and you're down by 11, or down by 9 actually here at the half, Jeff? I mean, those are pretty heady numbers right there, and you normally say, well, we're going to do pretty good on that, but it was the turnover area, and I think the rushing of the half-court offense that really hurt Cedar Cliff with George Washington's pressure out there.
It might have been more than the turnovers. I think you hit your nail on the head. They rushed Cedar Cliff into some bad passes, into taking some poor shots, and once they got the defensive rebound or a turnover, wow, they were off to the races.
It was really interesting to see what happened, because you had George Washington racing down the court, true Philadelphia style, take it off the boards, racing down the court, forcing you to get back to play for a layup. And now when they didn't get the layup, they reversed the ball and they ended up getting a 3 standing still. So getting back and playing against the zone is a lot different than getting back and playing against that hard man-to-man all the way down the floor and then having to see it again at half court. And I thought they took Cedar Cliff just a little bit out of their rhythm in the first half, Charlie.
No, they did. But again, George Washington in this second half is going to have to keep the pressure up, take advantage of the fact that Cedar Cliff is still trying to mature a point guard. Mark Schultz has never played point guard in his life. He'll tell you that. Jim Rao will tell you that. They just need more of a game plan on getting that ball over half court and maybe settling down. It seems like they're still pressing after they get it over half court instead of bringing it out and killing the air a little bit, making George Washington play a little defense. I think that's what we're going to see in the second half. I actually picked Cedar Cliff to win this game. I don't usually do that, but I think they're going to win this second half and win this game.
Right there you saw an example of the rhythm shooting. There's Dorsey, who I thought really grew up, and I thought Jeff Thompson made a great point in the second quarter. He started to grow up, but here again, take a look at the quick reverse passes, pass inside, go outside. I mean, they really did a great job of utilizing their post people, or the skip pass, which you see right there, to knock down the threes. And we saw 7 of them go down in the first half. There's no inside, outside, stand out there. It's like layup time.
Well, I think that they've played a bunch of teams that have played them zone because they look really comfortable shooting the 3. I also think Justin Gauss, number 4, who's not in the game, hurt his ankle, was their point guard. And the Cedar Cliff's trying to recover from that. And maybe they have. Charlie's trying to hit on something. Let's see what happens in the second half, because I think Coach Rao's going to make an adjustment defensively.
He's got some adjustment to make, and probably shot selection is going to be chief among them. That's your Highmark 3-star halftime report. We'll take a break. We'll be ready to start the third quarter right after this. This is High School Sports Live TV on ABC 27.
There's a place where kids really connect to learning. Commonwealth Connections Academy. It's a tuition-free, fully accredited online public school where students find devoted, enthusiastic teachers like never before. Commonwealth Connections Academy, the online public school.
Right now at Pizza Hut, you can get any 2 medium pizzas for $6.99 each. Choose any crust, any sauce, any toppings. So go for it, America. Get any toppings, any crust flavor, anything you want on any 2 medium pizzas for just $6.99 each. Only at Pizza Hut.
Karen has 459 friends, but none of them made sure she got home okay. None of them suggested she skip the next drink, try a glass of water, or maybe just call it a night. Karen has 459 friends, but tonight, what she really needed was one good one.
is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to Advanced Hoop.
And we're just about ready to start the third quarter. Final thought here, Charlie. First of all, if you're over there on the side with Kyle Sample, what are you saying to your kids to start second half for George Washington?
Well, they're going to need to take care of the ball, too, because 8 turnovers, even though it's less than Cedar Cliff, still not good for a half. And they know, the coach knows that they're not going to necessarily make 7 threes again in this half, and that they're on the bright side of this game because of that. So take care of the ball, and let's try to get the ball inside and maybe use our athleticism slash into the bucket.
Jeff Thompson beat Jim Rao for a moment. What's he saying?
Hey, let's get the ball to Derek. Let's see if we can give him some touches in the second half. Continue to rebound as tough as you can, and play some better defense on the tag the shooters.
Well, here we go. We start second half. We'll find out what adjustments he made. And right away, you see George Washington out with a hard man-to-man out here, taking away lanes. And you got the Ford right away. And Jeff Thompson has a better idea. He said, get it to Ford. Well, were you in the locker room there?
Well, they made a nice play just to get him a back door, didn't they?
Good back door, because the defense was tough there, and still back now. They're in a diamond and 1, and that's on Allen. And the 1 is going to be over there in the far corner with Donatucci playing against Allen.
He looks like an airplane. If you can focus in on him, he's got his hands out like an airplane.
He is not at all interested in the basketball. If you watch him play, and right there, you get somebody else handling the basketball, and a turnover quickly to start the second half. So,
and is that the adjustment that Coach Rao made? We're going box and 1.
There it is.
Diamond and 1.
You want to try to go on somebody that has made a difference. Well, obviously, those 11 points made a huge difference there with Allen. When he handled the ball, good things happen. Nice little down double screen there. Tell you what, look at the defense.
Back door.
Schultz trying to find a man, does. Donatucci back outside, but double dribbles. So that'll be the first turnover of the second half now for the Colts. So 1 even. They've cut the lead back to 7 here to start the third quarter. Still, you see, now it's a triangle and 2.
They're running their man-to-man offense. They're running a motion offense.
Right. I don't think they particularly care what you're going to run at them. They're running that now. See, this is that stack. It's a triple, what we call a triple stack, 1 high and 2 low. This was developed, by the way, by a guy named Bill Foster, not the Bill Foster who coached Duke and died recently, but the other Bill Foster coached Miami and Clemson for a number of years, and he ran this triple post. And in fact, I used this back in 1987, helped them win a state championship. It works pretty well.
So did the Lakers.
Yeah. It's good triangle basketball. That's all it is. There's Ford. Long look downtown. Didn't really have his feet set that time.
Okay, it looked like he might have rushed that one a little bit. And sometimes that happens when you're playing against really athletic and tall, strong opponents.
I saw a cringe go across Charlie Fortney's face there when he didn't get those feet set. Because you watch Charlie teach shooting, man. I'll tell you what. Feet set and then get up into the air. Oh, here's a nice little tandem screen. Staggered screen, actually.
Triangle and 2 on number 5.
Yep.
Brown and number 21.
And those are the 2 guys that have hurt him the most so far. You're going to get a hack on the arm. Looks like it might be against Diener. Oh, it's going to be against Schultz. And that's a big one because that's number 3 against Schultz. So Schultz picks up his 3rd foul early here in the third quarter.
And they can't afford his ball handling to not be in the game.
You're absolutely right. It's a hard move again. You saw what happened there. That was out of rhythm, and that's something we didn't see in the first half. So Allen trying to force something to happen there. Oh, great move on the baseline and a wonderful shot getting up and in by Brant Walter as he continues his assault here in the second half. He's got 11 points.
Charlie was impressed by him in the first half. He's got game.
So here's, you see zone being played in the middle, 3 people playing zone, 2 on the outside playing man-to-man. What a block. Diener goes straight up, head-on-head block that time against Nakaya L. Here comes Schultz, slows it down. Ford trying to find a place to go. Another great move. Diener to the baseline, and he's fouled.
Nice finish.
Alex Smith got caught flat-footed. Diener gave him a head and shoulder fake. One hard dribble, powered it up off the jump stop, and Diener in for two. So here comes Cedar Cliff to start the second half.
One shot for Diener.
They're going to call that Nakia L instead, and Diener misses the free throw.
Number 2 is new into the game. That would be Sade Nio.
And the missed shot taken back by Cedar Cliff. Down only 3 now. They were down by 9 at the half, and another foul called now on Holly. So far this quarter, 3 of 4 for Cedar Cliff, 1 of 3 for GW in the field goal department. Holly picks up his second foul.
And Elijah Kaya L tried to put one down. He missed.
Yeah, you can't, the worst thing in the world is when you go up to dunk and you don't put it away. Guys don't like that much.
Go strong. Go strong and finish.
This Ford could pull up that time. Nothing going. Randall with a rebound. Out and running. Allen off to the baseline. Good finish at the inside. And there was Saline Brown.
How did Brown get that jump stop? That was
11 points. Great block by the big guy running the court, Jahai Randall.
I think they got Allen for another foul.
George Washington foul 35 Randall.
They got Allen reaching him the way mine. No,
Jahai Randall was called for the foul.
Must have got him with the body because he looked pretty clean up top. So Randall with his first.
Jahai 6'6", number 35.
First shot, last 2 misses now. You watch a shot by Walter, a little flat at the free throw line. So far, nothing out of 2 from the free throw stripe here in the second half as Randall's second one up. That's also missed. 3 in a row missed to start second half for Cedar Cliff.
He pulled the string on that one, Charlie.
Great move there, though. And then rolls off. Says, get me away from that rim.
Brant Walter with a beautiful drive to the basket. Everything but the finish.
Here it is, wide open shot baseline. Can you knock it down? Yes, you can. As Holly with his first 3 of the game. Holly with 7 points and back up to an 8-point lead. It goes just like that.
Baseline drive, baseline drift, textbook.
Schultz created again, dishes off, another block by Randall. That's 3 blocks I have him for, and then quickly on the other side and finish it off. You're gonna need a timeout here, maybe if you're Jim Rao, as Brown again, the recipient on the run. He's got 13.
I don't think they're 4-10 if Randall's been playing all year because this is his first game back. He is owning the middle.
He makes a difference. He and Ellen there are both just towers of power. Oh, great pass. And then underneath, put away nicely by Donatucci. Donatucci with his first deuce of the game.
That was a nice catch and finish by Donatucci. They had some pressure going that time.
Good job just to handle the ball there to get it to him.
It was, and that was an answer because if they get going the other way, that game might have been over.
There's a pick and roll by Randall.
Triangle and 2, they put the 2 that are trying in the corners.
Smart move, and especially smart when you leave a guy open in the corner like that. Holly all of a sudden lighten up the 3. He didn't have 1 in the first half. He's got 2 in the second half, and he's got 10 points in the game.
You know, not many teams can shoot that way in practice, Charlie.
You go. It's a big moment in the game right now. Down by 11 again, back where they were just before the first half. Ford hard to the basket. Ford with a good drive, and Ford with a score, and he's fouled. Ford with 13. He's going to go to the line to try to finish up the 3. Bucket's good. Foul looks like it's going to be against Randall. So for Randall, that's going to be his second. The team's 4th here in the third quarter. Holly checks out of the game.
Gary, wasn't that a big answer by Derek Ford?
Huge answer by Ford. He just took it to the rack and said, stop me if you can. Ford has not missed from the free throw line yet today and stays perfect now as Ford with 14 points in the game. He's 4 out of 4 for the charity stripe.
You couldn't jinx him. He has a nice touch.
He's too good. So here's the triangle and 2 again. When you play the triangle and 2, it's so hard because you got to make sure you don't leave those 2 players. Now look what they're doing. They're taking the 3 on one side, 2 on the other side, and they're standing the 2 over here and say, we're going to play a 3-on-3. Look at the right side.
It looks like a touch football game when we were kids.
You're going to play 3-on-3, and here it is. 3-on-3, you take a shot out of rhythm. Nice move.
They got the right person to shoot it.
Here's Ford. Ford says, give the ball to me. I'm going to take it to the rack right now. Ford, hard to the rack. 16 points now for Ford in the game, and all of a sudden the big guy says, hop on my back here, gang. We're going to go take it to the rim.
Great body control by Derek, finishing with his left.
Now you put the 3 guys on this side and the 2 on the other side. You're going to play 3-on-3 on the left side of the floor.
As soon as he gives it up, Derek will come back in the lane. This is a coaching clinic right now.
The guy hasn't taken one yet. There it is. Misses. Allen's going to get it, though, and Allen's going to put it back, and Allen's going to be fouled as well.
Allen shed Donatucci for that offensive rebound.
Well, you got the shot you wanted there. Williams actually has made it 3 earlier in the game, but watch. Then Allen gets it back, and you just didn't box him out. You have to make sure you box out. The problem is when you're denying him the whole time, you don't have that inside position sometimes.
Well, Donatucci tried for the checkout, but I think he was discarded.
First shot by Allen is up and good. So far, field goal department this half now. GW, 5 of 7. Cedar Cliff, 5 of 9. Stats courtesy of Charlie Fortney. As Allen in the book here with his 12th point of the game. That's his first points here in the second half. Official says straighten up here. You got to get that shirt tail tucked in. So far in the game, 4 out of 5. And make it 5 out of 6 now for the Eagles.
Kadari Allen, smooth stroke.
So Kadari Allen now with 13 points. The lead back up to 8.
And he's guarding Derek Ford man to man.
Ford again, wide open. He's got the hot hand. He gets fouled, and it's going to be 3. And Randall with his 3rd foul, and that is not what you wanted to see Randall do.
Derek sold that one pretty well, but he came into him.
Take a look at it here. Kick it back out. Ford lets it go, and not much of a foul, but you know what? Put that elbow into it, and that's what the official saw. So got the right guy at the line here if you're Cedar Cliff, according to percentages. First one up, good. 17 points now for Derek Ford. Make it 18. So wholesale substitutions here. They're going to get Randall out of there. You also get Allen out of there for a little bit of a moment.
Right, we had a line change with a minute to go in the quarter.
And Ford says, I can do the trifecta for you, coach. Ford with 10 points in this quarter. He's got 19 in the game, and they've closed the gap to 5 as Cedar Cliff with under a minute to play here in quarter 3.
And how important has his foul shooting been, too, to keep them in the game?
And for the most part, the triangle in 2 has worked pretty well. There was a walk there, and he got away with it.
He didn't call it.
A little bit of happy feet for Alex Smith as he took 2 steps, but the official didn't get it that time.
Too quick for the officials. Sometimes this game is too quick for the human eye.
I think there is gaps every now and then between the 3 officials. I really do. These 3 officials have done a great job, by the way, in this game.
Are you saying an occasional blind spot?
Occasional blind spot, yeah. But you know what? We all make mistakes when we coach, and they all make mistakes when they play. I guess the officials allow a few every now and then, too.
They are, and this is a fast game.
A good pass inside. Oh, great block by Ford.
I believe he took that with his left hand, too.
Yeah, Alex Smith wasn't expecting that. He went up with the left hand, and Ford blocked it out of there. Now, big moment here, and another foul. This time it's going to be on Holly, and that's his 3rd, and that's the team's 7th. So you send Ford back to the line?
No, I believe that's their 16th foul, but they're in the bonus now.
Okay, I had it at 7, so that's a 16 foul. Now they're going to get Allen back in here for offense-defense. They get Holly down with his 3 fouls. You got Allen back in, he's got 2 fouls right now. So 18 seconds to go. Let's see what Cedar Cliff has planned for the end of the quarter. Coming down on 12. Now at 10. Got to start to move now. Here goes Schultz. Pulls up in the lane. Good job by Schultz. Misses it. Rebound. And it's going to be a tie up with 1.8 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter. 5-point lead for George Washington.
You know, Coach, I always hated this. To get the jump ball with 1 second left in the quarter, you lost it for the 4th quarter.
It's a great point. Look at this, you're going to get a pretty decent shot right here. Lets it go. Ooh, nice look getting it down the court, and a nice look by Alex Smith, but not going to go. But that's the end of the third quarter. 46-41. We head to the fourth. George Washington leads it on High School Sports Live TV on ABC 27.
Look, Ryan. Shh. Look over there. I see it. I see it. Is that what I think it is? That's a beauty. Wait, look. There's an even bigger one. Oh, wow. Shh. Oh, man. Don't worry, buddy. I know where there's a whole herd of them.
Stop by Hoffman Ford. You'll be sure to save a lot of bucks.
Welcome back to Kimber Gymnasium here at Harrisburg High School. As you see the Cedar Cliff Colts, Coach Jim Rao there in the middle, trying to urge his kids on here to the fourth quarter. They're down by 5. They cut down 4 off the lead that quarter, but George Washington still managed to a flurry in the middle of the quarter to keep that lead out there at 11. Cedar Cliff came right back, and now they get a ball here with a very important possession to start the fourth.
Yeah, I think that was a nice quarter for Cedar Cliff. They established themselves, and they're right in the ball game.
I'll tell you what. Nice pass underneath. Diener finds his man Weisling wide open underneath the basket for 2. 3-point lead.
And Jimmy Rao is the master of the back door.
Well, they were really overplaying Ford. They weren't going to let him score, and so they did a nice job of the two-man game there. And now pass over top. Here comes a drive by Brown to Allen. Allen, strong move. Strong in the baseline. We saw him with the 3 in the first half. Allen says, I can rise up 2. He's got 15 in the game now. He only had 2 in the third quarter, and they were via the free throw.
And they're still playing triangle and 2, and those guys both had good drives to the basket.
Good motion everywhere right now by the Colts. Schultz. A man wide open outside. A great hit downtown. As it's Weisling again, who's got all 5 points here to start the fourth. The Colts have pulled to within 2, under 7 to play.
Weisling like microwave Vinnie Johnson. He's heating up.
Only the second 3 of the game now. First 3 here in the second half by Cedar Cliff. Oh, great pass. Wonderful drive down the lane by Wayans, and then the put away inside by Elijah Nakaya L. L only has 6 points now. He had 4 the first half, was shut out in the third quarter. Here's Ford again, going hard. 21 points now for Ford as he just split 2 men, went to the basket. Timeout called quickly by Cedar Cliff. 30 seconds, we'll take one as well. 6:17 to go, 50-48. George Washington leads on High School Sports Live TV on ABC 27.
Hey guys, just in time.
When Julie wanted to provide some stability for her 2 boys, she reached out to the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency for her home loan. We're proud we could help Julie and her family. If you're looking for an affordable home loan or refinancing option, give us a call. We offer down payment and closing cost assistance too. Call us weekdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or check our website. We're the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. We help home ownership dreams come true.
Cedar Cliff has brought it all the way back. They're down by 2. As you see, just a few of the fans here this afternoon. Real basketball fans out today. 4 great games. The opening game won today by Coatesville over West Catholic, 78-60, and we're in game number 2 right now. And Cedar Cliff down by 2, 50-48 to George Washington.
And we have a barn burner here. It's a 2-point game.
It's an excellent game right now.
A little bit of a chess match we're pulling off here.
You got more of the box in 1 look right now than you have the triangle in 2. Or it could be a diamond in 1 too. Another look though, man, I'll tell you what, Salim Brown can nail it. Salim Brown with his 4th 3 of the game.
He's a very nice compliment to Kadir Allen.
Got 16 points himself here this afternoon. Dieter is the pressure release guy there in the middle.
Nice gather.
Got numbers. There you go, wide open to the corner. Can you make it? Ford, good offensive rebound. And Ford's going to get handled right there for the foul. It's going to be Waynes, and it's going to be a 1-and-1 for Ford going to the line. Third foul now on Verlin Waynes Jr. So Ford heads back to the line where he's been perfect so far. It's 7 out of 7. He's got 21 here this afternoon. Another outstanding game for Derek Ford. And the ball's tipped away, so Ford misses the front of the 1-and-1. First one he's missed there today. 10 out of 12 from the free throw line this afternoon. It's pretty good numbers for Cedar Cliff. Got a wide open look at the corner, not going to take it. Back out front to Holly.
George Washington has the court spread out so far. It might as well be a one-on-one game.
Looking for one-on-ones. Cedar Cliff looking to maybe come up there and do a little trapping right now. Here's the drive, though. Holly going up hard. Holly in, easy bucket. Holly with the easy deuce. He's got 12 points.
Boy, Holly looks smooth on that drive.
Ford has not hit a three yet and still has hit a three, but a good follow in there. Slicing down the far side was Walter. Walter in for 2. Walter with 13.
Brandt was Johnny on the spot that time. They needed that one.
So back to 5 points. Under 5 to play now. 4:21.
Coach Sutton, how are they going to deal with them one-on-one like this, though?
Well, you almost have to get back to something where you play a little chunk again. I think almost getting back to where you keep the pressure out there, maybe with the triangle and 2, but or go to some kind of 1-3-1 with a trap.
Because George Washington's too impressive off the dribble.
Yeah, they're going to take you one-on-one every time they get a chance. There they are, just creating and getting that kind of shot. Allen smart, great pass to the baseline by Allen. Not going to be able to be handled well, as Nakaya L couldn't hold on to it, and the foul on the baseline. So now you get to walk to the other end without taking any clock off and shooting some free shots.
That's a perfect formula for Cedar Cliff, and if they stay in the game.
You can see, great move by Allen. Look at this dump pass. Allen sees the man come off Jakaya L and then puts it up, can't get it, and then the frustration foul there, reach it in over the back.
I think Jakaya got blocked by that rim that time.
He's got 3 fouls now.
Unfortunately, that's a second one-on-one miss from Cedar Cliff.
And both front ends. There's that drive again, then kick it to the corner. Not shooting the threes now, though. You got a 5-point lead. Smart basketball here by George Washington.
And Salim could have thrown that one up, but
he had his
did
feet
not.
set. He's taken a bunch of them already, but they have the 5-point lead. They're saying, why pop it? There's one thing we know for sure. The only way you can catch up is when you have the basketball. If the other team has it, we know 100% of the time you won't catch up.
This is very intelligent basketball right now.
That's what it is. Play with the lead. And you get a timeout called. You saw very quickly Kyle Sample, the head coach, coming out there and explaining what he wanted done. He's still saying that to Allen. We'll take a break. 3:13 to go. 5-point lead for George Washington. It's coming down the stretch here on High School Sports Live TV on ABC 27.
At Giant, it's never been easier for you to shop smart. Discover low prices on the items you buy most. Save on thousands of items every week with new Red Bonus Buy savings. And with gas rewards, you save big at the pump. You'll love how your savings stack up. Only at Giant. Earn Gas Extra Reward savings every time you shop. And pump up your rewards even more with weekly bonus offers in-ad and in-store. Gas Extra Rewards go farther at Giant.
Welcome back to Kimber Gymnasium, where we are in game number 1 for us this afternoon, game number 2 of the day. And we've got a good one coming down the stretch. 3:13 to go, 55-50. George Washington leads Cedar Cliff. And there you see the George Washington huddle. The Eagles pulling their wings in here. And I'll tell you what, we start to look at, our player of the game here today, the Brenner family of dealerships player of the game. And boy, who you give consideration to so far, Jeff? You got to talk about Kadiri Allen at least, and maybe Salim Brown on the George Washington side. And then on the other side, Derek Ford with 21 points. And of course, Brent Walters played an outstanding game as well.
We've had some good performances today.
And I'll tell you who else has played great over there, too. And you won't see it quite in the numbers, is Jesse Diener. Well, here's the 1-3-1 we talked about, right? Said go to a 1-3-1 trap. Well, there it is.
That was your suggestion at the break, Coach, because they can't really match up with them man-to-man. So they have to do something to speed them up.
There's the attack, and underneath, you got it off the rim. It was supposed to be a lob, but it came off the rim, and they get it right back.
A fortuitous bounce for George Washington. And
back inside. Oh, and it's going to be another player control foul as it got inside to L. L shoved. He's going to get called for the foul. That'll be his 4th. Big foul.
And they were looking to get Elijah inside, and they got it inside, but they couldn't convert.
Watch this. You get it to where, right there. Beautiful job. Trap in the corner. And then good job of holding your spacing over there by who else again? Was Diener.
Diener. Does everything, does all the little things. We call that a glue guy.
There's Diener again. They're getting Diener. Nice pass. Good block, though. Excellent block by Nakia Allen. Now you're going to get a one-on-one move here on the other end. And Allen finishes it off.
Allen with a dipsy doodle. He's my MVP, Coach.
He's got 17 of them. Now you got to shoot the 3, and it's going to be short. Going to be off-white, blue ball. George Washington, 2:08 to go, a 7-point lead now. And now you got to think about something, at least maybe three-quarter court. And Jim Rao's going to think about it and talk about it here. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. 57-50, 2:08 to go in this one. George Washington leads it on High School Sports Live TV.
Right now at Pizza Hut, you can get any 2 medium pizzas for $6.99 each. Choose any crust, any sauce, any toppings. So go for it, America. Get any toppings, any crust flavor, anything you want on any 2 medium pizzas for just $6.99 each. Only at Pizza Hut.
Well, you take a look at this game, and there's some big numbers that jump out. 21 rebounds for GW to 17 for Cedar Cliff. Not much of a rub there. Turnovers, 12-12. Both teams have kind of evened it up here in the second half and been a little bit better with the basketball. But how about this one? 10 of 18 three-pointers out there for George Washington. Huge number. And you have, 2 so far for Cedar Cliff. And that disparity has been a big number here. And I think George Washington, though they have not shot it near as well in the second half, they haven't really had to.
Well, it's everything else is a wash.
Yeah.
Three-point shooting overrides everything. It's really changed the game.
I think the free throws, too, here, a couple key moments. Missing 2 straight front ends of one-on-ones here for Cedar Cliff in the fourth quarter has hurt them as well.
Well, when George Washington's shooting that well, Cedar Cliff can't afford to do anything not perfectly. So those 2 one-on-one front ends are hurt.
Let's see what Jim Rao has in store defensively here. It's a tough team to press. 57-50, though, you're in that unenviable position of having to do it. And don't be surprised to see something maybe to the big guy here.
I think we're going to see Kadiri Allen do some finishing. That's what we're going to see.
There it is. And now you're going to use the clock, and they've decided who they wanted to foul, and the person they chose was Verland Waynes, who's not been to the line yet today.
And he won't be because it's only their 13th
That's exactly right.
foul.
You got to foul right away and get up to that 7 quick. So if you don't get the steal, you foul immediately. Foul again. There it is. Now you've taken 2 seconds off the clock so far. Now, that time you didn't take a second.
That was a quick foul, Coach.
That's what you want to do. One thing you have to be careful of here, since you have everybody up, is watch out for someone breaking deep on a screen.
You don't want a home run ball, that's for sure.
There it is, another foul.
Now they can choose who they want to foul.
The clock didn't move again.
Those are the 2 quickest fouls I've ever seen. Could be the 2 quickest fouls in the game of basketball.
Now the coach is looking there. He says, wait a second, we got 2 fouls. The clock didn't move. I think he's got himself a case. Kyle Sample.
I go right here.
Another foul. The clock moved 2 seconds that time.
I think that foul was by design. They're going to put number 23, Elijah Nakia L, on the line.
Yeah, for Nakia L, he has not been to the line so far today. He's got 6 points in the game. And he's going to go there now, so it's a 1-on-1 situation. By the way, the next foul against George Washington will be a 2-shot bonus for Cedar Cliff.
Cedar Cliff needs a couple dry trips to the foul line to get back into the game.
You got what you wanted. So here's Cedar Cliff. Need a 2 or a 3, doesn't matter. Ford up, Ford in. Great pass down court.
What a finish by Derek Ford.
Ford with 23 now, and then the quick foul in the backcourt again. They're going to put Holly on the line. So good use of the clock here by Jim Rao.
Well, I'm impressed with Holly Brown and Allen shooting. I'd put anyone but those three on the line.
Well, Holly's been there 2 times, and he's made 2 thus far. They were in the first half, so he's not been there here in the second half.
And Gary, this team shoots a lot better than I thought they would. They can shoot it up.
Trying to get your shot blocker back in the game. Alex Smith is in there alongside of Nakia L. Here's Holly. Sweet stroke. Holly now with 13 in the game. He's been dynamite in this game. Very steady.
They have some performers, and he's one of them.
And Holly, as good as it gets there. He's 4 out of 4 for the afternoon. Make it 14 in the game. Back up to a 7-point lead it goes. You got to get some points in a hurry here. Here's Ford. Ford hard to the basket. Ford hard move up, and Ford fouled from behind. So Ford never stopped going after it. Got his own offensive rebound and gets fouled.
That's called being relentless. He really he said, we have to score, and I got to do it.
Don't you like how when you see guys that are willing to put teams on their back, and there you saw it. We've seen Ford do that the whole second half. So Ford's first shot is up and good.
He's had a nice performance today.
Ford with 24.
And he's been tagged by some pretty good and athletic defenders.
He's 7 out of 8 from the line so far is Ford. And Ford misses the front end. Or back end that time, excuse me. So 24 points for Ford, foul in the backcourt, and the lead is now 6. So it's going to be taking your chances with the missed free throws. Who do they have at the line again? Holly, and he can't wait to get there. You know, they always tell guys stay off the line until they get up there. Not Holly. He's the first one down. He said, I'm towing this up.
He raced it down. I think he already has them counted.
Holly's shot is up. I don't even think it's even touched rim so far.
No, that was sweet as butter.
15 points in the game for Holly.
Well, I guess it could be sweet as sugar. It could be smooth as butter.
Smooth as butter. Like on a roll, right?
Yeah, he is. Quite a shooter.
16 points in the game for Holly. Oh, what a block. And then Holly on the other end with a block to come back. Tell you what, Donnell Holly has put himself on the counter here for
He's on the radar, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Brenner Family Dealerships player of the game. So
I think they've had 3 really good performances.
And with Brown, Holly, and also with Allen.
Right.
So back at the line now is Nakia L.
I don't think I can choose between those 3, Gary.
I'll help you. I'll tell you, they've all made different moves here during the course of this game. As a shot from Nakia L, no good. He's going to get another one here.
He looked good on that foul shot. He's missed his last 2, but he doesn't look bad.
And his second one up and good for Nakia L. Stay tuned for our next game. Lower Marion and Abington Heights. Abington Heights is going to be a good one. Too much time here. You got to go. There goes Ford, and Ford, good block again. Just reaching down and slapping it away was Holly one more time.
Holly. Those are quick hands. I think Derek thought he got fouled, but that I think was good.
Good move by Ford. Ford just keeps on going. That's 25 points now. Make that 26 points for Ford. 26 points for Ford. The turnover.
Gary, you're right. He kind of put him on their back. His back wasn't quite wide enough to take the amount of athletic talent that George Washington has. And George Washington shoots the ball. They shoot the ball.
Do you have a player of the game today in a potentially losing cause here? That's a big question, too. Because Ford certainly has been dynamite. Ford looking for his first 3 of the day. Gets it! And Ford not going home yet. He has put this team on his back. He's pulled his team back within 4, just under a minute to play. 52.5 seconds. 62-58, George Washington leads. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. We're rumbling down the final minute on High School Sports Live TV on ABC 27.
How about we cut some fat from the system? How about we lose the hot air and secondhand smoke? Let's give everyone a great choice of doctors and remember we're our own primary care providers. Let's build better plans and pick up some better habits along the way. It's time to be the change we want to see in healthcare and the change we want to see in ourselves. Let's do it all for health. Highmark, Blue Shield.
Derek Ford with 29 points in the game. He pulled his team back with his first 3 here of the game.
He's got half their points.
Yeah, just been absolutely putting his team in the back. And there you see him. And look at it. Look at those eyes. I mean, let's take this one home, guys.
They're down 4. They need a steal or a missed foul shot here.
Got a foul. Got a foul pretty quickly right here. Get the foul in the backcourt. There's the foul. Took a little bit of time though. Had about 10 seconds come off the clock.
Cedar Cliff foul number 30, Jesse Diener.
So now you send a guy to the line. We haven't heard from too much here recently. In fact, closest he's got there has been 2 deuces he had in the middle of the third quarter, but he's got 4 threes in the game. Salim Brown. Big free throw coming up, and he misses it. Closest shot he's taken all day. So Salim Brown, you're down 2 possessions right now. That's the way you look at it. Brown's second one is up, and that's also no good. And so now you're down 4.
Is that the window they need?
You don't need a 3 right away. You want to get the first quick deuce you can get. Here goes Ford. Ford looking. Schultz drives hard. And they're going to call the foul.
That'll be 2 shots too, Gary.
You like what Schultz did there. He saw the middle. He said, I'm going to the basket. And, you know, I always think that favors the offensive player at the end because the officials got to make a call. And, you know, it wasn't a charge. Watch this. Everybody's sliding over trying to stop him. So now Schultz goes to the line with 2 big ones.
Now, if a George Washington player had just stepped in, that would have been a charge.
Everybody was worried about where Ford was, and they forgot about where Schultz was. And so Schultz going to the line now. He needs these 2.
You'll remember the prognosticator, who also doubles as our statistician, who shall remain nameless, predicted a Cedar Cliff victory in this.
Well, we are going to see it. And the foul out there is on Nakia L, so he's gone.
Now, if Schultz can make both of these foul shots, I think you have to look at who you're really going to foul. And you don't have to foul right away. You've got 30 seconds. I think it's more important to say, who are we going to foul? Wouldn't you go back to the guy that they fouled last time?
I might go after number 2. That's going to be Waynes. And there's your second one up and good. Schultz has 5 points today, all from the free throw line. He has not had a field goal in this game.
Ice water on those shots.
So now you're down a bucket. Need a turnover. Here it comes.
Don't foul him. Don't foul him. Don't foul him.
And there is the foul. And so Holly, not the guy you wanted to put on the line. Ford is going to pick up his 3rd foul, which is somewhat academic at this particular point, unless you get to overtime.
I had the ABH, anyone but Holly.
Well,
this guy can shoot.
He's back on the line right away. So you're playing against the percentages here right now, but you're forced to. And there it is. Holly misses his first one of the day. He had made all 6 up to that point.
And excuse me, Donnell, I put the jinx on.
So either way here, unless you don't get the rebound, you're down 1 possession. And Holly makes the second one. So 7 out of 8 for the free throw line for Holly. 63-60 the lead. 27.8 to go. Timeout for George Washington. And we're getting ready to come down here in the final 27.8 on High School Sports Live TV on ABC 27.
Is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to Advanced Hoop.
3-point lead, 63-60. George Washington leads Cedar Cliff. 27.8 seconds to go. Cedar Cliff with the basketball. Now, you got 27.8 seconds to go, which is an eternity, Jeff Thompson. So you don't necessarily have to take a 3 right here. You can make a quick 2, and maybe you get fouled on the play.
Right, I would encourage the quick 2 because they're probably trying to defend a 3. They're switching on all screens outside. They need to take it to the hole again.
Weasley got to kick it back out. There it is. You got Ford with a 3-point shot. Is it going to go? No! Rebound. George Washington, 10 seconds to play in the foul. Well, they got it out to Ford, and he got a good look at it. It was a little quicker than maybe he wanted to take it.
Did you see Jesse Diener get discarded on that rebound? I would love to see that in a replay.
Take a look at this. Drive baseline.
Watch number 30.
From Weasley to Diener.
Watch number 30 with the shot. Watch here.
Now Diener goes up. It wasn't too much there. It looked a lot worse than what it was.
He might have tried to sell that.
I mean, the Oscars are coming up, aren't they? So now, big one. You can put this away with this shot. Again, free throw line. Alex Smith keeps it as a question mark, not an exclamation point.
The door is ajar.
Under 10 seconds to play, 9.6. Second one up. Second one, good. Now you got to score a deuce very quickly. Either that or draw a foul or make it a three. And Schultz lets it go, won't go. 3 seconds left. Long throw up, not going to go. No foul called. 64-60. George Washington goes out of here with a big win this afternoon over Cedar Cliff. You've watched it all here on High School Sports Live TV on ABC 27. We'll be back with the introduction of our player of the game, our Brenner family of dealerships player of the game, and of course, our giant post-game report right after this. 64-60, George Washington wins it over Cedar Cliff on High School Sports Live TV.
Brenner is back on Paxton Street with Brenner Pre-Owned. Choose from over 300 quality pre-owned cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. We've got your next vehicle that's priced to fit your budget. At Brenner Pre-Owned, we have financing for every credit situation, plus 100% guaranteed credit. We'll get you driving today. Get to Brenner Pre-Owned, back on Paxton Street or anytime at BrennerPreowned.com. 24/7 at BrennerPreowned.com.
Today, we have some breaking news on the West Shore. Some spraining, twisting, popping news. It appears that Mechanicsburg is getting a state-of-the-art OSS orthopedic urgent care. This is what we know so far. OSS urgent care is much faster than the emergency room. All patients will be seen by orthopedic experts. Costs are typically less, and OSS is open 7 days a week. Remember, if you have a sprain, pop, or break to report, go right to the experts. OSS Orthopedic Urgent Care. 2 great locations, York and now Mechanicsburg. Now that's some good news.
Hey guys, just in time.
When Julie wanted to provide some stability for her 2 boys, she reached out to the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency for her home loan. We're proud we could help Julie and her family. If you're looking for an affordable home loan or refinancing option, give us a call. We offer down payment and closing cost assistance too. Call us weekdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or check our website. We're the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. We help homeownership dreams come true.
Ruff Tractor and Equipment is PA's full-line equipment dealer representing Case Construction along with other leading manufacturers. Serving the total sales, rental parts, and service needs of its customers. Ruff Tractor paves the way for your project from start to finish, featuring the latest parts and equipment from Case Construction and more. Ruff also offers 24/7 job site support. Ruff Tractor is your #1 source for everything under construction.
Karen has 459 friends, but none of them made sure she got home okay. None of them suggested she skip the next drink, try a glass of water, or maybe just call it a night. Karen has 459 friends, but tonight, what she really needed was one good one.
Welcome back here to Kimber Gymnasium in Harrisburg High School for our giant post-game report. And our Brenner family of dealerships player of the game sitting beside me here, and I know he'd like to be sitting beside me here in a little bit better circumstances. Derek Ford, 29 points here this afternoon. Derek, bittersweet a little bit for you, but at the same time, congratulations on winning the award here today. Derek, tell us a little bit about the game. It really started out in kind of a lot of turnovers in the early going. Your team got down by 11, but you fought back there. You got it back to 2 points late, but never could quite get over the top there.
Coming back from a deficit, no matter what it is. Yeah, they're a really athletic team, and some teams, we don't play like that. But no matter how far we're behind, we always seem to come back and get back in the game.
Derek, you know, you played like a senior this afternoon. You got down, looked like in the third quarter, you said, come on, guys, hop in my back. I'm going to take you in. I mean, you went to the glass with abandon in the second half.
Yeah, we knew we weren't totally out of the game. They were a good athletic team, but we knew that there were gaps that we could fill. And guys we brought in off the bench did a great job, and we continued to fight, and we brought ourselves back into the game.
Tell us a little bit about the experience you get here playing against a Philadelphia-style team that plays at a great league. Forget the record. I mean, that team looks like a heck of a lot better team than a 4-10 record would say.
Right. That's one of the better teams we'll see this season. And I mean, just the experience against playing against them, it will help us in the mid-pen and down the road because it'll be like teams will play in the playoffs.
Talk about your season this year. You had a great season last season. Of course, you had an outstanding point guard who went on there. Now all eyes come on you this season. You had a lot of big games last year, yet now you're in a little bit different role this year, aren't you?
Yeah, it is. It's a different scenario, but our guys we built a pretty good chemistry with this group, and every game we're getting better and better, and we'll be a good team down the road.
Talk about what it's like to play for Coach Rao.
It's been amazing 4 years. He's the best coach in the area, and every game I'm amazed of what he's shown us to do.
Well, you head back into the league now. You get this little break. You get to play against a good team, but you head back into the league. And so what are you looking for here in the second half?
We've definitely gotten a lot better since the beginning of the season. I think teams are going to be shocked to see how different our style play is. And even though we've had some guys hurt with injuries, everyone seems to be stepping up.
Great job watching here today. 29 points in the game. Brenner family of dealerships player of the game. Derek, good luck on the second half of the season, and congratulations on your performance today. Take care. Derek Ford, our Brenner family of dealerships player of the game. We want to take a look now at our play of the game brought to you by Pack Financial, and it was this one. Take a look down the court. You're going to see Allen come up, little dipsy-do play, and then a scoop up underneath. And Allen with a good game here this afternoon. Kadiri Allen with 17 points in this one, and he gets our Pack Financial play of the game. We'll take a break. We'll come right back here for our Giant post-game report here on High School Sports Live TV on ABC 27.
Advanced Hoops is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to advancedhoops.com.
There's a place where kids really connect to learning. Commonwealth Connections Academy. It's a tuition-free, fully accredited online public school where students find devoted, enthusiastic teachers like never before. Commonwealth Connections Academy, the online public school.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
At Giant, it's never been easier for you to shop smart. Discover low prices on the items you buy most. Save on thousands of items every week with new Red Bonus Buy savings. And with gas rewards, you save big at the pump. You'll love how your savings stack up. Only at Giant. Earn Gas Extra Reward savings every time you shop, and pump up your rewards even more with weekly bonus offers in-ad and in-store. Gas Extra Rewards go farther at Giant.
Right now at Pizza Hut, you can get any 2 medium pizzas for $6.99 each. Choose any crust, any sauce, any toppings. So go for it, America. Get any toppings, any crust flavor, anything you want on any 2 medium pizzas for just $6.99 each. Only at Pizza Hut.
In our final time in this game back here at Kimber Auditorium, I've called it Kimber Auditorium Gymnasium, and I think I've called it an arena so far, but it's Kimber. Everybody knows what you're talking about here in Harrisburg. 64-60, George Washington beats Cedar Cliff here this afternoon. Fun game to do. Jeff Thompson, Charlie Fortney, thank you so much. It was just a lot of fun. Final thought on the game.
Oh, it was an excellent game. I thought it was a contrast in styles. We saw Derek Ford at his best. We saw a very good team with a 4-10 record.
I'll tell you what, if that's 4-10 down in Philadelphia, you'd hate to see the team that's undefeated, right? Charlie, it was a lot of fun to watch him. And Derek Ford said, you know what, that'll be the best team we might see all year.
Yeah, and it's a different style. And with having Gauss out with the injury, not having another strong or point guard that can handle the ball, that was pretty much the game early on. The 10 turnovers in the first half. It just turnovers meant a lot early. And then I don't know that George Washington's going to make 11 three-pointers every game they play. So I think the game went well for them to win it. But Cedar Cliff, this is a good game to prepare them for conference play. That was a great decision by Coach Rao. Hats off to any of these local teams that are willing to play tough teams and not worry about power rankings, but more concerned about preparing your team.
These are the kind of teams you're going to see down the road. And Kyle Sample and Jim Rao this afternoon did themselves proud in the way they coached here today. You saw a lot of great chess going on. But the final score, 64-60, George Washington wins it. For Chad Edwards, our producer here this afternoon, Charlie Fortney, Jeff Thompson, I'm Gary Sutton. Get ready for game number 2. It's coming up next here in just a moment. It'll be Todd McCall, it'll be Jeff Thompson on the call. Lower Marion and Abington Heights in a big one. Abington Heights undefeated. Before we get to that, Jeremy Treatman, who runs this tournament, is going to be with us right back. The Scholastic Play-by-Play Classic, and the founder of the Feast, Jeremy Treatman, will be sitting with me. We'll do a quick interview with him right after this. This is High School Sports Live TV on ABC 27. Game 1 down. George Washington 64-60 over Cedar Cliff.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
Ruff Tractor and Equipment is PA's full-line equipment dealer representing Case Construction along with other leading manufacturers. Serving the total sales, rental parts, and service needs of its customers. Ruff Tractor paves the way for your project from start to finish, featuring the latest parts and equipment from Case Construction and more. Ruff also offers 24/7 job site support. Ruff Tractor is your #1 source for everything under construction.
There's a place where kids really connect to learning. Commonwealth Connections Academy. It's a tuition-free, fully accredited online public school where students find devoted, enthusiastic teachers like never before. Commonwealth Connections Academy, the online public school.
High School Sports Live basketball rivalries feature Hershey's 6'10" Villanova-bound Dylan Painter versus the high-flying McDevitt Crusaders. Harrisburg has reloaded and will battle Carlisle with Deshaun Millington and company. Steel High versus Trinity featuring 6'11" Sean Good. Cedar Cliff versus Redland in the Battle of the West Shore. Kelly Jaycott and the state champion Cumberland Valley Lady Eagles take on Chambersburg.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
Welcome back to Kimber Gymnasium here at Harrisburg High School in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where we are watching the Scholastic Play-by-Play Classics. And the founder of the Feast is a guy I've known for a little while here, Jeremy Treatman. When you talk about Philadelphia basketball, there's a few names that come up. Your name always is in there somewhere. Congratulations on another outstanding tournament here.
Hey, thanks very much. We've been enjoying doing it. I can't believe we started January 2nd, 2000. We're still going strong.
Jeremy, a guy who does great play-by-play, great color. He's a guy that's on the mic all the time, and got to know Jeremy over the year and had a chance to see him. It used to be called the, what was the name we have for this? Hometown Hoops Classic. The first one was at Temple, 17 years ago, right?
Well, you're going way back. The first 2 years it was the Hometown Hoops Classic at Temple. The first year was the Apollo of Temple. The second year was the Leah Center. Both involved Camden and DeJuan Wagner. We also had future NBA players, Eddie Griffin, the late great Eddie Griffin, and Jameer Nelson, who's still in the league, played in that very first game we ever produced.
Good old Chester guy there. And, of course, got him LeBron James one time in one of your classics. A couple nice names there, right?
I never heard of him. No. LeBron James, yeah, we were fortunate in 2002, 2003 to host 4 games with LeBron.
Right.
One was in Philadelphia at the Palestra, one in North Carolina where we're doing our MLK event today as well, simultaneously with this one, and one at Ohio State and one at the University of Dayton. And that was a dream year. That was fun for everybody. And, I mean, being around LeBron, after coaching Kobe, being on the staff with Greg Downer and Kobe Bryant, I never thought you'd experience anything like that again. LeBron was actually maybe even more attention and more craziness.
You know, you talk about being on a staff with Kobe. I had a chance to do his last game at the state championships that year.
I just watched it the other day. I heard your broadcast.
We were doing it, but you were right there on the bench with him that time.
I was.
Talk a little bit about what it was like with Kobe Bryant there in the Lower Merion program, which is a storied program around the state of Pennsylvania.
Well, there's so many stories about that championship season and that championship game. A big one is that Lower Merion barely won that championship game. Erie Cathedral Prep outplayed them badly. Lower Merion was sluggish. Kobe only had 19 points. He averaged 31. Erie did everything right. They just couldn't hold out the game. Fortunately, myself and the real members of the Lower Merion team, all the 15 players and the other 4 coaches, we got to celebrate. But there was a story during the game. Drew Downer, Greg Downer's older brother, got sick on the trip up. I was driving. I stopped the bus. And I've never told this for anybody, by the way, so you're getting an exclusive here. Drew Downer got sick. I honked the bus. We were on the way to Hershey for the game. And I said, Greg, he's passing out in the seat. What do I do? What do we do? We stopped. We went to a rest stop. We were looking for doctors. I took him over to the hospital. They went to the game. And I know a lot of the guys were distracted about Drew, and including Kobe and Greg. And eventually, by the third quarter, it turned out Drew had dehydration. He showed up in the middle of the third quarter, looked up at the scoreboard. We were down 27-20. He thought it was maybe the second quarter, but we really only had 20 points midway through the third quarter. And after Drew came back, we ended up getting our act together and winning the game.
There's also a story, I know, when you were getting started in your broadcasting career about Kobe maybe going to Duke or going to North Carolina. And you kind of knew it wasn't true, but the stories were kind of floating around during that time. And I think you probably somewhere visions of sugar plums dancing in your head, visions of doing a game in the Dean Dome or down in Cameron were dancing in your head, right?
Yeah, and I have revealed this story. Maybe you saw it in the program book, maybe I've told you that, but I've gone public with the story. That is where I got the ideas to do the Scholastic Paperplay Classic. All these people in North Carolina were writing in these publications, Kobe's coming for a visit to Duke in North Carolina, and I'm thinking, Kobe's going to the NBA. Where's this coming from? And these people were serious. Now, Duke was his first choice. Right. If he was going to go from high school to NBA, he's on record saying that to me personally and saying it to the regular press. So I understand where the interest is. But I did think, like when we were at the Beach Ball Classic that year and there were a lot of people there for Kobe, but later on the year, I was like, wow, if we went to the Dean Dome or Duke with that kind of information, I think it would have been incredible. And I used that idea with DeJuan Wagner when he committed to John Calipari in Memphis, and we got a great crowd at the Forum the first year, and that's kind of how I started doing big-time events.
Well, Jeremy, congratulations on a great set of games again.
Thank you.
And I know you're moving on next week, but we'll be talking to you again throughout the
Anytime.
day. Thank you so much, my friend. Jeremy Treatman here with us at halftime, or not halftime, pregame here on our third game coming up here on High School Sports Live TV. It's ABC 27.
Look, Ryan. Shh. Look over there. I see it. Is that what I think it is? That's a beauty. Wait, look. There's an even bigger one. Oh, wow. Shh. Oh, man. Don't worry, buddy. I know where there's a whole herd of them.
Stop by Hoffman Ford. You'll be sure to save a lot of bucks.
Look, Ryan. Shh. Look over there. I see it. Is that what I think it is? That's a beauty. Wait, look. There's an even bigger one. Oh, wow. Shh. Oh, man. Don't worry, buddy. I know where there's a whole herd of them.
Stop by Hoffman Ford. You'll be sure to save a lot of bucks.
Hey guys, just in time.
When Julie wanted to provide some stability for her 2 boys, she reached out to the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency for her home loan. We're proud we could help Julie and her family. If you're looking for an affordable home loan or refinancing option, give us a call. We offer down payment and closing cost assistance too. Call us weekdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or check our website. We're the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. We help homeownership dreams come true.
Welcome back to Harrisburg High. Todd McCall, Jeff Thompson. We got a big one coming up. Abington Heights, Lower Merion. When we talk about Abington Heights, they're undefeated. When we talk about Lower Merion, we talk about 7 state championships. They talk about guys still wearing Kobe Bryant's throwback jerseys. They have an actual, on their website, Jeff, Abington Heights, Lower Merion. Lower Merion has this website in which you can buy the throwback jerseys. So, I mean, this is a little bit more than just a high school anymore because of a legend playing there.
Well, it was Kobe.
It was Kobe. But let's talk a little bit about Abington Heights. They're undefeated, and they play in the Lackawanna League. And coming into the game, they are big.
Oh, they've got what I love. They've got what I love. 6'8" and 6'10", both D1 prospects. Tim Toro, a senior, averaging 14.5, 10 rebounds. And Seth Maxwell, a junior, at 6'11".
When you talk Lower Merion, you talk athletes. You're talking 6'4", 6'3", 6'2 guards. They know how to score points. They put 4 guys into double figures. But tonight, I think they're going to see matchup. If you're Lower Merion, what will you try to do? You try to push the ball up tempo.
Well, the way to beat big guys is to push the ball down the floor. The only other way to do it is to shoot from the outside because you can't go over 6'10", 6'11", 6'4". It's real hard to go inside.
Well, we'll see what we have. Ken Bianche, the Abington Heights coach, has said one thing about this. They've got big games tomorrow night in their league. Tomorrow night they play Scranton, which is an arch rival. Lower Merion plays Tuesday night. We'll have our starting lineups coming right up. But I think what we can expect is throw everything out the door. 2 teams from opposite leagues. This shootout is what it's all about. And neither team, if you look at them, when we got Hilton and Harrison, Fennell, Horns, Jones, and you look at the other starters on the other side, we don't have our heights up here, but we had 6'7", 6'8". What I like about Lower Merion is 6'3", 6'4 guards. Anytime you have those bigger sized guards, they're hard to defend, Jeff.
We've got a long, both teams appear to be pretty long. In addition, Abington Heights has a couple athletes in the backcourt. The quarterback on the football team, Jordan Hollinger, and one of the starting soccer players, Colin Klingston. So that's a pretty athletic backcourt.
Well, if you just tuned in with the Cedar Cliff, lost a close one to George Washington. George Washington pulled it out from the foul line by 4, 64-60. But that was a great game prior to that, and we got another great one coming up tonight.
Excellent game. Cedar Cliff had a 3 with about 15 seconds left to tie the game up. It just didn't go down. What a game. And with the weather outside, we need a barn burner, don't we?
Yeah, we sure do. They're calling for snow coming up this week. We'll see. We've had a touch of snow, not much this year. It's been a very mild winter for high school basketball, which is really something in our area is a bit of change. We usually have cancellations by now, Jeff.
Well, Eric Finkenbinder played power forward for me, so I always get the straight scoop on the weather. He says it's going to get colder.
That's, again, 6 degrees of separation of Jeff Thompson, we always say. He knows just about anyone or someone's dad in this game, hoops game. Abington Heights will control the tip right from the get-go, and they'll look like they're going to see a little bit of zone out of Lower Merion.
And they're going to pack it in against the big guys.
First shot went up by Maxwell. That'll be no good. Coming down pushing. KJ Helton's been a nice point guard for Lower Merion all year long.
You know, we've talked about Abington Heights size. Lower Merion is big.
Big guards, long, lanky. Watched both of them on film, and I tell you what, 2 very good teams we have here. And there's a steal by Maxwell.
Boy, Maxwell is very, very quick.
Lower Merion going to match up a little bit out of this 2-3. They're very active in it. Already a shot from outside. Danzig's going to hit it. And Abington Heights have always been good shooters. 13-0, perfect season going so far. They got a big game, they said, Tuesday night versus Scranton, and Abington Heights will be back on the road Tuesday night, so they're going back-to-back days here.
That's Tim Toro with the rebound. He got the last steal. He looks extremely athletic, number 43.
Terrell Jones with the first miss for Lower Merion. They'll feed the ball inside to the sweet spot. Look at a crash on the boards. Maxwell will miss, and Toro will crash the boards. They're 6'7" and 6'10".
And Toro's got guns on him. They should be illegal in this gymnasium.
I watched this Abington Heights play a couple nights ago, and they really do effective job defensively out of this matchup zone. There's another steal. That's 2 turnovers already early on for Lower Merion. Looks like Abington Heights will have the ball underneath their basket.
Jordan Hollinger to inbound was the quarterback on their football team. It's great to have a leader, and I love to see kids play football and basketball. I just absolutely love it.
Playing both ways. Look at a nice pass inside, bucket by Toro. Their guards know how to find their big man. Jeff Thompson, it's something you taught many times. Will feed the big post. I remember at Susquehanna.
You love that. I think Larry Kostelak's going to be able to get to that eventually, where they start feeding those big men.
We had them the other night versus Steel High, and they finally got things going again. Trinity.
Turo looks like he could play pro football right now.
Well, I think both these big men inside are getting looks, and a lot of the guys on the Lower Merion side getting looks. 7-time state champion, Lower Merion.
That's called a pedigree.
No doubt about it. Driving to the basket, their active guard, KJ Helton, will draw and shoot two.
Abington Heights foul number 11, Colin Klingman. First, teams first. 2 shots, 0, KJ Helton.
Klingman will have his first foul call. Helton makes the first of 2. Kind of a quiet gym here today on Martin Luther King Jr. I think what a great celebration.
It's quiet. What a nice atmosphere for basketball. This is a fantastic venue.
Toro pulled the board down on the miss by Helton. And we're seeing a little 2-2-1 by Lower Merion in the half court.
Dropping back to a 2-3.
Nice little press opportunity for him back into this 2-3. Well, these big men, they know what to do with the ball. Toro up again.
Toro bowled that one in.
It's his 4th point of the game. Terrell Jones, Lower Marion's most active player, leading scorer of the season. He'll go to the basket and miss it, and there'll be a foul call.
Lower Merion fouls on number 34, Terrell Jones.
That was a nice rebound by Jackson Danzig, who also averages 10 points a game for Abington Heights.
But we're going to have our first timeout. We'll be back with more to play here on ABC 27.
Hey guys, just in time.
When Julie wanted to provide some stability for her 2 boys, she reached out to the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency for her home loan. We're proud we could help Julie and her family. If you're looking for an affordable home loan or refinancing option, give us a call. We offer down payment and closing cost assistance too. Call us weekdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or check our website. We're the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. We help homeownership dreams come true.
Well, welcome back. Abington Heights up 7-1 here. Early first quarter action. 2-2-1 press by Lower Merion, and Abington Heights doing a very good job, very fundamentally breaking the press. Hollander will miss, and it'll be a jump ball. Lower Merion will have the ball. Right before halftime, or right before that timeout, Terrell Jones, he's 6'4" junior. He picked up one of those fouls, and I tell you what, I saw over on the bench, Coach wasn't happy about that reach-around foul, out of that frustration. As a coach, you hate to see those frustration fouls picked up by your best player.
Yeah, a little ticky-tack foul for someone you need in the game. Can't afford it.
Look how well Abington Heights matches up, and they're so big in that back line, front line.
That's a good 2-3 zone team.
Rebound pulled down by Hollander. He'll bring the ball up.
The one Achilles heel Abington Heights might have is, I'm not sure how well they shoot from the outside, but do they need to?
Nice block by Jones, and it's going to be scooped out. Looks like it's going to be out of bounds. I tell you, great hustle by KJ Helton. The ball will be out of bounds, and it'll be underneath the basket for Abington Heights.
Well, they're 13-0. Do they need to shoot threes?
I tell you what, I don't. With that size inside, I mean, you and I would probably be very frustrated right now.
Why would you shoot three?
Yeah. When you got big man, look at Toro going to the basket. Scoop, misses. That was a great cut out of the big man.
That was a really good cut, and I'm impressed by the fact that Brown's looking at him, which means he's probably a very good student.
Out front foul. It's going to go against Hollander. He's going to be called for the reach. It'll be underneath the basket for Lower Merion.
First team second.
It's 2 fouls on
Abington Heights.
Their 2-3 zone looks impregnable right now.
Well, it's just that front line being so big, and those guards real active. And look, they come out with another steal out of the inbounds. Hollander will take his second steal of the game.
Very athletic young man.
Coming up after the first quarter, Charlie has a special interview with Mike Ridney into the first quarter. Stay tuned for that. And there'll be a foul out front.
Foul number 21, Jeremy Horn.
Horn will be called for the foul. He's a 6'8" senior forward. He's a big guy. So we've got 3 really good-sized guys in this game tonight. I'll tell you what, they look and find the big guys very well, do they not?
Well, I'm impressed. They've got 2 athletes at the guard position, and they just do their job, and they get the ball inside.
Right, controlling the game, like quarterbacks.
You have big guys. You've got to look inside.
Toro will go to the line shooting his first 2 of the game. Toro looks a little bigger than 6'8" when you're standing by. He'll miss his first one. He has 4 points on the day.
He looks like a Division I recruit is what he looks like.
Went inside, and you'll see the foul call here. Man, boy, he got it hit by everybody, didn't he? Toro missed both. Rebound pulled down by Deion Harris.
That's not Neon Dion, is it?
Elton having trouble finding somebody out front.
Pretty good pressure. They switched up defenses a little bit.
Nice scoop up and under. Look at this. Nice move by Harris off a nice assist by Terrell Jones.
He looked like Neon Dion that time. Great body control.
Very smooth move inside of the basket. One of the best I've seen in a little bit.
Nice job, Mr. Harris.
Abington Heights taking their time against this zone. Toro scooped through. He'll miss an easy one.
Nice pass by Danzig. He might have walked before he made the pass, but no call.
Well, look how quick that move was. Off the dribble miss by Helton. And
there's one of his 10 rebounds per game right there.
Jeff, I am impressed both teams how well they do play their zones. Lower Marion's very active out of their zone too. Miss outside by Danzig. Danzig's only a sophomore. Big kid, 6'4", sophomore.
And Jeremy Horn's no slouch. What's he go, 6'8"?
6'8".
Nice check out last time.
Good spin move by Jones. Jones is going to miss. Scoop back up by the big man on the other side.
Get on the horn.
Jeremy Horn with the basket.
Back a defensive rebound and great finish at this end.
7-5, the ball game, just like that. Takes patience, and Lower Marion beginning to exhibit a little more patience offensively.
I know Abington Heights has seen a lot of zone this season.
I was wondering about the pull-up, but don't wonder anymore. Jackson Danik, the sophomore.
He's had 17 threes on the season. He's their sniper from the outside.
We'll make it 19 now. He has 2 tonight. That's 6 for him. Nice block by Toro. Ball's going to go to the ground. There's a little bit of a shuffle. Look who comes away with the scrappy guard, Hollander. Oh my gosh, what an athletic move by Tim Toro. This kid can play at the next level.
Please get that on replay. Please get that on replay. I don't know how he kept his left hand up that long.
He came flying down the middle of the paint. No one put a body on him. I don't think I would want to put a body on that. And just like that, he scoops, puts it up. Toro gets the rebound again. Hollander on the push.
He's got about a half dozen rebounds right now.
Boy, oh boy, the kid's heating up.
Designated shooter, Jackson Danzig.
Danzig with another 3. That's his 3rd of the game, and that's 9. He's leading scorer now. Nice up and under, little scoop move by Noah Fennell.
You know,
Fennell.
There's a spot in the game for a kid who can shoot, isn't there?
I think there's always a spot in the game, Jeff.
Looks like they're going for one shot with 10 seconds left in the quarter.
I can see why the team is undefeated. They're very patient. Look how well they find each other, play great basketball. Up and scoop Hollander.
What a
pass.
The
basket.
What a pass by Tim Toro.
Toro also can throw the ball. Jones missed 17-7 after the first quarter. When we come back, Charlie will have a special interview with Mike Ridney after these messages.
Advanced Hoops is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to advancedhoops.com.
How about we cut some fat from the system? How about we lose the hot air and secondhand smoke? Let's give everyone a great choice of doctors and remember we're our own primary care providers. Let's build better plans and pick up some better habits along the way. It's time to be the change we want to see in healthcare and the change we want to see in ourselves. Let's do it all for health. Highmark, Blue Shield.
Guys, I'm with Mike Ritchie from 3-Star Foundation. Mike not only is a coach in 3-Star Foundation, but Mike, you benefited as a young man from 3-Star Services. Talk about how that helped you as a young man.
This program here helped me as a young man because they teach me how to be a man, and these guys was like fathers to me, teaching me how to raise my son and how to get through life with morals and everything like that.
Talk about what you're doing with the young men now in the 3-Star Foundation to make them, better young men today.
Well, they having me now. I'm hoping now to try to get these guys to do what I'm doing now, how to get through the stuff that I got through and hoping them keep their grade point average up, trying to get them through college and everything of that nature. So we try and keep them straight in school.
Well, we're going to get back to basketball, guys, Todd and Jeff, but we'll hear more from the 3-Star Foundation as the afternoon progresses.
A fantastic organization, the 3-Star. Just so many young men, year after year, talking about the benefits of the 3-Star. Champions for life. They get and help so many young men through the back-to-basketball action, and nice turn and little soft shot by Jeremy Horn. That's 4 for him.
Did you see what they needed to do to score, though? He had to shoot from 17 with no rebounders available.
Well, Lower Merion's had to go now. Looks like they've had to pick up man-to-man now because of how hot they are outside-inside. Abington Heights has had that inside-outside game going.
Well, Seth Maxwell at 6'11" is quite a big lad, but Tim Turo is a man in the boys' game.
Just like that, Toro will go to the line, and he'll shoot 2. He drew fouls. He missed, actually 1 for 2. He missed the first 2 foul shots. Turnover-wise, Abington Heights with 1, Lower Merion with 2. Look at this, Abington Heights are 3 for 7 from three-point line. The Lower Merion is 0 for 1. Abington Heights is also 3 for 7 from the field today, and so far Lower Merion 3 for 6. Horn's going to miss another one. Or Toro, excuse me, he's going to miss another. His foul shots do come back to haunt you in close games.
He reminds me a little bit of Dwight Howard, Superman, shooting fouls and everything.
Big shoulders, big kid. He connects on that one. That's 7 for him on the day. Abington Heights staying true to their 2-3 zone. Toro's 1 for 4 from the foul line. Eli Needle in the game for Lower Merion. Horn up and scoots. That's 6 points for him. Horn's a big hand to worry about in there.
He's provided some offensive punch, and they desperately need it.
Lower Merion looking to double. And backside rebound by Maxwell.
Designated shooter, Jackson Danzig, has the ball again.
That's his first miss from out there. But look at that, he scoops it over to his running mate, and Klingman will hit a 3.
Klingman looked good on that one, too.
He sure did. Great release, great skip pass by Hollander to get that bucket.
Boy, if I'm coaching Abington Heights, where a lot of our practice time is outside shooting.
Boy, that's a tough double to get out of. Looks like we're going to have a timeout called out by Lower Merion. He was trapped in the corner, Needle was.
That's a 14-foot double.
Yeah. We'll be right back after these messages.
At Giant, it's never been easier for you to shop smart. Discover low prices on the items you buy most. Save on thousands of items every week with new Red Bonus Buy savings. And with gas rewards, you save big at the pump. You'll love how your savings stack up. Only at Giant. Earn gas extra reward savings every time you shop. And pump up your rewards even more with weekly bonus offers in-ad and in-store. Gas extra rewards go farther at Giant.
Well, welcome back, 21-11. Abington Heights, undefeated team right now. Abington Heights are now 4 for 7 from three-point line. That's been a big difference. I just feel like they've got that inside-outside game.
Well, I thought their Achilles heel was going to be shooting from three, but it doesn't appear to be right now.
They're a hard team to guard, hard team to match up with.
And I love their 2-3. They're playing, it looks like a zone-man combination.
Little matchup, it looks like. And there'll be a foul call out front. And KJ Helton will draw that foul. He'll go to the line. Looks like he's going to shoot two. With these teams playing zone like this right now, boy, the game's really going fast.
The game goes fast. One thing I've noticed is that Abington Heights is coming with a sub. They're not playing a whole lot of people.
We've had one sub so far, so that's what I got to tell you. Coming in now off the, just as we mentioned, coming in for Abington Heights is Rothenberger, not Roethlisberger, but Rothenberger.
Well, Klingman has 2 fouls. I think Abington Heights has a throwback team. They have 5 and they throw them out there. That's old school.
KJ Helton will hit his second. He's 2 for 4 from the line. And a 2-2-1 by Lower Marion.
As soon as Klingman came out of the game, but it was handled very well by number 14.
Look at the ball fake over to the left hand. Nice side with Jackson Danik. And that's 11 already for the sophomore.
He likes to score, it looks like Jackson does.
Well, he finds a way to the cup, and he shoots the ball very well. What a nice player. KJ Helton up and missed. Rebound by Toro. Lower Marion is kind of, Jeff Best would say they've been forced to really have to go to man-to-man because they had struggled in that zone.
They struggled
inside and out.
And Abington Heights shot the ball well.
The zone killer. Look how patient they can be offensively. 4:51 to play here in the second quarter.
Lower Marion's working hard to front the post. It's a hard task.
Look how well they screen. Look at the constant movement in the offense. It's a clinic offensively speaking. Toro up and scoops.
Tim Toro appears to have high basketball intelligence. He does some really nice things.
Just to go inside here and just stay right here. Look at what we've seen so far, the inside-outside game. This is Danzig, the young sophomore. Nice skip over the top of the zone. That's exactly how you can break a zone, called the zone buster.
He says, I'm the shooter.
But he's not finished. Oh, somebody just left him. They left the shooter, and boom, he goes up again.
He goes, I take all the outside shots.
Tell you what, I wish they'd come that easy when I was a kid.
He's got a nice release, doesn't he?
He has 11 points, and then they break the zone. And this is a great move. Ball fake on the right side, scoop on the left side, up and on that side. In this quarter alone, there are 3 threes. Look at 3 of 3 this quarter, and that's just the difference. And they do a good job of pulling away. As soon as Lower Marion made a run to come back and draw within 2, it's like, well, it's getting a little too close for comfort. And
I'm just as impressed with Abington Heights' defense. Lower Marion is having a hard time cracking the veneer of their inside.
Lower Marion is 2 for 5 this quarter.
Well, 3 for 3 shooting isn't bad for a quarter. And Abington Heights is back 2-3. Straight up, looks like a straight up 2-3.
There's a scoop on the backside and steal by Hollander. He's a crafty guard. He'll decide to pull it out. And look, it's a nice scoop pass to the big man who's going to draw the foul. Filling the lane. The big guys run the lane. That's Maxwell. Will go to the line and shoot 2.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Jordan Holland. He could have taken that ball to the hole himself. So unselfish.
Pulls it out, and the big man ran the lane very well.
Reward the big guy who's going to run the lane.
Hustle both sides of the. That's how you do it. I tell you, how many times you get a bucket by just hustling. Maxwell missed his first.
And credit number 23. Horlinger for seeing that.
Watch him pull it out here. He's going to pull it out, scoop to the big man who ran the lane and drew the foul. Maxwell missed both. It's going to be pulled down by Harris. Lower Marion coming up the court. Lower Merion, think about the score, what it'd be right now. Lower Merion, or excuse me, Abington Heights is 1 for 6 from the foul line.
So is that their only Achilles heel?
That might be it right now. Achilles heel might be the foul line right now. 1 for 6 and there's all big man foul shots today.
But they're up 13 points.
Yeah. Great pump faking shot by the big man. And we got a foul call. Looks like it's going to go. We'll see who that's going to go against. I think they're going to call Toro on it.
How about Seth Maxwell? 6'11". He's out at 18 feet. He pumps right and he shoots a jump shot going to his left.
Off the dribble. Better yet. I mean,
what are you saying, Coach? Get inside, please.
I don't know what I'm going to say on that. Probably be a little upset at that one. But, you know, it's something he may take all year long. I didn't see him in the game I saw them play. I did not see him take that type of shot. There's Jones. When Jones gets hot, you got to look out. Terrell Jones, 3-ball.
Well, I noticed Seth has just been replaced in the game, so maybe Coach thought the same way.
Maybe Coach is going to talk to him a little bit about that one.
Nice shot, Terrell. Gives him a breath of life, I think.
That was the first. Jones's shot was the first 3 of the game for Lower Merion.
So they're 1 for 1. They're not shooting enough.
Yeah, they got to put it up.
Pretty good defense from Lower Merion right now out of this 2-3.
How many times you have the coach say you can't score unless you shoot?
Be aggressive, be confident.
Patience being exhibited by Abington Heights. Lower Merion back into their zone.
There's a football quarterback out at the point. Isn't that ironic? He is leading this team, a football quarterback.
And you see, you see the quarterback skills on. I mean, he's 3 steals already. He moves the ball well for Abington Heights, but that's going to be a walk on Danzig. Danzig's a little upset about it. Danzig plays a lot older than a sophomore, doesn't he?
He does. Action Jackson.
He kind of looked at that call and thought, I thought I was allowed at least a step there. It looked like he maybe took an extra little skip hop. Got the walk call.
Said our 3 officials in today's game, Greg Shambaugh, Brad Yinkst, and Jim Elliott, doing a very nice job.
Lower Merion with 5 turnovers. Abington Heights with 3. And there's a foul call. Will that go against Toro? If that is, that'll be a second. No, that'll go against, it'll be called on the guard outside on Rothenberger. Rothenberger will pick up his first foul.
Is that only their 4th team foul?
It's their 4th team foul. Helton will miss the first one. He'll miss both of his free throw opportunities. Those will come back to haunt you.
Is there any idea who's going to get that rebound? Nice dish.
Dish by Toro, and into the game scoring is George Tinsley. That'll be his first of the game. He's 6'3" freshman.
That's their future right there.
Got a hand check call out top. And Lower Merion is 2 for 7 from the foul line. Next foul will be the 1-on-1. Lower Merion will have the ball underneath their basket.
Abington came in with a couple subs with 1:53 left in the half.
Great shot outside, just coming into the game. I tell you what, I'm surprised. That's Jack Forrest. Jack Forrest is the leading 6th man coming off the bench. Forrest didn't even take a second to think about it. Pulls the 3. It's good.
And is that 2 for 2 from 3?
That's 2 for 2 now. Oh, that's going to be blocked outside. And Lower Merion looking to push the ball like we expected.
How about that? I don't like Toro being out of the game for 1 second.
Just like that, Lower Marion's going on a run themselves. Fennell, bucket good.
And neither does Coach, because
we'll be right back. 1:28 to play here on ABC 27.
Right now at Pizza Hut, you can get any 2 medium pizzas for $6.99 each. Choose any crust, any sauce, any toppings. So go for it, America. Get any toppings, any crust flavor, anything you want on any 2 medium pizzas for just $6.99 each. Only at Pizza Hut.
Well, welcome back. 7-point game, and I think the substitutes coming in right away made a difference. Now, the leading sixth man on this team, we've said he's been the spark. I read a lot about this young man. Is coming right in is Jack Forrest. Jack Forrest comes in, hits a three, and then nice push by Finnell. He's been a little bit quiet today, but look at that.
Well, could you say with the Jack, could you say it's a forest in the trees?
Oh, man, it can't be a game without something, Coach. You know, it's not easy being cheesy. We know that. Look at the good defense out front.
Strong post up by Tim Turo. They're running, looks like what appears to be kind of a flex.
Yeah, flex, but with scissor cuts. So I like a lot of sets I've seen Abington Heights run. Danzig will have the ball stolen. Helton scoops through. Might have taken an extra step. Toro pulls it down. Danzig will control it.
Behind the back by Danzig. Jackson.
That is a beautiful play. Danzig scoops up, and Seth Myers is the recipient on the dunk for two. And what a beautiful play. I mean, absolutely gorgeous fast break.
And what high school team doesn't want to see their teammate jam the ball? Is that fun? Is that what makes it fun?
Yeah, but they're going to get Maxwell they're going to get him for a technical because they thought he hung. Now, Maxwell thought somebody was underneath him. If you take a look at it, look how well they get up the floor. Danzig to Maxwell. Maxwell's going up there right there, and
just one chin up.
He pulled himself up on a chin up.
You can do a chin up. How many can you do, though?
Technical foul will be shot by Klingman, or excuse me, that's Zach Miguel. Miguel the line, and he'll make the second.
Zach looked good on the second one there. Nice little run by Lower Marion.
Coming right up at halftime, stay tuned. We'll have a special interview with three-star director Gerald Jarman.
That was a nice looking pull-up by Lower Marion.
We'll have stats and we'll have plays. So stay tuned in our halftime report coming up right after this. 29 seconds to play here in the second quarter.
Marion back in a 2-3, what appears to be a 2-3.
Abington Heights up 8. And Marion just really getting after it now. Look like they got a little bit of gas in their game.
They're playing a 2-3, but they're matching up with the ball handlers.
And they're going to call that a block call. Abington Heights, or Lower Marion coaching staff, with a little bit upside. It looked like an elbow got thrown there.
Well, that was mixed martial arts in basketball.
Noah Fennell will go down. Looks like he got hit in the neck in the Adam's apple. Coach, you know how hard that is. We'll take a look at it. Great defense, just a swing through.
We're playing European now a lot in this high school game, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's got him right in the Adam's apple.
It didn't look as bad on the replay as it appeared.
It didn't. Torres scoop up and miss. And Lower Marion will have the ball with 8 seconds to play here, down 8.
That was a big miss for their confidence going into the locker room, wasn't it, Todd? If they can convert here.
I believe you're right. Helton to the basket, scoop up, he'll miss. Gets one more look at it with the tip, but it's no good. And 29-21 halftime, Abington Heights, Lower Marion. Coming right up at halftime, special interview with three-star director Gerald Jarman. And we'll have our stats, and we'll talk maybe a little bit of the third game coming up too as well on the high school shootout here in Harrisburg. We'll be back after these messages.
There's a place where kids really connect to learning. Commonwealth Connections Academy. It's a tuition-free, fully accredited online public school where students find devoted, enthusiastic teachers like never before. Commonwealth Connections Academy, the online public school.
Ruff Tractor and Equipment is PA's full-line equipment dealer representing Case Construction along with other leading manufacturers. Serving the total sales, rental parts, and service needs of its customers. Ruff Tractor paves the way for your project from start to finish, featuring the latest parts and equipment from Case Construction and more. Ruff also offers 24/7 job site support. Ruff Tractor is your #1 source for everything under construction.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
Right now at Pizza Hut, you can get any 2 medium pizzas for $6.99 each. Choose any crust, any sauce, any toppings. So go for it, America. Get any toppings, any crust flavor, anything you want on any 2 medium pizzas for just $6.99 each. Only at Pizza Hut.
Karen has 459 friends, but none of them made sure she got home okay. None of them suggested she skip the next drink, try a glass of water, or maybe just call it a night. Karen has 459 friends, but tonight, what she really needed was one good one.
Is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to Advanced Student.
Well, welcome back. We're here at the halftime, the Highmark Halftime Report, and we're here with Director of the 3-Star, Gerald Jarman. We've heard so many great things going on with your 3-Star Foundation. More importantly, the impact it's making in the Harrisburg area with a lot of young men. And I've always said that young men need champions in their life. We all do. We've all had those. Talk about the impact and how many kids right now that you have in the program in 3-Star.
Well, the 3-Star Foundation is outreach geared towards reaching at-risk youth through the vehicle of sports. And the 3 areas we focus on is spirit, mind, and body. And so what we do is we provide a vehicle, we provide an opportunity to reach a lot of the young people in the city, in the Harrisburg community. And we partner with the Boys and Girls Club, we partner with the Harrisburg School District, we partner with several other entities, Diacon Wilderness Center, just to really have an opportunity to reach these young people and not just do another quote-unquote program, but to really mentor them and teach them about life, teach them the importance of getting an education, balancing a checkbook, spirituality, your faith, and things of that nature. So, and to answer your question, there's about 65 young men from the Harrisburg School District right now who are in our program, the winter program, which is a basketball league. And half of their time is spent on the basketball court. The other half is spent in our mandatory mentoring sessions, in which they are impacted about life skills and things of that nature.
And, you know, when we talk about this impact, you have teamed up with so many quality guys. I've seen Rashawn Carlton, some of the great talent that we've had basketball-wise, but guys have gone on and been so successful in their lives outside as fathers and impact people in their communities. Like I've seen Rashawn, and talk a little bit about how you're getting involved. You know, you're getting a lot of the former athletes from this area who have walked these grounds, really, to be honest with you, now making that impact with these young men.
Yeah, well, I can't rave enough, to be honest, about the volunteers. You know, the volunteers are who make the program. You know, I'm the director. I'm kind of out front. I'm here doing this interview today.
Yeah.
However, the volunteers, and I've had some who've been with me for 7 and 8 years, volunteers who are committed to reaching the youth.
Yeah.
Some are Harrisburg School District teachers. Again, Rashawn Carlton, who's the AD and athletic director at Penn State Harrisburg. There's a number of other individuals who partner with us from different walks of life in the community who all have a passion to impact this generation and see them become something and not a statistic.
Yes, exactly. Now, as you're going into this new year, can you talk about a couple of events you would have coming up 3-Star for people at home listening? Because this 3-Star is just, there's constant things going on for these young men to be involved.
Yeah, well, currently, again, we're in our the Winter Basketball League, which is about 65 young men who attend Harrisburg High, Sci Tech, some are homeschooled, and so forth. From this, we'll go into our spring program, which will involve AAU. We'll put together a couple AAU teams, and they'll actually play in different AAU tournaments in the spring, about 3 or 4 tournaments. We also will try to get a team from the Boys and Girls Club to put in AAU tournaments too as well, to give them that exposure, something they never had before, to compete and travel. From there, we'll go into the summer, in which we'll have a summer program as well. Keep them active, keep them busy, off the street. Summertime is a tough time because they don't have no structure.
Yes.
So we try to provide a year-round program, and that's our goal, is to provide a year-round outreach to where they have something to be engaged in, and something having to challenge them and encourage them. And I'm saying all this, but it's not easy.
No.
These young men to work with in their home life, some of them are living on their own, and these are guys who are 16, 17, living on their own, or don't know when the next meal is going to come. So it's a challenge.
Well, we appreciate it, and we know the great things that 3 Star is doing. I mean, numerous times here in interviews through the years, I've got to talk to former participants who have now started to give back in the 3 Star program. So we know the difference it's making. Folks, find out more about the 3 Star Foundation. This is Gerald Jarman, Coach Jarman, I like to call him. We'll be back with more of our high mark halftime stats and reports in this Lower Merion and Abington Heights game. And then we got another one coming up, too, Harrisburg and Penwood after this one. More. Stick around after these messages.
Advanced Hoops is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to advancedhoops.com.
There's a place where kids really connect to learning. Commonwealth Connections Academy. It's a tuition-free, fully accredited online public school where students find devoted, enthusiastic teachers like never before. Commonwealth Connections Academy, the online public school.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
At Giant, it's never been easier for you to shop smart. Discover low prices on the items you buy most. Save on thousands of items every week with new Red Bonus Buy savings. And with gas rewards, you save big at the pump. You'll love how your savings stack up. Only at Giant. Earn Gas Extra Reward savings every time you shop, and pump up your rewards even more with weekly bonus offers in-ad and in-store. Gas Extra Rewards go farther at Giant.
Right now at Pizza Hut, you can get any 2 medium pizzas for $6.99 each. Choose any crust, any sauce, any toppings. So go for it, America. Get any toppings, any crust flavor, anything you want on any 2 medium pizzas for just $6.99 each. Only at Pizza Hut.
Welcome back. Abington Heights 21, Lower Merion 29-21. Look at the three-point range, 4 for 8. Jackson Danzig did a lot of that damage. The sophomore for Abington Heights, he had 11. He's the leading scorer on the day. But 3 threes from outside there. Turnovers are even at 5. Free throws are hurting Abington Heights a little bit. I know Coach and the coaching staff of Abington Heights would love to have them back. They're 1 for 7. Field goals, though, 7 for 14. Rebounds pretty even. I mean, the game, interesting to note, inside the numbers, it's pretty straightforward, isn't it? It's pretty even.
It's tightened up quite a great deal.
When you just take a look at it, I think the difference has been 22 here. I mean,
his father is the head coach at the University of Scranton, the head basketball coach at the University of Scranton. Think he gets in that gym and shoots a little bit?
I think he gets in there pretty often, Jackson Danzig. And then you see inside, you see the big guy, Jeremy Horn, for Lower Merion, but back again, Danzig, who has 11 on the night. And it's one of the big things we saw in that first half was this right here, rebounds by guys like that.
That's my play of the game so far.
When you see Tim Toro, 43, the big guy, 6'7", 6'8", pulling the boards like that. Abington Heights big, they're going to be back to 2-3, and we're starting our third quarter. Lower Merion will have the ball down 8.
I thought Lower Merion had some good energy at the end of the half. They sped the game up, and they need to do that. They can't play half court with these guys.
Well, after their last timeout call, you saw really the Aces really started stepping up their game and getting after a little more defensively, Jeff. It'll be a turnover.
Good hands by Tim Turrell.
Terrell Jones turns the ball over.
One of Lower Merion's players from last year, Jewel Brown, is now playing at Dickinson College. I've watched him. He's exciting, fun to watch.
Very good player. Nice way to put it on the floor. That's Seth Maxwell. Maxwell 4.
He said, give me a layup and I'll twist it at the end.
He dribbles the ball fairly well for a 6'10 kid. I tell you what, he's not afraid to put it on the floor. We saw him in the first half shoot off the dribble a little bit.
If you watch on a replay, he had a little Julius McCoy twist at the end.
He sure did. He'll shoot 2. Actually, a second one.
It was an N1 play, so he got 3 on that
I'll
one.
take that play. That was an N1.
College coaches will love to see that, him finishing like that.
Abington Heights to stay true to that 2-3 zone. They like to play it a lot. And why not with that size that they have?
Danzig said, I'll take that rebound.
Lower Marion's gone back to man-to-man. They started the game in the zone. Danzig will miss.
Nice big rebound by Tim Turrell.
You miss on the other end by Lower Merion, and Toro will pull it down. You only get one shot at it. I'll tell you what, shots do not come easy against this Abington Heights team. Rare turnover out front by Jordan Holander, but the ball's
Jordan played that off pretty well, didn't he?
I tell you what, Jordan Holander, I thought it came off of his knee, but Abington Heights will have the ball back. Scoop up, look at that pass.
Alley-oop.
Maxwell gets the recipient of the alley-oop, and he's got 6, and there's going to be a block out front on Holander.
Terrell Jones looked like Jewel Brown, hit a former Lower Merion player in that last play too, that drive to the hole. How about Jordan Hollinger with the alley-oop?
Beautiful pass, beautiful look, and when your big men have good hands, I tell you what, these guys are good with the ball. They're going to get Maxwell with the foul. He got around the other side. Looks like he held on the jersey a little bit.
Didn't get his feet quite around. He was looking to get in good defensive position. Didn't get his feet in the proper position. Got called for the foul.
When you think about the Abington Heights inside the paint, points in the paint, 10 for 16. Good a scoop on the other side and miss. Nice move, but misses by Harris.
Maxwell pulling it down.
Abington Heights looking to pull down. Looks like they missed Toro cutting through the lane. He really wanted it. Hollander will pick the ball up.
Very nice pass.
Danzig behind the back. Throws it away. But look on the other side. My goodness, what a block by Tim Toro. There's going to be a walk call, and Abington Heights will have the ball back. Man, oh man, do they swat shots. They bring everything when they – I tell you what, they're just tough to get anything easy against this team.
I'm going to go back to Jackson Danzig's last pass. He might be taken to the woodshed by his father for that behind-the-back soft pass.
He was in the lane, in traffic, behind his back, threw it away. Going to come back and ball's tipped. He's going to get it back. Look at the pass, though, on the inside on the dunk by Seth Maxwell.
Okay,
that's
everything's
8 for Maxwell.
good.
Yeah.
Everything's good. That was a great pass.
Lower Merion will take a timeout with 5:20 to play here in the third quarter. We'll be back 36-21.
The Brenner family of dealerships gives you better pricing, better customer service, better selection, and a better service department for the life of your vehicle. We'll show you how at Brenner Chrysler Jeep, Brenner Nissan, and Brenner Pre-Owned. The Brenner family of dealerships on the Carlisle Pike, Mechanicsburg, and on Paxton Street, Harrisburg. 24/7 at BrennerFamily.com. Serving Central PA for over 94 years.
Well, welcome back. A happy crowd here in the stand, 36-21. And a perfect, well, I'm sorry, 3 for 4 this half, Abington Heights is. But Maxwell's been the difference. I mean, he's starting to fill the lane a little bit. He's
good
6'10",
to the last drop.
And Coach, I tell you what, you're only allowed one of those a game. You keep them coming. Seth Maxwell now with 9, and he has 7 this quarter. And just like that, Abington Heights opened that lead up a little bit more. And
I can't help but think that the coach said, we got to stop Turo. And all of a sudden, Maxwell, the floodgates are open for Seth.
You're right. I mean, you stop one, you got the other one. It's just pick your poison. And we've said that in the coaching world a lot. With this Abington Heights team, they're very impressive. Points in the paint, they have 20. Lower Merion has 10. That's the difference. High percentage shots when you're getting 20 points in the lane. Much needed outside shot by Helton.
Okay, if that's all you give us, we'll take it.
Helton has 5.
Lower Merion has somehow managed to stay in the game with some sniping.
Good hustle going down the floor. Klingman will lose the ball. He's pretty upset about it.
Greg Shambaugh has that call.
Got to give the ball back to Lower Merion. Big possession for him right here, Jeff.
Yeah, they sniped a 3 last time. Took their time, were very patient.
Outside again, they'll hit another one. That's Noah Fennell. That's what he's been doing all year. That's why I was a little surprised it was kind of cold early on. And Abington Heights will take a timeout to think about it. We'll be back right after these messages on ABC 27.
Did he hit both of those?
How about we cut some fat from the system? How about we lose the hot air and secondhand smoke? Let's give everyone a great choice of doctors and remember we're our own primary care providers. Let's build better plans and pick up some better habits along the way. It's time to be the change we want to see in healthcare and the change we want to see in ourselves. Let's do it all for health. Highmark, Blue Shield.
Back to third quarter play. Lower Merion 4 for 5 from 3 here, and that's keeping them in the ball game. Jeff, as you said, they've sniped a few, and I'm telling you what, they're not just 19-9 away. They're 22 away when they're pulling that up.
Wow, that's interesting.
They're in college NBA range.
Well, if you're shooting 80% from 3, it means you're shooting 120% from 2.
That's right. Hollander will bring the ball up now. Lower Merion going man, looking to trap a little bit. They'll go inside to Toro, and Toro will score with his left hand.
That's Katie barred the door there.
Toro was a little quiet here to start the second quarter. He has 11. It's really the go-to man there in the first half. Ball bounces off the back of Danzig head, and Jones gets it, scoops and misses. Danzig will pull the rebound down.
That was a great bounce for Lower Merion, but they couldn't convert.
Be a foul out front on Fennell.
If Abington Heights can slow the game down and get it inside, it's pretty going to be hard for Lower Merion to.
I'd agree. That. I mean, the impact of the inside-outside game opened their outside game early in the first half. Lower Marion's going to continue to have to really get after it defensively, won't they, to continue to stay with this team, because Abington Heights they can score at will when they make it look easy inside.
They do. Now, Tim Toro's out of the game right now.
That was a great play. We've seen that when the old high screen from the foul line for the alley-oop.
The pass was just a little deep.
Just a little deep, didn't convert on it, but you kind of saw it coming.
That's 83% now.
That's 5 for 6. That's Helton with another 3 outside. He has 8.
Incredible shooting. We saw it in the last game, too. 7 for 13 from 3. And that sniping has gotten them right back into the basketball game.
They're down 8. McGill will foul off the top of the key. This quarter alone, Lower Merion is 3 for 3 from the three-point line. And 5 for 6 for the game. But Lower Merion has not made a 2-point shot this half. But do you really need it when you're sniping those shots deep outside, Jeff? Isn't that amazing?
It's pretty impressive.
We've talked about many times the impact of the three-point line in the game of basketball.
Looks like Tim Turo is putting his contacts back in on the sidelines. I wondered why they would take him out of the game.
And I tell you, that's hard if you don't have your trainer there. You know how gritty those things can get and trying to put this back in your eyes before the game. Go to Maxwell. Maxwell, he's very smooth with that move. He likes to get the defender off their feet, and he'll go by you with the dribble. Marion getting after it with the trap. They're going to force a turnover on Abington Heights. Helton bringing it up the floor. Great scoop pass to Dion Harris. Harris will score it. That's his first 2 of the game.
Dion looks good. He looked good finishing that time. Strong body.
6-point game. Forcing turnovers now. And looks like it's going to be a foul. It's going to go against Maxwell. And that's going to put Dion Harris to the foul line. And 6-point game, and things have turned around quickly here in favor of Lower Marion in the third quarter.
Yeah, but Superman's coming back in. Here comes Tim Turo subbing back. It looks like he got his eyes figured out. That was a nice flurry by Lower Marion, wasn't it?
Give them a lot of credit. They have not stopped playing hard.
Checking back into the game for Abington Heights is number 43, Tim Toro.
Tim Toro will check back in. Harris with his second one. He'll miss both. Good pressure being applied to the ball by Zach McGill. There'll be a timeout against Abington Heights. We'll be right back after these messages.
Is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to Advanced Hoop.
Jeff, I'd like to point out, coming back here in this third quarter with 2:28 to play, Lower Marion 3 for 10 from the foul line. It's a different ball game.
How do you figure that out? They're 5 for 6 from 3 and 3 for 10 from the foul line.
The free ones, they're not hitting. And early on, remember the first half, Abington Heights was 1 for 7 from the foul line. That's coming back to haunt them. So the foul line tonight has not been generous here.
Do kids practice more from 20 feet than they do from 15?
Anymore, I wonder. I've been out of the game since 04 as a coach. At times it doesn't seem that long. But Abington Heights, 1 for 8 from the foul line.
Combined 4 for 18, 22% combined for the game.
22%. Great math out of Jeff Thompson, who's also a guidance counselor. But somewhere you had some math skills. It's that Dickinson College education. It's like an Ivy League school you went to. It's like the little Princeton.
It's the Ivy League of Carlisle.
That's right. It's the Ivy League of Pennsylvania. Quick math.
A little man-to-man here from Lower Marion.
We appreciate Gary Sutton here with us tonight, also doing stats. He'll be doing play-by-play in our next game. Coach Sutton, as you remember, state champion in Columbia. I want to say many moons ago, but I don't like to age any of us. It doesn't seem that long ago.
Gary had a storied career, that's for sure, as a basketball coach, and he's throwing papers at us fast as we can read them.
Let's take a look at this last play.
Nice back
Scoop
door.
inside, back door on Danzig, but he misses it. And the ball's just floating in the air. Beautiful camera work by our Invicta crew tonight.
That was a nicely set up backdoor play.
All right, Lower Marion down 6 with 1:48 to play here. Looks like they're going to exhibit some patience against this 2-3 zone. One of the things, that's what I was getting ready to say, they really haven't attacked that zone of that. But that's how you do it right there. Get into that zone, make an impact. Jones will score a bucket. Terrell Jones, the leading scorer for Lower Marion, has 5.
Terrell Jones.
It's a 4-point game. There's a foul on the floor. There was no basket. The foul will be called against Eli Needle of Lower Marion. And Abington Heights will have it underneath. Take a look at this foul up front. A lot of hustle, a lot of getting after it, and just, I don't know.
In the NBA, that is good. Probably in college, that's good.
Yeah. Abington Heights, we had a whistle. Eli Needle will be picked up with another foul. And they're dangerous under these basket. Danzig coming off the screen. The bucket will be good. Continuation foul. The kid's a nice player.
He's a nice player, and he's been open on back doors 2 of the last 3 possessions.
It's 13 for Danzig. He'll go to the line to convert the and one. Take a look at Comes up, cuts hard, gets the guy off his feet.
That's a nice out-of-bounds play. I think I'm putting that in my repertoire.
At the line, Danzig shooting one.
You can never have enough out-of-bounds plays.
No, and I tell you what, Abington Heights has scored off of that, or they've drawn fouls a lot tonight off their out-of-bounds play. They're dangerous underneath. Maxwell scoops it up, misses. Boy, I bet he'd like to have that one again. He's frustrated with himself for missing that one.
I was going to say that Maxwell plucked it from behind, but that was a pluck right there by the quarterback, Jordan Hollinger.
Hollander, again, comes up. The guy is really, really crafty.
He's not really looking for a shot, is he? He said, I'll feed those guys.
Torres scoops around and misses. Danzig will pull the rebound down. It'll be a fight for it. It'll be knocked out of bounds. The ball will be awarded back to Abington Heights. A little bit of scramble out there. Fennell hustling, both of them hustling.
Todd, look at the score. It's a 6-point game.
It's kind of unbelievable tonight, especially from the foul line, the situation, but that's what kept this game close. If you're
What if this game turns into a foul shooting contest in the fourth quarter?
Could be a long night for both teams.
Well, they're very patient right now.
Abington Heights 5 for 8 from 2. Turnovers, Abington Heights 9, Lower Merion 7. 16 total turnovers here in the second half.
And Seth just took a 3. Pulled the string a little bit on it, but they came up with the rebound. Number 11 came up with the rebound. What a pass.
Scoop to Maxwell with his third dunk of the game, finishing strong.
Colin Klingman, the player of that possession. Offensive rebound, great dish.
11 points for Maxwell. 6 of those have come on. Boy, he makes those on dunks, solid dunks. He makes them look easy. He finishes well.
He's a long young man, isn't he?
Sure is.
Now, if Lower Merion can have a good possession here, they come in with some confidence.
There's a spark off the bench. He'll miss it. And just like that, fourth quarter action coming up, 42-35. More to play on ABC 27.
The Brenner family of dealerships gives you better pricing, better customer service, better selection, and a better service department for the life of your vehicle. We'll show you how at Brenner Chrysler Jeep, Brenner Nissan, and Brenner Pre-Owned. The Brenner family of dealerships on the Carlisle Pike, Mechanicsburg, and on Paxton Street, Harrisburg. 24/7 at BrennerFamily.com. Serving Central PA for over 94 years.
Welcome back, 42-34. Our final 8 minutes here. Lower Merion, Abington Heights, good game. Lower Merion has played tight, kept the game close.
It looks like Abington's winning by a lot, but they're only up a couple buckets. It's a style of play. Lower Merion has, as you said, their pedigree will not allow them to get beaten.
7 state champions. They won 3 in a row, 42, 43, and 44. 1940, if anybody even remembers, but
hey, it counts. It's all history.
It is history. 7 of them total. 2013 was their last state championship win.
Abington Heights just had a nice high-low. Jackson couldn't handle the ball where he would have had an easy deuce. Terrell looks like he wants to pull the trigger, doesn't he?
He sure does. He's outside there, and you know, he just penetrates the gap there a little bit.
I think we're going to see one fly in the next 10 seconds.
Lower Merion exhibiting patience here. Nice cut by Helton. Helton's going to go back to Harris. Harris is going to get it blocked by the big guys. Man, oh man. But it's going to be out of bounds, so Abington Heights stepped on the line when they got the ball back. Maxwell on the line, so Lower Merion will have it underneath their basket.
And figure that. Deion Harris, 6'6", tries to go up and doesn't even come close to getting
and
it off.
And he's 6'6". Look at it. Take it. Look at it again. One pump fake and boom, and the back guy gets him. Toro gets him from the backside. Rebound Toro. Danzig will bring it away. 10 turnovers for Abington Heights, 7 Lower Merion.
And that was a nice look by Noah Fennell, but they need to hit all of them.
Danzig outside. That's his 4th. 3-point shot. Danzig. Boy, it looks good when it leaves his hands.
He's a shooter.
He has 16. He's the leading scorer. Jones knocks one down.
Terrell had that itch. He had the itch 2 possessions ago.
He has 8 points, Terrell Jones.
Todd, that was a really big answer for Lower Merion.
Much needed. Scoop, and looks like it's going to be a charge call. Needle will take the charge. Klingman will be called on the charge, and he went baseline really hard. Great charge take.
That was a senior Eli Needle taking that charge.
That last 3 by Abington Heights was their first 3 attempt this quarter. So that should tell you a little bit of something. They were hot early on. Thought Jones might pull that one.
Yeah, he might as well.
6:16 to play here. Jones going to the basket hard. Look at him. Scoops it outside and finds him. I tell you what, I don't even know how he got the shot off. But Zach Mago.
Very unselfish by Terrell Jones. Because he could have thrown that one up himself.
A
5-point game.
5-point game, just like that. And there'll be a foul call down on the. That'll be awarded underneath for Abington Heights.
Well, I think they're going to be shooting a one-on-one.
Well, it's 1-on-1 now. Take that back.
And
Lower Merion are 6 for 10 from threes. That's what's kept them in the game.
Oh, unbelievable.
70% from the 3-point line today.
And if Jordan might be the answer from the foul line.
Hollander gets a nice friendly roll. Game just got a lot tighter.
There's a good shot of Coach Bianchi. I understand his first coaching job was in this mid-state area at Line Mountain.
Toro will go to line. There's a foul call. Toro will go to line. He'll shoot 1-on-1. When you look on the other side of the bench and you look at Greg Downer, he's been at Lower Merion since 1991, so he's had a long career at Lower Merion.
He's seen some things happen there.
With the coaching turnover these days, it's hard to see guys in it for that long anymore.
No, it's a grind. It's a year-round grind is what it is. A lot of work. Rewarding, but a ton of work.
Yeah, hats off to all the guys out there doing the job, men and women across our country coaching.
Hey, that was interesting. Number 11 for Lower Merion, Zach McGill. Nice check out on Tim Turo. Ended up getting the foul.
For a little guy, put the body on him.
Boxing out, the lost art.
Abington Heights 4 for 12 from the foul line. It's really coming back to hurt him. It's kept this game close.
Well, that's the only way I can see them losing is to continue to shoot fouls like that.
Harris is going to get a shot blocked, and you said it before. Harris is 6'4", and he struggles. Well, it's 6'10", blocking a shot, and 6'8".
He just won't be able to shoot over him. What a hustle play. Oh.
Maxwell scoops and puts it up.
Jordan Hollinger, that was an incredible hustle play after number 11, Zach McGill, made a tremendous hustle play.
Maxwell with 13. You're right. McGill did make a nice hustle play. McGill's going to pull it up. He'll miss it.
Those two bookends are impressive inside. Do they kill clock now, or do they still keep looking for backdoor situations?
Well, I mean, up 9. I don't know. I would say easy buckets. You got two big guys inside.
Lower Merion just had a real nice trap there.
I thought Klingman might put that one up. He's going to look inside to Toro. Toro, nice scoop up and spin move. It's good off the glass.
Well,
bucket's good, and Lower Marion's going to want a timeout. We'll pause here on come back. ABC 27, more action.
Karen has 459 friends, but none of them made sure she got home okay. None of them suggested she skip the next drink, try a glass of water, or maybe just call it a night. Karen has 459 friends. But tonight, what she really needed was one good one.
Well, we've got 11-point game now. Lower Merion down 11, 4:21 to play. Look at this from the field here. Abington Heights this half from 2 high percentage shots are 8 for 11, and points in the paint. That has been the difference. The points in the paint today by Abington Heights. Lower Merion has continued to make it close, and you talked about just pedigree alone. They hustle, they get after it, they don't give up.
They're an excellent ball club, but the bookends are very impressive. The bookends, a coach's son who can shoot the ball, and 2 great athletes. What a team.
I would agree. I'm sure that there's a lot of season really for both of these teams coming up.
Yeah, they'll have fun. They'll have fun well into the postseason.
Jones will take it to the basket just when you need it. You see why he's their leading scorer.
Terrell Jones wasn't content to just shoot a 3, and he wanted to make something happen.
He's now in double digits, 10 points tonight. But he'll pick up a foul on the backside, and that's going to put Jordan
Hollinger right on back on the foul line.
Well, that's going to put him at the foul line. We know he's a good shooter. Stay tuned, fans, for our Advanced Hoops post-game show coming up. Then we'll have Harrisburg, Pennswood.
Coach, if I'm coaching this team, I want these 2 guards to shoot 100 foul shots a day.
You don't want to. Yeah, you want to keep them at the foul line. We know they were 1 for 8 in the first. Well, just to start the fourth quarter. Excuse me. Now,
but they're in the double bonus now. He gets 2 attempts.
They're 3 for 11 from the foul line. That's kept this game close. It's the difference. Make it 3 for 12. This is giving Lower Merion a chance to stay right in this ball game. 3:47 to play.
It's the only thing that's really keeping them in. And that.
Helton's going to drill another one from outside. That's his 3rd.
And now it's a 6-point game again. 2 missed foul shots and a 3.
Helton with 11. Jeff, when do you take that time? When do you just say, hey, Toro Maxwell for the rest of the game? Look at a scoop and miss move.
Well, it looked like they
around the
tried
basket
right there.
by Maxwell. They're 8 for 12 from 3 is Lower Merion. 5 for 9 for 3 make that 9 for 13. Helton drills another one.
And that's a timeout by Abington Heights.
Folks, we'll be right back on ABC 27. More to play here. We've got a game.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
Well, welcome back. 9 for 13. Lower Merion is on the game. 7 for 9 from three-point line. Helton 2 in a row there. And that's kept this ball game close. There he is again.
Ditto for KJ.
It's almost a carbon copy of what we saw in the play before that.
KJ was feeling it. Why not give it back to him? As a matter of fact, I think I'd give it back to him again.
I mean, 9 for 13. Now, you're not getting a lot inside. You'll take it, wouldn't you? If you're an Aces head coach.
And it's not just one player. It's several players are 9 for 13. So are they carving up the 2-3 zone?
Well, Jeff, let's go inside the huddle. If you're Abington Heights, what are you telling your guys right now? I think I know what you're saying, but I want to hear it from you.
Well, let's go back inside. If we have a wide open 3 from number 22, Jackson will take it, but pound it inside. We just missed it.
If you're Lower Merion, do you play honest right here, or you throw a trap on them?
Well, I think you have to trap the guards. You've had some success doing that, disrupting them a little bit.
Lower Merion now going to play a good, strong man-to-man.
They get it inside to Turo. Off number, I believe that was off KJ, but
Wow, it's going to stay here. Abington Heights will have it.
He was lobbying for that call, wasn't he?
He sure was lobbying for it. You know how, getting that ball back down 51-48,
Yeah, we're at crunch time now.
I tell you what, they're tough to defend underneath the basket. Look at that. Toro up and scoops up and good.
That was
and
just a screen
box
across,
to
roll
box.
back.
They've been doing it all game. Just screen and roll back is working. I've seen that at least 3 to 4 times on that out-of-bounds play. Maybe you just consider maybe 2-3 in them underneath the basket.
Dare him to shoot.
53-48. Helton going to the basket. Looked like he drew a foul. He scoops. He'll miss. Maxwell pull it down. And Danzig back to Hollander to bring it up the court.
Abington Heights showed a little bit more man pressure that time on the ball.
Hollander will be fouled out front.
Now, do you go to Hacky Shack now, the Hack-a-Shack?
I think you can almost afford to foul them because of what, the track record here tonight from the foul line. They are 3 for 13 from the foul line.
They'll have to make foul shots to close this game out. They're going to have to make foul shots.
Now, if you're looking at this game, Lower Marion they're 9 2-point shots, but 9 3-point shots. So, and as Coach Sutton says on our stats, they've made 3 foul shots.
3 for 12, but Abington Heights, they could have salted the game away.
Boy, it's like they got a lid on there when it comes to the foul line.
Keep the door open.
Boy, does that give you a heart attack if you're a coach. I know. Well, tomorrow night they don't have any opportunity to work on it. They play Scranton. Big league matchup for them tomorrow night, the Lackawanna division that they're in.
Well, maybe they go into the gym and shoot foul shots.
Oh, Helton scoops the ball up, gets a steal. It's going to get Orlando. They're on the floor.
That's unbelievable.
Scoop up for Needle. Needle scoops to his running mate. Fennell will finish the bucket. 53-50, 149 to play. And they're coming up with another one. And there's a foul call out front on Helton. And the Lower Marion Aces fans do not like this call. 147 to play. That's going to send Abington Heights to the foul line. And their best foul shooter, Danzig, will go to the line to shoot 2. Coach's son going to the line. I don't know if you want to send him.
He's got 2 shots. I just want to say the action the last 30 seconds was frantic. It was absolutely frantic.
Well, you know one thing. The game's on the line here. 53-50, 147 to play. They're getting after it defensively. And look here. Oh, man, I don't know. Make it 5 for 16 now from the foul line for Abington Heights. Danzig.
Is Jackson the answer from the foul line? How quickly did that change? If Lower Marion had gotten that ball, they had a chance to tie.
18 points for Danzig tonight. 140 to play, 5-point game. Stay tuned, got another great matchup. Harrisburg-Penwood coming right up. Needle from the outside. Needle will miss. Jones on the other side. Boy, oh boy, it's tough to get that off, but Jones will go to the line. He'll shoot 2.
Terrell gave him a breath of life right there,
He really did. He's quick with that first step. Very athletic guard.
I know I've said it twice before, but he reminds me of Jewel Brown. Almost a carbon copy.
Needle will miss. And look at this. We'll see if Jones converts on his second one. Entering the game for the first time. Well, it's a 3-point game.
That's some clutch foul shooting right there from Terrell.
Walford will enter the game for Lower Marion. And they're going back to their 2-1-2.
Will the pressure work? They just need it one time.
Danzig being trapped outside. He'll scoop and throw to Maxwell. Maxwell's there to finish it. It's up and good. When in doubt, go to the big man.
Yeah, how nice is it to have a 6'11" under the basket when you're in trouble?
15 points for Maxwell tonight. It's a 5-point game. Nice little runner, but Helton will miss it. Fennell outside. He'll miss. Looks like there's a push in the back. They're going to call. That's going to go against Klingman.
KJ had a nice teardrop. It just didn't go. And we had a good look from 3.
And Abington Heights are starting to get, well, they're 4 for 4 from 2 this quarter from it. But it's in the paint. It's paint buckets.
It's paint. If I'm going to pick a player of the game, I'm picking 2, and it's those 2 post guys.
Yeah, I don't know how you don't. I mean, Danzig did some nice things, too. He's the leading scorer with 18, but Maxwell with 15. But Maxwell just seems to be there when you need it, he and Toro.
Yeah, they're...
There, Maxwell converts from the foul line when he needs one.
And this makes it, if he hits this one, it's a 3-possession game, and he looked good on that last foul shot.
30 points in the paint for Abington Heights tonight. Lower Merion, 14 points in the paint.
I think that's been the game. I think the two guys in the post have carried them. And here's an offensive rebound by Tim Toro.
Boy, it's so hard. Toro pulls it down, goes out to Danzig outside, and Lower Merion is going to have to foul. Fennell will be picked up with the foul. That's going to send Klingman to the line to shoot 2. 6-point game, 44 seconds here. Stay tuned. Right after this, Harrisburg, Penwood. Gary Sutton on our color commentary. I'll do play-by-play.
And I'll be out.
Jeff, we appreciate it. We've had such a great season. It's been exciting. You know, this season we've had on the guys' side. There've been a lot of close games. Nobody's really walked away with anything. Game like this game, it's never been in doubt, really. It's always been in doubt. This game, I will say this: 59-52, 44 seconds. Lower Merion never seems to be out of it.
They have a never-say-die attitude, don't they?
Jones looks like he was going to pull.
Jones is going to have to do something.
Jones going to the basket hard. He'll get it stripped away by Danzig. But they'll retain the possession underneath their basket. 32 seconds to play here.
They're not out of the game. If they can score, get a score here, they need to have something strong going to the hole.
And, you know, Abington Heights hasn't been too sure for the foul line, so they can convert here, even 2. Helton pulls up for 3. He drills it.
He is an assassin from 3, isn't he?
He is 15 points from there, 17 total. Now got a quick foul. It's a 4-point game. And that will send Klingman to the foul line for shooting 2. But, again, not a sure thing right now.
No, Todd, you called that earlier.
And that was a tough 3 to hit. You got to come off a curl, and he pulled up and was able to manage to get his feet behind the line. Klingman will convert it.
Oh, that was
make it
key
a 5-point
right there.
game. 2 possessions.
Abington Heights is setting up their fort right now.
That's got to make Coach Bianchi happy. They converted the last 2. Look at that scoop up. It's going to go up in the air. Lower Merion up and no good. It's a good look by Jack Forrest. Toro up and pounds it down.
That's an exclamation point right there.
And that'll be the ball game, 62-55, exclamation point. Toro finishing it off. Abington Heights Comets come away 62-55, and our player of the game, I think you got to go with. You want to go with Toro?
I go with the Twin Towers.
Go with 2 big men. We're going to go with Seth Maxwell and Tim Toro as our players of the game. We'll be back with our wrap-up and one more game after this, Harrisburg Penwoods, after these messages.
Look, Ryan. Shh. Look over there. I see it. Is that what I think it is? That's a beauty. Wait. Look. There's an even bigger one. Oh, wow. Shh. Oh, man. Don't worry, buddy. I know where there's a whole herd of them.
Stop by Hoffman Ford. You'll be sure to save a lot of bucks.
Today, we have some breaking news on the West Shore. Some spraining, twisting, popping news. It appears that Mechanicsburg is getting a state-of-the-art OSS orthopedic urgent care. This is what we know so far. OSS urgent care is much faster than the emergency room. All patients will be seen by orthopedic experts. Costs are typically less, and OSS is open 7 days a week. Remember, if you have a sprain, pop, or break to report, go right to the experts. OSS Orthopedic Urgent Care. 2 great locations, York and now Mechanicsburg. Now that's some good news.
Hey guys, just in time.
When Julie wanted to provide some stability for her 2 boys, she reached out to the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency for her home loan. We're proud we could help Julie and her family. If you're looking for an affordable home loan or refinancing option, give us a call. We offer down payment and closing cost assistance too. Call us weekdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or check our website. We're the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. We help homeownership dreams come true.
Ruff Tractor and Equipment is PA's full line equipment dealer representing Case Construction along with other leading manufacturers. Serving the total sales, rental parts, and service needs of its customers. Ruff Tractor paves the way for your project from start to finish, featuring the latest parts and equipment from Case Construction and more. Ruff also offers 24/7 job site support. Ruff Tractor is your #1 source for everything under construction. Ruff Tractor and Equipment is PA's full line equipment dealer representing Case Construction along with other leading manufacturers. Serving the total sales, rental parts, and service needs of its customers. Ruff Tractor paves the way for your project from start to finish, featuring the latest parts and equipment from Case Construction and more. Ruff also offers 24/7 job site support. Ruff Tractor is your #1 source for everything under construction.
Well, welcome back to our Advanced Hoops post-game report. It was just too hard to call one player tonight. We're going to go with the Twin Towers. We're going to go with Tim Toro and Seth Maxwell as our Huffman Ford player of the game. First, Tim, you were really hot in the first half. You were the go-to man. You had, the first 7 of the 8 points. Finished with 15. Your running mate here, Seth Maxwell, finished with 16. Talk a little bit about what Lower Merion provided. They stayed hot from the outside. You guys struggled a little bit from the foul line, but you pulled away when you needed to.
Oh, yeah, they're a great competition for us. They're a great challenge. We're glad to come out with a win today. I think it was a team effort. Our coach was laying out the right plays for us, so we were executing. We were feeling a little bit flowish, so that's pretty much what we got to do. We just wanted to get the ball in, a little bit more physical. We get the ball in, we want to kick it back out for easy free throws. So it's easy points for us.
Well, you talk about easy. You guys make it look really easy. God gifted you both with height. That's got to be nice. But, Seth, you had 16 points, and really more importantly, I was impressed with the way you and Tim both run the floor. And you guys are not afraid to put it on the floor, and that gives you guys a different kind of advantage from the big man point.
Yeah, me and Tim, we definitely we need to step up because our guards can't be doing everything. We can put it on the floor and get it to the basket, so we work well together too.
Well, tonight, early on, struggled a little bit from the foul line. You guys at one point were 3 for 13. I think you finished 6 for 17, something like that. I know that's one thing Coach will talk to you about. Tomorrow night you play Scranton. Can you talk a little bit about what Scranton is like as a team?
Scranton, they can shoot well, they can take it to the basket, and they're really quick and aggressive. So
it's a big league matchup, and Tim will end with you guys. Explanation point there on your dunk. I mean, you went up, there was no doubt about it that you're going to put it through the basket. I think tonight that combined you guys come away with about 5 stuffs. I mean, that's just part of your game, going strong. But more importantly, can we just talk tomorrow night, what do you look to do, and will it be a packed house playing Scranton?
Oh, definitely. We came to this game with a lot of mentality. Came in with a strong head, but we got to go in the same thing, same kind of mode we did tonight with tomorrow night. They're not going to lay up on us tomorrow night. We got to bring everything we got, almost like we did tonight. We played really well tonight, but we're not going to let this one go. We're going to play hard again tomorrow night as if it was just another game.
Now, is that game a home game? I didn't get a check.
It's an away game.
You guys are on the road. You're in Scranton. Yep. That's what I thought. Well, you're both our Huffman Ford player of the game. We hope you enjoyed the shootout today, guys. We thought at 31 points combined, Coach has got to be too happy, very happy. I think it's going to be a happy ride home. What do you think, Tim?
I hope so. We might get a little bit busted about our free throws, but should be a happy ride home.
Outside of that, right, yeah. Seth, you guys can laugh a little bit on the way home.
Yep.
And Coach don't have to be on you on the way home, right? Yep. Staying undefeated, Abington Heights from the Scranton area. These two guys, the Twin Towers, the way I like to call them here, they really impressed this day. But a total team effort. They pull away 61-55 against Lower Merion. We've got one more here. Our last game of the night, Pennswood and Harrisburg, coming right up after these messages. And our Pack Financial play of the game as we're leaving here tonight, you'll see it.
Hey guys, just in time.
When Julie wanted to provide some stability for her 2 boys, she reached out to the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency for her home loan. We're proud we could help Julie and her family. If you're looking for an affordable home loan or refinancing option, give us a call. We offer down payment and closing cost assistance too. Call us weekdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or check our website. We're the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. We help homeownership dreams come true.
There's a place where kids really connect to learning. Commonwealth Connections Academy. It's a tuition-free, fully accredited online public school where students find devoted, enthusiastic teachers like never before. Commonwealth Connections Academy, the online public school.
At Giant, it's never been easier for you to shop smart. Discover low prices on the items you buy most. Save on thousands of items every week with new Red Bonus Buy savings. And with gas rewards, you save big at the pump. You'll love how your savings stack up. Only at Giant. Earn Gas Extra Reward savings every time you shop. And pump up your rewards even more with weekly bonus offers in-ad and in-store. Gas Extra Rewards go farther at Giant.
High School Sports Live basketball rivalries feature Hershey's 6'10" Villanova-bound Dylan Painter versus the high-flying McDevitt Crusaders. Harrisburg has reloaded and will battle Carlisle with Deshaun Millington and company. Steel High versus Trinity featuring 6'11" Sean Good. Cedar Cliff versus Redland in the Battle of the West Shore. Kelly Jaycott and the state champion Cumberland Valley Lady Eagles take on Chambersburg.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
Well, welcome back. Gary Sutton's going to be doing our color commentary. I'll do play-by-play. I'm Todd McCall. Harrisburg, Penwood coming right up. Harrisburg 10-1, Gary, and on the road, Penwood 7-6 now. Throw a lot of things out the window here. Throw scouting reports. Really, you're doing a play-by-play game. Let's look at a little bit at Penwood and what they're going to have to do to keep this quick Harrisburg team out of the paint.
Well, the problem you have for Penwood right now is they're a young team, and they're really not all that big, but they're quick, as you'd expect out of Philadelphia, out of the Del Valle League, actually. Kyrie Jones is a 5'11" guard. He's averaging 12.3 points a game. He's been the most consistent player in the backcourt for the Patriots, and when you play against Harrisburg, you better be consistent in the backcourt because Harrisburg is always going to put pressure on you back there. Calvin Melton has been a guy this season. It's been overall great. He's a 5'10" guard, but he's averaging 10.2 points a game. He also has 4.1 assists and 3.1 steals. So he's a busy guy with his hands all night long. And he's a second leading rebounder as well at 5'10". So that gives you an idea of the size differential here. Melton's averaging about 5 boards a night. The third player in the backcourt to keep an eye out for is Penwood junior Javon Lindsay Terrell. 6'1" shooting guard. He's averaging 7.5 points a game, but he can light it up in a hurry, we understand. And then junior Vincent Smalls is a 6'4" forward. He's tied with Jones in scoring at 12.3 points a game. And the Johnson-Smalls matchup tonight with Harrisburg against Smalls, Johnson on Harrisburg obviously, is going to be a big one that we're going to be keeping an eye on tonight.
Well, Gary, when you're going to take a quick look inside the Harrisburg team this year, one loss, 60-59 Chester, and you know they're going to play a tough schedule night in, night out. That schedule comes to play here. That's very helpful come playoff time.
Yeah, no question about it. Harrisburg always goes out and hunts the very best teams they can find. Their only loss this year at Chester, 60-58. So, I mean, you look at how they've been playing so far. They've had to play some tough games, though, even with Cumberland Valley here in their own league. They won 35-34 the other day on a grinder. And so, one of the great things about Kirk Smallwood, who's won 2 state championships and well over 500 games, is he finds a way to win. He'll play you in a grinder game. He'll play you in an up-and-down game. He's a guy that knows what he's doing in all those different kinds of situations. And I think that's the great thing about Harrisburg. Most people think Harrisburg just runs and guns. That's not the way it always is. They'll hook up with you in a half-court game. There you see Kirk Smallwood over there. Was over at CD East for a while, came over here to Harrisburg. He's been nothing but successful there. And a guy who's a real student of the game. I think he really studies the game, and he just breaks it down in a good way. But he's helped these kids to become very disciplined the way they play over the years. They don't take terrible shots, but as I said, they'll hook up in any kind of game you want to play that night.
Well, as Gary said, they'll play anybody, anywhere, anytime. We'll be right back with our last game of the night, Harrisburg-Penwood. More of this play-by-play coming up on ABC 27 after these messages.
At Giant, it's never been easier for you to shop smart. Discover low prices on the items you buy most. Save on thousands of items every week with new Red Bonus Buy savings. And with gas rewards, you save big at the pump. You'll love how your savings stack up. Only at Giant. Earn Gas Extra Reward savings every time you shop and pump up your rewards even more with weekly bonus offers in-ad and in-store. Gas Extra Rewards go farther at Giant.
Right now at Pizza Hut, you can get any 2 medium pizzas for $6.99 each. Choose any crust, any sauce, any toppings. So go for it, America. Get any toppings, any crust flavor, anything you want on any 2 medium pizzas for just $6.99 each. Only at Pizza Hut.
How about we cut some fat from the system? How about we lose the hot air and secondhand smoke? Let's give everyone a great choice of doctors and remember we're our own primary care providers. Let's build better plans and pick up some better habits along the way. It's time to be the change we want to see in healthcare and the change we want to see in ourselves. Let's do it all for health. Highmark, Blue Shield.
Is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to Advanced Hoops.
Karen has 459 friends, but none of them made sure she got home okay. None of them suggested she skip the next drink, try a glass of water, or maybe just call it a night. Karen has 459 friends, but tonight, what she really needed was one good one.
Well, welcome back on this Martin Luther King Jr. Day. What a beautiful day and a nice celebration. No better place to be, Gary Sutton, Todd McCall here, than being in a gymnasium on a day like this, especially on a day off in particular. We've got a great shootout coming up. And, Gary, just a little talk about now. Let's just kind of recap what's going on in the Capital region here, not to mention how games like this play come state time. First of all, Harrisburg 10-1 in the Commonwealth. And they had a tough test the other night against Cumberland Valley, but right now they really haven't been tested other than that game.
Yeah, I think when you can go out and you can play teams outside your area, that is what Harrisburg is always looking to at the end of the season, when you go out into the states, and that's where they're aiming right now. Obviously, the league's important to them, the Commonwealth is important to them, but, you know, getting away, these games are just kind of fun. But at the same time, as I said earlier in one of the other games, you really kind of have different points in which you test your team during the course of the season to see where they are. And this is another one of those situations. For Harrisburg today, they're going to do it without some of their best players. And that's going to be an interesting one tonight, as they don't have in the lineup 23.4 points a game in Chris Whitaker. He will not be starting tonight. He will not be here, so he's out. So now you find yourself, who are some of the players that could maybe step up right now if we do have people go down in a tough place later on in playoff time? So I think these games where you step out and you cross over and play a team from the Del Valle League, or a team from Chester, or a team from the Philly League, or even the Catholic League, those are the games that start to tell you if you have a team that's worthy of maybe going on and vying for a state championship or being in that conversation somewhere down the line.
Well, when you look at this Penwood team coming in here at 7-6, I don't know. I mean, you can't really look at this record coming in this game tonight. I know that they've had some hiccups this year, but they're very athletic, long, leany guards. They lack a little bit of size, like you said, but they're looking to press. But I don't know. You know, Smallwood team is very hard to press.
Well, you know, Mid-Penn is a pedigree league, but Del Valle is a pedigree league, and the Public League is a pedigree league, and the Catholic League is the pedigree league. So when you look at leagues that are matching up. You've got 4 pedigree leagues right there in that conversation. Now, you can take this team and you're going to say, well, they're young. When their coach says they're young, put that to bed right now, because you're young down in that neck of the woods. I mean, you can be young and you still have a lot of talent on the floor. So I think, again, he's checking right now. And he told me over there in the conversation, he said, listen, that's Clyde Jones. He said, we want to see what we're made of for the playoffs. Everybody's thinking playoffs. I mean, that's all you're talking about right now is playoffs down the line. And so he's looking at how well his team has grown up during the course of the season. And he knows they've lost some tough ones. But now you want to see if the maturity is starting to take place. It's kind of like moving day right now for teams, and that's what he's looking for, this kind of fun game here, and yet a game that means a lot to both teams in checking their progress to date.
Well, we'll have our tip-off coming right back up. This is our last game of the night, Harrisburg and Penwood on the road. More to come after these messages. We'll have tip.
Hey, guys, just in time.
When Julie wanted to provide some stability for her 2 boys, she reached out to the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency for her home loan. We're proud we could help Julie and her family. If you're looking for an affordable home loan or refinancing option, give us a call. We offer down payment and closing cost assistance too. Call us weekdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or check our website. We're the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. We help homeownership dreams come true.
At Giant, it's never been easier for you to shop smart. Discover low prices on the items you buy most. Save on thousands of items every week with new Red Bonus Buy savings. And with gas rewards, you save big at the pump. You'll love how your savings stack up. Only at Giant. Earn Gas Extra Reward savings every time you shop. And pump up your rewards even more with weekly bonus offers in-ad and in-store. Gas Extra Rewards go farther at Giant.
The Brenner family of dealerships gives you better pricing, better customer service, better selection, and a better service department for the life of your vehicle. We'll show you how at Brenner Chrysler Jeep, Brenner Nissan, and Brenner Pre-Owned. The Brenner family of dealerships on the Carlisle Pike, Mechanicsburg, and on Paxton Street, Harrisburg. 24/7 at BrennerFamily.com. Serving Central PA for over 94 years.
Today, we have some breaking news on the West Shore. Some spraining, twisting, popping news. It appears that Mechanicsburg is getting a state-of-the-art OSS orthopedic urgent care. This is what we know so far. OSS urgent care is much faster than the emergency room. All patients will be seen by orthopedic experts. Costs are typically less, and OSS is open 7 days a week. Remember, if you have a sprain, pop, or break to report, go right to the experts. OSS Orthopedic Urgent Care. 2 great locations, York and now Mechanicsburg. Now that's some good news.
Well, it's going to be time to tip it off here. Fresh 8 minutes of the first quarter action. Gary Sutton, Todd McCall, Penwood, Harrisburg. Coming right up. I love these matchups. You just don't know what to expect, Gary. You don't know what you're going to see in this late cap here. We're going in our starting lineups. This is our Connection Academy, Commonwealth, and our OSS Health starting lineups. Even some different faces on this Harrisburg Cougar starting lineup here tonight.
Yeah, there really are. You look out there, you see, you don't see Chris Whitaker, you see Christian Ray, and 10 points a game. You see Flemister and Barrett are going to have to step up. Wilkerson, some names out there, they're going to have to step up, pick up the pace here tonight, because Harrisburg playing a little light-handed here this evening.
Well, Harrisburg will control the tap, and they'll have the first possession of this game. It's early steal by Penwood. Bucket scoop up, and it's going to be no good. Well, it was good. I apologize. That's Tony James, or James Jones, excuse me. We'll get this all straightened out here.
A little zone trap coming back. That was textbook breaking the trap, but just missed the layup.
Yeah, Jones missed the layup on the other side and back down the court. We're going to have a nice push-up and get it going game tonight. Penwood will take a shot at it. It'll be missed by Calvin Melton and controlled by Harrisburg. Christian Ray will bring it up. There will be a foul call. And I think, Gary, we'll have our work cut out for us tonight, because we're going to see a lot of push out of both of these teams.
Yeah, you really are. So far you've seen good hard man-to-man at half court, just the opening seconds here by Penwood, and then a little trap there in the backcourt against Harrisburg. So they're quick.
Javon Lindsay Terrell will play point tonight for Harrisburg. There's a miss by Christian Ray, and Penwood will bring it down. Kiari Jones, a leading scorer at Penwood, 11.8. Outside for
G, no good.
She had a good look out there and just rattled it out that time as the foul called in the backcourt on Kiara Jones.
Jones will take that foul, but you know what? As you said, in rhythm tonight, when you see a kid in rhythm like that, get a good look at G got. Those generally go down. I've always thought here tonight, I've always thought these Harrisburg rims on this side were a little tough.
They look a little tight, don't they? Hit the net, you don't have to worry about them, but if you hit the rim, you might see a few rattlers.
Get a lot of roll. Breaks the penetration, pushes. Tony James will score his first.
That's how you take care of it without worrying about the rim. Just hit net. Tony James with a nice floater.
Harrisburg coming back, playing a 2-3 zone now, giving a different look to Penwood. Penwood out of that Del Val League. Kiari Jones will try to penetrate. He'll throw it away. Harrisburg will come away with it. Ooh, the ball's on the line. It's going to be Penwood's ball. That'll be a turnover, Harrisburg.
I don't know if Harrisburg will do it again, but they kind of suckered last time the Patriots into trying to drive the middle. They played it way wide, closed it down in a hurry, and just trapped in the middle and forced the turnover. Take a look at it here. You can see almost like an odd front on the top, and then they get really wide.
Yeah, and you can look at it at so many different ways of what that zone is. Fitzgerald will miss. Harrisburg quickly down the other end of the floor, and there'll be a bump call foul on Jones. You got to be careful, Jones. Jones being their best player, he don't want to get that early foul trouble. I think Jones will be called for a second. Yeah, Jones gets a second foul, and you can tell you don't want to be in foul trouble tonight.
People always talk about offensive transition, but when you have offensive transition like that, you better make sure your defensive transition is getting back equally as fast, actually a little bit further back, or quicker back to that. Nice look for the corner for three.
Ray, nice shot from the corner. Probably the toughest shot in the ball game is from that corner three. Highest percentage shot from three-point line is the top of the key, believe it or not. But that three ball is good, and Harrisburg has a three-point lead.
Nice to get that out of a set piece, too.
Little one-handed scoop by Rashad Anderson. He'll go to the line and shoot two.
What you can see here in the early going is Penwood really will attack you on the glass. I mean, they'll come right at you every single time. They're jet quick. They play a three-guard offense, and they just want to, every look, they're looking to try to get in there. And one of the reasons that Harrisburg's playing zone tonight, too, it slows that down just a little bit.
It's very rare that you see a team that can match that speed that Harrisburg has, and I think Penwood can tonight. Anderson will convert. It's a one-point game, and Penwood's going to come up with a turnover. No, Harrisburg will keep it.
Really nice controlled pull-up that time from Quentin Flemister. Looked everything over, looked over his options, said, okay, I'll pull up now and shoot it. Great move.
Yeah, tell you what, it was when they needed it.
You got a throwaway on the baseline this time by Penwood, and so Harrisburg gets it back.
Little token press. Zone options here, 1-2-2 all the way back for Penwood. Harrisburg looking to try to break it. Another turnover. And Fitzgerald will go up to the basket hard, and that'll be a block call. Who's going to shoot two? Gary, did you like the call?
Well, I thought Barrett was maybe a little bit deep on that. I thought that's what they saw, and he started to kind of fall back with it. I thought at first he had position.
4:57 to play here. Two fouls called on Harrisburg. Foul trouble tonight might be a little bit of an issue, being short of players tonight.
Yeah, you got a little bit of a short bench as it is.
Fitzgerald will miss his first.
Coach has only got 5 players sitting over there right now, so he's got a total of 10 tonight.
Well, if anything, you look at this, extends your bench, extends it into the playoff season. Fitzgerald comes up with the second one. Back to the press goes Penwood.
You got 4 guys within 20 feet right now, so you got to look down court against this. There it is.
Flemister outside. He'll nail it.
Nice job of pulling up, and again, within rhythm, knocking down that three. Beautiful job by Harrisburg of breaking the press and then getting back into the good half-court tray.
Flemister has 5. Outside miss by Anderson. Harrisburg control up the floor right away. Look at the scoop on the side of the basket. He'll be fouled.
And, man, what a great push by Christian Ray. Running the floor very well.
I was almost waiting to see if that was going to be deliberate. I didn't know if the official was going to give us a sign for deliberate there, but he didn't.
Christian Ray will go to the line. He's a 6'3" senior, slashy-type player. Harrisburg 2 for 3 from three-point line. Penwood 0 for 2.
Take a look at this again. Does he go for the ball? Yep.
Oh, man.
He did.
He got the ball.
Right hand up on top of the ball, but it was a pretty hard foul.
Got a full palm on that ball.
Tell you what, though, Harrisburg's doing a good job of pushing the offense on the other end. They're making Penwood have to get back all the time, so Penwood very wary of the Cougars coming.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that'll wear a team out real quick.
It may not show up just yet, but it might show up later in the game.
Penwood looking to attack that 2-3 zone of Harrisburg. They're going to turn the ball over. Javon Lindsay-Terrell couldn't handle it.
It's 2 turnovers in the last 3 possessions now for Penwood. Here they come again with that zone trap.
Penwood 4 turnovers, Harrisburg 3, 7 total in the game.
They'll go man-to-man on the inbounds against you, and then when you dribble it, they come after you with a trap.
Now Sierra Johnson in the game for Harrisburg, and ball be turned over, be back to Penwood, 3:58 to play.
You see that trap the way they're playing it right now. It's a trap to make you patient. And for Harrisburg, they're lacking a little bit of patience in the way they attack that at the moment. Again, another turnover here because of that lack of patience.
Be a foul call out here on front. It actually goes inside. They're going to Yarmir Wilkerson, he's 6'2" sophomore. Nice looking sophomore. The foul will be on him. Penwood will have it underneath. Harrisburg 2-3 underneath the basket.
Look tonight with Johnson out with 15 points a game, and you got Whitaker out there, 23 points a game. You got 38 points sitting out of your lineup tonight.
And anytime you have that, I mean, I tell you what, it's tough to, you're averaging 70, 65 on the year.
Nice look. Near
Beautiful
side.
3 ball.
Lindsey Terrell knocks it down.
Lindsey Terrell has a nice shot. If you see it, Gary, when he pulls it up, smooth.
I always love to see when teams get the 3 out of rhythm. I don't think you create threes. I think you take the 3. It comes to you. And I thought that was a great job of showing just what happens when it comes to you in rhythm.
Quentin Flimster has his work cut out for him tonight in that trap with Penwood. Right on the other side, it's going to be blocked. Beautiful hand block by G. Purnell G. He plays a little bit bigger than what he looks, Gary.
Oh. Yeah, Purnell G stands at 6'3", the junior, but I'll tell you what, he plays about 6'9", and gets up quick off those feet.
Attacking the gap, and the bucket is going to be no good. It's going to be a charge call. I mean, it was a beautiful take by Yarmir Wilkerson, but that will be his second foul. That'll be a charge call going Penwood ball. Just like that, 3-point game.
For Harrisburg right now, you talk about the word rhythm. They're used to having certain guys in the lineup there. Now you're creating a new rhythm tonight, and that's kind of a little bit of a hard part for them here in the first quarter to find who's going to do what. Coach has a system that he runs very, very well, but finding your role on a changing night when certain players aren't there, it makes it difficult this time of the season.
Well, Penwood, the walk call against the guards out front. Harrisburg ball. Both teams really getting after it. Coming right back and get it. Purnell G, but he will step out and give the ball back to Harrisburg. We will not see lack of effort tonight, Gary.
Ooh. Penwood is up in faces and up in lanes. I mean, it's like you try to make every pass, every dribble is an adventure.
Look at the attack of Harrisburg. Blocked by G on the other side. Man, can he get up off the floor like you said, Gary.
He's been the player so far.
Penwood pushing on the other end. Outside, nailing it down. Javon Lindsey Terrell will drill it again.
With Lindsey Terrell, 2 threes in a row now for his team. Look at this swarm in the backcourt, and again another turnover for Harrisburg.
This is unlike a Harrisburg team, but you said they're not in quite the same rhythm with some guys outside. Terrell will have 6 already on the floor, and that'll give tie ball game. Look at this, 11-11, just like that, 2:39 to play. You blink, and they're right back in the game.
What's really interesting is you have to look north and south. Or actually look north or south against the press like this. And what's happening is they're looking a lot of east and west, and so they're getting caught. 4 guys are down here. They're selling out on that press. You start to look to the middle and get down the floor, you're going to get some layups. But I will give credit to Penwood because they are very quick in defensive transition.
Shard Anderson with the miss, but Penwood will get the ball back. Nice scoop pass around. Basket up and good. Assist from Calvin Melton, and Chris Nash will score it.
Melton did a great job of penetrating the middle, making the guy come up and expose the baseline behind him, and then just doing that little wraparound pass to get the easy bucket.
Beautiful look. You know, at 7-6, I'm surprised to see Del Valle. I know they are in that Del Valle League. I know Penwood has played a tough schedule. They're playing a lot of guys tonight. Guys in and out here, especially if they're going to get after Harrisburg like this. Penwood takes the lead for the first time tonight. No, actually, 2-0. This is their second lead, 13-11. Beautiful move, beautiful basket. Right-hand shot going up and good.
That time looking south the whole way. And we're heading to the basket the whole time, and big difference.
Fitzgerald will miss. Flemster looks to push it. He'll pull out, has second thoughts on it. Penwood playing a very aggressive man-to-man. Christian Ray's shot's no good. Flemster will pull it down. And that's good from outside.
That one came down wet.
Therese Lamb will hit that last shot and look beautiful when it left his hand. What a great athletic play by Harrisburg. On the other side, there's a miss by Flemster, and look how fast Penwood will get down the floor. But give Flemster credit getting back in transition on defense. He made the turnover, he got back. That's exactly what you want to see if you are a coach.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what. If you're not getting back in defensive transition tonight, you're going to see 2 points scored regularly on the other end. These two teams get up and down the floor as quick as any two you'll see.
Unbelievably quick is Penwood team, and as is Harrisburg. Can't take anything from them. It's not often you see the speed matched.
You're used to seeing Harrisburg kind of have their way. There's another great shot by G there. He buries it. But Harrisburg normally has their way, speed department, but not tonight.
G buries another one, as Gary has said. Get him in rhythm, boy. He gets hot on you. It's in trouble. You're in trouble.
Another great look.
The ball will be tipped outside to be Penwood ball. Javari Tate entering the ball game. Penwood going to hold the ball maybe for the last shot here in the first quarter. Down 3. Both benches going deep into the bench.
I'll tell you what. I mean, and you know what's interesting? And you say, well, why would they do that? Well, you got league games coming up later this week. So this is a game that's kind of doesn't mean a lot, and yet it does. But nothing like your league. So you don't want to waste everybody on a Monday night here with a chance to, maybe have to play Wednesday and Friday.
It's going to go, a foul call is going to be against underneath. And I tell you what, they don't like to call underneath there, but that Jordan Johnson's going to be called for Penwood, who's going to go on the other end of Harrisburg.
So Harrisburg gets a chance here to take momentum into the second quarter.
8 seconds to play. We'll see what kind of shot they get here.
Kind of interested that Penwood's not really pressing here at all.
Ray will put up, he'll miss. And that'll be it at the first quarter. Harrisburg 18, Penwood 15 more after these messages. Advanced Hoops is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to advancedhoops.com.
How about we cut some fat from the system? How about we lose the hot air and secondhand smoke? Let's give everyone a great choice of doctors and remember we're our own primary care providers. Let's build better plans and pick up some better habits along the way. It's time to be the change we want to see in healthcare and the change we want to see in ourselves. Let's do it all for health. Highmark, Blue Shield.
Welcome back for the second quarter. 18-15, Harrisburg up 3. And Gary, the best way to describe this, it's been high octane.
High octane, choppy, great defense, causing turnovers, and both teams still trying to figure out exactly where they're at in this game so far, but both teams attacking the whole time. And but it really is kind of interesting to see the kind of game. It's really been choppy, but give credit to both defenses. They've really caused it to be that way thus far.
Harrisburg going to stay in that zone, keeping Penwood in front of them. Calvin Melton will miss it with beautiful move. Ray on the other side. Ray scoops up and it's good.
Boy, give credit though to the great pass from Wilkerson to get it to Ray, and then quickly coming back here is Penwood, and Harrisburg back in good transition.
Ray was 6th. Outside miss by Fitzgerald. Melton.
Look out.
He'll kick it across. Referee was just in my way there, so I missed who took that shot. Javon Lindsay Terrell will miss on the other side, but Penwood will control the possession. Fitzgerald with the up and pump, and he's going to draw a foul against Maurice Glenn. Maurice Glenn has 2 threes on night. He came in right off the bench hot and popped 2, and very effective. Guys coming off the bench not even wasting a chance to take a shot here.
And not even on the roster yet. So it's kind of interesting tonight that he's going deep into the bench, but Maurice Glenn comes in there and says, yeah, okay, I'll step in and I'll hit a couple threes for you, coach. The game's early, it's first quarter. If you need me, talk to me later on, I'll get in there for you.
That's right. Glenn getting an opportunity coming off the bench here. For Harrisburg. Tonight's one of those nights where, you know, you can prove yourself, both sides.
That's just exactly what I was going to say there, Todd. It's that, you know, you say, hey, big guns aren't here tonight. Okay, let's see. You know, somebody wants to step up. Now you find out about your players a little bit. People say, why these games? That's why these games. You get a chance to see who's going to go to the dance with you.
And Gary, just, you know, coaching days, both of you and I, we both did this thing here. Very rare do we get opportunities. I know for us, very rare do we get opportunities to play these kinds of games where we can make mixes. It seemed like night in, night out, it was a tough league game or a crossover game that meant so much for playoff status.
Well, the nice thing for us, we were the Lancaster Lebanon League with Columbia. We're like the smallest school in the state, so we got to play 4A and 3A schools all the time. So we had more losses at the end of the season, the year we won a state championship, but we played pedigree competition all season long, so we were very lucky. Teams that lost out were the teams that had to play us, so we're bigger.
Fitzgerald penetrates. Vincent Smalls will miss. It'll be pushed back quickly by Harrisburg. Nice scoop up left side by Wilkerson. He'll miss it. And the rebound will be controlled by Penwood. And look at the push, automatically looking down. Vincent Smalls outside. He'll nail it.
Again, notice a nice rhythm. He took that three and not rushed at all. You receive the three, you don't create the three. A nice job created it by just getting down the court and being in the right spot and being able to step in under your own power.
2-point game. Now this is going to allow Penwood to go back in that 2-3 zone and see if they can buy a little time, Gary. Harrisburg exhibiting good patience against the zone.
We're going to get that person in the middle there around the foul line where you can use it like a wheel, go to the other side. See if they flash somebody here.
They're running Glenn baseline here at Harrisburg. Ray will scoop through, and that's a charge call. That's going against him, and Penwood, that's a good take on the charge call.
I saw a guy one year talk about a study, and he said, you know where most charges take place? 1 foot inside the foul line. And you watch, he took off 1 foot inside the foul line. When you go up in the air, you're just at the mercy of the defense every single time.
Well, we're going to have a 30-second timeout. We'll be back after these messages. 5:43 to play.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
Well, welcome back. Penwood 6 for 17 from 2 in round paint range. 3 for 8 from 3. Harrisburg 3 from 6 from the three-point line, 7 for 14. So they're shooting 50%, 36% for Penwood. I mean, you'll take 50% if you're a Harrisburg Cougar, won't you?
You'll take it any time you want. Yeah, you'd think that would be enough to kind of put you out there a little bit, but right now both teams shooting it pretty well.
Kiari Jones, the leading scorer of Penwood, to take it and miss, and then there's going to be a foul call. And we're going to go down to the other end and shoot these, 1-on-1. Wilkerson will, actually, Tony James will be the shooter. And I'm not sure, that last foul call was on Vincent Smalls. Smalls will come and sit down.
You know, it's always fun to watch Kirk Smallwood working with his players over there on the side, because he's always teaching. I mean, he's always talking, teaching, going over things. He's not a guy that gets upset when he does get upset, you know something's really wrong, but he doesn't get upset that often.
That is true.
And you look on the other side, Clyde Jones, another guy that's very much like Smallwood. I was talking to him beforehand, real pleasant guy, kind of has it all under control, but, you know, you can feel that storm raging a little bit on the inside. You know about that, right?
Oh, I tell you what, your blood pressure can get up real then. But you got to remember, Gary, anytime you're coaching, you're dealing with 15, 16, 17-year-olds. You know, it's mistakes are going to be made. Teaching is the best point, mentoring, champion players. And that's what Coach Smallwood and these guys have done for years. Ray, good push up the basket, scooping, it's in. Boy, can he get up the floor.
You got to win a little extra step that time.
23-18, Harrisburg opening up.
It's called the definition of quick.
My goodness, Ray can get up the floor.
Harrisburg has always been good. It's been a trademark. They'll release people right away, no matter how small or how big they are. They'll box out, and they'll get the ball, and you're running.
Jones to the basket hard, and he'll be called for the charge.
Tell you what, we've seen some really good officiating here at all 4 games today. Calls have been consistent. You haven't seen officials, you know, anybody yelling at the officials too much. Take a look at this. Guy goes up in the air. You're at the mercy. And where is it again? Watch this. Right inside that foul lane. Boom.
Jones was a little bit out of control. Harrisburg will throw the ball away. Penwood will get it back. 4:39 to play here at half. Well, no, they're going to keep it here. Corrected that call. Harrisburg will have it underneath the basket.
Really impressed with Harrisburg's young kids tonight. It's like they don't miss a beat. Just we'll step up and, hey, we got to play with this group tonight. Let's go.
Always been amazed at the depth and what you can get out of kids when given a chance. How about it?
Well, you find out. You resort to your very best or your very worst at that moment. It looks like they're resorting to their very best. Hey, we're here. We'll be fine.
Play hard in practice all week. Get an opportunity in a game like this. You know, I tell you what, beautiful play by Calvin Melton.
Yep.
Good extension. That's what we call the varsity extension.
Extended layup done the correct way.
Ray from deep. High bounce, and Penwood come right back with it. Calvin Melton pushes baseline. He's going to scoop up, and you know what? He's going to be called for a charge again.
You go up in the air. I mean, you go up in the air, you are at the mercy. You stop controlling your situation, and someone else has control of it, and that's a defender.
Quentin Flemster, he's taken 2 charges already.
Look at this
That's
again.
going to make Coach Smallwood happy. Look, hard baseline take, and just gets himself set.
Now, there's one of those where, again, you talk about if you have that little inside rim like you have in the NBA and stuff, that's probably in the questionable area. But, you know, he set up and he sold it. It's like people always talk about Duke and how they always are taking charge and getting charges. But you know what? You practice that. You practice being unselfish. That's a big part of the game. You've had, 3 of those so far you've taken tonight.
Christian Ray will go to the line. He'll convert on his first.
The thing that I'm always impressed by with Coach Smallwood's teams is, and really with the Penwood team tonight too, is the even-keeled nature of the team. And that reflects him. I mean, that reflects the coach. You usually find out what kind of coach you have. If it's highs and lows, the coach probably high and low. But with Kirk Smallwood, it's always kind of, you know, I'm here, which business, everything's not too bad, it's not too good. It's just, you know, we're trying to get it to just about right.
Christian Ray converted on a second. He's 10. He's the leading scorer, 10 on the night. And Harrisburg back to their 2-3 zone. Good look inside.
Hey,
And that's going to be a miss by G.
I love the way that young man works inside, though. Pernell G, rather, excuse me.
Pinwood back to their 2-3. 3:18 to play. Game going really fast here.
Very tough to penetrate that with a pass on the high-low.
Pinwood back to the other end. And they'll turn it away. Fitzgerald can't handle the pass. Ray's going to push back. Boy, he finds a way. He looked like he was in a hornet's nest. You don't come out of a hornet's nest very often with the ball.
Well, he started recognizing it by the time he crossed half court, so he was already pulling out.
Ray going baseline a little bit. Scoop, miss. It's going to be a foul call. Vincent Small, I think there was no doubt that he was going to take that to the basket.
I was just going to say, about the first foul line that he saw, he was taking that shot, and that was back here. It's called being under a head of steam. Vincent Small is a nice-looking 6'4" junior. He plays guard and forward.
Vincent Small go to the line.
Nice stroke for the big fella. There's
Yeah,
another.
Really for a big guy. Good shot from the foul line. Boy, he goes in there hard. Looked like a first down carry. 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. He'll miss the second and scramble for the ball, and it'll be a jump ball, and that's going to be Penwood ball underneath their basket. Down 4.
Tell you, Penwood is scrappy. Love the way they play. Not to take anything away from Harrisburg, because they are as well, but Penwood is a very, very scrappy team, and they're gonna beat some teams they're not supposed to during the course of the year because of that.
I would agree. Rebounds all knotted up evenly, 9-9 here. Going to get a correction at the bench here. Got some youth here tonight watching the game. What a cute
little Cougar fan, huh?
Oh, that's awesome. Great shot by our Bicket crew. They've worked hard here today. They've had 3 games to load those cameras around on their shoulders, so we appreciate all the things the crew does.
Oh, yeah. Chad Edwards and his whole team, I mean, these guys do a grade A job.
Turnover away. Penwood 11. Harrisburg 7. I'm a little surprised by that. It looked like Harrisburg had more turnovers, but Penwood have 11 turnovers, first half turnovers.
Good box out down there by Reese Glenn to draw the foul.
He'll draw the foul, and I tell you what, it wasn't a bad shot for Penwood when you take a look at what they did there. I mean, nice little scoop going on the little runner on the baseline, miss, but you'll take those types of shots.
Take a look at Glenn here. He's got good position. Watch him. He'll step back there, right there. He didn't really get a box out, but he had the good position on the inside to draw the foul.
You know, they'll call that aggressive high flyer, anybody that's going on somebody's back.
There you see Clyde Jones. Another guy you don't see show a lot of emotion. He's kind of moving up and down the sideline, working with his kids.
Glenn will miss both.
What a great pass underneath
Beautiful
that time.
look inside.
Rashad Anderson with the assist.
Pernell G will score that bucket. Pernell G was 7. Smalls with the push. And there's a walk call. I don't know where that call. I don't know if it came on early here when Ray
Got tied up on the ball when he took his step out, and that's what the official saw. He kind of didn't get a clean step out with the dribble.
So Penwood will have it underneath, down 2. 1:37 played halftime.
A little sloppy right here at the end of the first half. Both teams trying to get too much done too quickly.
Small inside, he's going to fall to the ground, and that's going to be a walk call. Harrisburg will have it back. 1:32 to play, up 2.
When you're playing against this kind of quickness, it's not hard to start to try to do things too quickly sometimes. You can't play faster than what you can play. What's that old thing John Wooden said? Be quick, but don't hurry.
That's right.
Right now we're seeing a lot of hurrying.
Yarmir Wilkerson enters back into the game for Harrisburg.
We got a little 1-3-1 trap coming up here at half court.
Nasir Johnson will come back in to play point.
You attack this 2-1-2. You look at the middle, then the baseline. You want to stretch this all the way to the baseline. Nobody in the middle right now, though. Now you got somebody there.
It's one of the smaller looks you'll see out of Harrisburg. I can't remember very often when you see 5 total guards in the game, but look at that, playing a lot bigger. Great scoop, great look for Johnson.
Man, O'Day, he faked it to the right side, and the zone reacts to a fake the way it reacts to a pass. Then he came right back to baseline. He put it right on the numbers.
And Wilkerson will finish it.
Great pass.
4-point lead for Harrisburg, 48 to play. Boy, oh boy, is he doing a nice job out there. Johnson coming in and giving great minutes for Smallwood off the bench. Harrisburg will have it underneath. Johnson's quick, fast with the hands. Not a big kid.
Nope.
He's only he's a 5'10", listed 5'10", but I think he might, they've always pushed it a couple, and the basket's good there by Tony James.
Another good pass inbounds to find Tony James at the height of his jump, and he lays it in.
Well, these 40 seconds have been like 4 minutes right now. A lot of scores in 40 seconds.
Yeah, Harrisburg that's how they come at you. All of a sudden you look up and you say, what happened? The game has been very static, and it's coming in flurries.
Yeah, it is. That's static is probably the best way.
That's maybe the first decent run here of the first half.
Jones, just Smalls will count. That basket's good. 29-25. We'll be back with our Highmark halftime report. More to come. Stats, inside analysis after these messages.
Advanced Hoops is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to advancedhoops.com.
There's a place where kids really connect to learning. Commonwealth Connections Academy. It's a tuition-free, fully accredited online public school where students find devoted, enthusiastic teachers like never before. Commonwealth Connections Academy, the online public school.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
At Giant, it's never been easier for you to shop smart. Discover low prices on the items you buy most. Save on thousands of items every week with new Red Bonus Buy savings. And with gas rewards, you save big at the pump. You'll love how your savings stack up. Only at Giant. Earn Gas Extra Reward savings every time you shop. And pump up your rewards even more with weekly bonus offers in-ad and in-store. Gas Extra Rewards go farther at Giant.
Right now at Pizza Hut, you can get any 2 medium pizzas for $6.99 each. Choose any crust, any sauce, any toppings. So go for it, America. Get any toppings, any crust flavor, anything you want on any 2 medium pizzas for just $6.99 each. Only at Pizza Hut.
Well, welcome back to our halftime report, Highmark report. 29-25. Gary, Pennswood has kept things interesting just on effort, more importantly. And then if you're Harrisburg, they've moved a lot of guys in the lineup, and we've seen a lot of guys shine.
Well, you really have, and you've seen a lot of quickness in the first half. There's not any one guy that stands out here, which is kind of fun to watch because I think both teams are very unselfish. Both teams are making the extra pass. Both teams are making some mistakes right now. They're making some turnovers. But again, you have to go back and say why. Some of them are unforced, but actually they look unforced. The quickness and the pace of this game is really making some of those happen right now, even when it doesn't look to most people like, geez, you have to make that quick pass. So I think both coaches are probably in the locker room right now at halftime talking a little bit about patience and kind of just slow it down a little bit. Stay within yourself. Don't try to do more than what you can do. Both teams are used to creating new possessions with their defense, but they're not cashing in those possessions on the other side so many times. You know, the steal is only 50% of the equation. The make on the other end when you create that new possession is the other 50%. That gives you 100%. 50% on the test is F, 100% A+ all the time.
Well, you know, it's been really like so many guys thrown into the lineup, and I think a lot of guys, as you said, has responded. But more importantly, who is going to get that final run that's needed to stretch this game out? I don't know right now if you can put an indicator there, can you?
No, I don't think you can at all. And I think, again, that's a great point that you made, Todd, that you're looking tonight to see who wants to take the last shot. Who's the guy that wants to handle the basketball in the pressure situations? You can bet that Kirk Smallwood's sitting over there. He's doing a little report card tonight as he's watching all this. He's seen some good efforts coming into the game, I thought, really with you look at Nasir Johnson coming in there at the end of the half, helped to really bust them out to a 6-point run and get them a nice lead with a good inbounds pass, a good pass down the court there. I think you look at another guy coming off the bench like 24, the kid coming off there and shooting the ball real well at the end of the first quarter. Yeah, Glenn. I mean, coming in and doing a nice job. So you're finding bits and pieces here to fill in your mosaic of the whole team in the long run, because you're missing, as we said, Whitaker and Johnson tonight. That's huge. That's 38 points out of your lineup, and yet still you found a way to carve out a 4-point lead here at the half over a pretty good basketball team that might be young, but they are lightning quick, and I think they're getting a heck of an effort right now from all their kids. But I was really impressed in the first half with Pernell G. I thought Pernell G was just dynamite here in the first half.
Yeah, you said it. I mean, he really did. What he is G gets after it. He does all the little things. He's inside-outside type player, slasher.
Moves well without the basketball.
He really does. That's going to keep Penswood in this game. But we're going to have more with our high mark halftime report coming up after these messages. Stay tuned.
There's a place where kids really connect to learning. Commonwealth Connections Academy. It's a tuition-free, fully accredited online public school where students find devoted, enthusiastic teachers like never before. Commonwealth Connections Academy, the online public school.
Ruff Tractor and Equipment is PA's full-line equipment dealer representing Case Construction along with other leading manufacturers. Serving the total sales, rental parts, and service needs of its customers. Ruff Tractor paves the way for your project from start to finish, featuring the latest parts and equipment from Case Construction and more. Ruff also offers 24/7 job site support. Ruff Tractor is your #1 source for everything under construction.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
Right now at Pizza Hut, you can get any 2 medium pizzas for $6.99 each. Choose any crust, any sauce, any toppings. So go for it, America. Get any toppings, any crust flavor, anything you want on any 2 medium pizzas for just $6.99 each. Only at Pizza Hut.
Karen has 459 friends, but none of them made sure she got home okay. None of them suggested she skip the next drink, try a glass of water, or maybe just call it a night. Karen has 459 friends. But tonight, what she really needed was one good one.
Is offering the 3D guarantee. Charlie Fortney believes the 3 dimensions are game speed shooting with professional instruction, crossover intensity with ball handling whiz Gerald Jarman, and 5-on-5 games building playing experience in competition. These 3 dimensions are needed for well-rounded training.
I'm looking for players that want to take their game to the next dimension. The 3D guarantee is for players who want to work.
To sign up for the 3D guarantee, go to Advanced Hoops.
Well, welcome back to our High Mark halftime report. Let's go inside the numbers. Penswood 9 for 23. You see some of the highlights tonight, but Harrisburg getting those little quick high percentage shots up and down the floor. The ball's, it's been choppy a little bit. Gary, you mentioned, and you can kind of see in the stats, but those kind of things, not picking up the ball handlers that are coming down the floor, that's been some of the little things that's happened tonight, but it's only a 4-point game.
But there you see when they do take their time, kicking it back out to Flemister for a nice 3. Then on the other side, you have Penwood, and this guy was hot in the first half. And we're talking about Javon Lindsay Terrell. Here he is again on the right side, bearing another one. And he had a hot hand there for a while in the first quarter. Kind of cooled off in the second. And then you have the penetration inside and the dish off and a nice clean move by Vincent Smalls to score. And here's Harrisburg attacking again on the other end. And the guy coming to the game, Maurice Glenn, made his presence known in a hurry. Also knocked down a couple of threes out there. And then here's Glenn showing you what he can do from the outside. On the left-hand side, Glenn one more time from the far corner. He comes in there and gets 7 points for you right away. And then the long look down court. This is what Harrisburg does so well. Attack you on the other end. You can see Ray running the court. Christian Ray, the 6'3 senior. Coming right back at him, though, is Vincent Smalls to answer. And then Ray, in what was becoming like a one-on-one game, I can match that. I can come this way. But Penwood says, how about me? And Calvin Melton finishes off. One of the best passes we saw the full first half with the pass to Wilkerson. And then back it goes inside one more time to Tony James. Look at this pass, the baseline to end the half. They trapped in the corner, and that led to the easy bucket. And momentum goes into the halftime with Penwood on that score that went from 6 to 4, 29-25 here at the half. Harrisburg leads it.
Well, and you look inside the numbers. I mean, more importantly, Penwood 9 for 23 from field goal, 3 for 9 from the three-point range, 4 for 8 from the foul line. Harrisburg 11 from 18. That's you'll take that any night. Yeah. 3 for 7 from the three-point lane and 4 for 9 for the foul line. We have not seen stellar performances from the foul line in the both games that we've had here. Well, really in all three coming down the stretch. But in the second half, Gary, go two things. Harrisburg, first of all, where are you going to look? Who's going to be your step up?
Well, I think I keep on looking to Ray. I think Ray's getting out there and running right now and doing a great job. But I think I also look a little bit to try to maybe calm down some of the young Colts there, like Nasir Johnson, get him to start distributing even a little bit better. I think you look a little bit more out there to Tony James. Those guys have seemed to be James seems to be kind of the steady guy out there. You look around, and James comes across to me as the steadier for that team. But Ray is the galloping ghost coming down the side. And I think Johnson is the up-and-coming star right here. I was really impressed with his play at the end of the first half.
And if you're Penwood, is Vincent Small going to step up? Purnell G, or, will you see Kiari Jones?
Well, Vincent Small is more of an independent player, and Purnell G is more of a dependent player. I think you look at Small, he's going to attack you all the time. G is going to be the recipient of what happens when he gets attacked, when Small gets attacked and gets double-teamed. And as you saw there at the end of the half, the easy bucket as Small was on the inside after the trap in the corner, and he got the easy bucket to finish. 29-25, we start the third.
Well, it'll be Wilkerson, Barrett, Flemster, Ray, and James for Harrisburg. Penwood, Jones, Smalls, Melton, Terrell, and G.
Here's that 1-3-1 they ended the half in for Penwood.
Third quarter action, there'll be a kick. Harrisburg will have the ball on the side out of bounds. G gets his foot on it. G getting a little bit more active out there at the top. He's a great guy to have on top of a 1-3-1 zone.
It's interesting. Penwood, the name of this school down Del Val. And, of course, Pennsylvania means Penn's Woods. Yes. So you get kind of, a little history lesson there.
I like the history lesson, Coach Simon.
Yeah, I was a history guy for a long time. 1-3-1, you have to attack the seams. You really need someone more toward the middle right here. There's the problem you get into if you don't have someone there as an outlet, near outlet.
Penwood coming back real quick down the floor. And look at a scoop up, and it's going to be a charge call. And no basket for G.
It's a good call, and I'll tell you why. G actually took one step left, one step right, and really hit the guy on the right shoulder, and he had a good position.
Flemster takes his another one. That's like 3 charges. I think that's Flemster.
Watch him take the step. Watch. See him take the step right, and then comes back to left and still hit him chest to chest.
Well, Flemster is just dynamite at taking the charges, isn't he?
They brought that step out further now, that 1-3-1, so it's a little bit more aggressive.
Smalls tipped it and favors Wilkerson for the layup.
The adjustment they made that time, Ty, was they brought Tony James up to the high post, gave him that easy near pass, and he had the easy backdoor play.
Penswell looking inside. They're going to go inside to G. G's going to scoop it up. That's good.
Well, I'll tell you what, G knows what he's doing down around the post area, and he's patient.
He has 9 points. It's going to be a block call. Basket's going to be good, and that's going to send Ray to the line. Ray was the leading scorer in the first half with 11.
Again, Ray running that left side all the time, and he just loves to get it. And it was really an odd-looking shot that time, but he kept good body control, and he kept those shoulders square to the basket and finished it off.
Ray finishes it off, 34-27.
3-point play the hard way.
Harrisburg staying content in their 2-3. We've got great minutes out of that 2-3. Look at Flemster stepping down and
He'll push, looking for Ray down the other end. Ray turns, spins, in rhythm.
Well, you asked me at half, who comes out, who are we looking for here in the second half? How about Mr. Ray? They've looked for him almost exclusively. But he's running every time, and he's creating havoc on the other end and putting in your mind, if we don't get the rebound or if we take a bad shot, Harrisburg's going to have us on a layup.
Be a foul call underneath by Wilkerson. He's kind of looking at the referees going, what did I do? You know, and that's what you see a lot out of the youngsters in most calls. What was that?
Well, what made that call a little bit tough was the fact that Wilkerson wasn't standing next to anybody when the call came. It came maybe just a touch late, and I think that's where players kind of get thrown off a little bit.
Was that me? Was that you? Who was that?
Right. But Harrisburg has said, you can't beat us from the outside. You know, we're going to see how you do driving, but you can't beat us from the outside. And so that zone is becoming tighter and tighter and tighter every time down.
Harrisburg opening up now.
You saw right there the penetration and the steal again.
At 9, their largest lead. Nice move. Pass look inside. Tony James is going to lose it. Penwood will come back with it.
I still like the fact that Harrisburg stretched that defense baseline to baseline.
Jones will draw a foul on the bump call, and that'll be Flemster's foul call.
I really like what Harrisburg did the last time down and the way they extended the zone. You want to flatten that zone out baseline to baseline, and they did it, and they still got a pretty good shot in there. Didn't hook up, but that tells you they can portend well for the future possession you have in this game. Hey, like that, the word portend. You didn't think you'd hear that today, did you?
I did not. Now, coming back in the game will be Johnson. Now, Johnson's not going to be allowed to be in right now at this particular second. Penwood has the ball. Jones coming underneath the basket. He'll get it blocked by Barrett. And they'll call that foul on Barrett. You know, you're bigger than somebody else. Sometimes they'll call you for that foul quick. Barrett thought he got the ball.
Possession getting costly this time. 2 fouls down in this possession, as you saw Clyde Jones, the head coach of Penwood, the Patriots, from the Del Valle League, 7 and 6.
Jones 11.8 on the season. He's their leading scorer. He'll convert on the first one.
Here comes excitement in sneakers. Nasir Johnson back into the game.
Yeah, I think tonight he's given great minutes for Harrisburg. One more for Jones.
Here's a 1-3-1 again now.
And it's extended. And I'll tell you what, they do a great job out of this extended 1-3-1. They get their hands everywhere.
They give up the diagonal up top like that. There it is, middle, easy job.
That's exactly what you do. Picture perfect. Tony James will convert. Johnson finds him.
Whatever we taught zone, you always teach baseline, middle, reverse. You look baseline for the easy shot, you look middle, you look reverse. They look baseline right away. The defense had extended down to the baseline, and so the middle was wide open for James, and he was able to get the easy 5-footer.
Bucket good for Tony James.
And there again, where do you have James at? Right in the middle of that, the steadying point. Remember we talked at halftime about him being kind of Mr. Steady. Well, there it is. Zone causing all kinds of havoc right now.
Oh, Ray, looks like he gets a block. He'll get fouled. He'll shoot 2. And Ray comes up limping just a little bit, come down on that kneecap, I think.
But
he defended himself, it looks like.
When you're playing a 2-3 zone, there is nothing better for Harrisburg than to have those two guys break it out every time after you get a steal. And so on the other side of things, if you're Penwood, what we talked about in the first quarter, you may not see it wearing on them in the first quarter, defensive transition, but now you're starting to see it.
Christian Ray will knock down the first one.
That zone has shut off anything that Penwood wanted to do right now. They're not shooting the 3, and so until they start making the 3, Kirk Smallwood's going to suck that thing in closer and closer and closer.
Ray will miss the second.
They're so quick, if you try to penetrate, they're just going to collapse on you, like right here.
Nice move, nice play. Get into the gap, and that's what happens.
If you're able to get into that gap and make the back people expose the baseline behind you, you're going to get those kind of layups. That was a great job attacking the zone that time for Penwood.
Jones to Smalls, and that's how they convert.
Ray trying to do a little too much this time.
Glenn will be in and out. And we're informed at halftime that he is a JV player inserted tonight's lineup, and boy, he's been a nice factor already. That's a... You gotta like a young kid, not afraid to take it.
Tell you what, bring somebody up off the JV team. But, that speaks to the pedigree of this program, that you can fit the pieces in. You can fit the people into that situation because they know what's expected. They're going to see it the same thing every night, and they just say, hey, I'm a little bit different guy. There's a Cougar of the future, right?
Future Cougar. And look, he's already working on going up those steps, just getting a little midseason training.
Exactly right.
Look inside to G, and G will be fouled.
Problem right now for Penwood is you've got to have an outside game to go with your inside game. Where they beat you is attacking you with that zone trap. That's the 4th foul, by the way. They attack you with that zone trap. Well, that's fine, but if you don't have something else to go with that, if you can't attack that zone inside, outside, and get outside points as well as inside points, because you're not a real big team in there anyway.
From the corner, in and out.
There's what we're talking about right there. You got to make some of those.
But they come right back and get it. Never put their head down.
Nice job from Rashad Anderson that time and taking the ball back.
He's a nice athletic guard, tall, lanky, long arm guard.
It was interesting to watch Ray there, who just kind of took a breather for a moment. Anderson's not in this game, you don't. He just took it away from him. You don't get breathers in this game.
You do not. 40-31, 3:33 to play in the third quarter. Small's out top with it. He'll go to the basket and miss. Johnson looking to push on the other end.
You got James in the middle, but you're a little late in the pass.
Ray finds a way to get it back. Ray to the basket hard. It's up and it's good. Great move by Ray. Square in his shoulders. He's the leading scorer tonight, 13.
Well, I love that move. I thought he was looking to the far side for a three, and all of a sudden he squared up the shoulders and says, no, I got a shot here, I think. Look at that. There again.
A little too much dribble at the top.
No penetration that time.
Ray behind his back to Johnson. Johnson to get it blocked.
Tell you what, though. I had a kid named Albert Ellis Jr., and he said, Coach, he threw the pass behind his back, and he said, can I throw it behind my back? I said, as long as the other guy on our team gets it. He said, but if he doesn't, you'll be sitting down before the ball comes down.
2:53 to play here to the third quarter. More after these messages.
Ruff Tractor and Equipment is PA's full-line equipment dealer representing Case Construction along with other leading manufacturers. Serving the total sales, rental parts, and service needs of its customers. Ruff Tractor paves the way for your project from start to finish, featuring the latest parts and equipment from Case Construction and more. Ruff also offers 24/7 job site support. Ruff Tractor is your #1 source for everything under construction.
Well, third quarter action. Harrisburg 5 for 7 from the field in this third quarter. Penwood 2 for 6. That's been the difference right now.
Well, that zone has just been tough. Outside of the one time where they were able to penetrate through, split the two guards, and get the nice baseline pass, Penwood has really had a problem getting the ball to where they can score. And the quickness of Harrisburg is the reason. They, we talked about the quickness of both teams. Well, Harrisburg's quickness has risen to another level now. Penwood is still where they were in the first half. And Harrisburg, it's like great teams find a way to go to another level. And even if you don't have your, all the guys that you normally have on the floor tonight, it doesn't matter with them. They take it to another level. I don't know how you teach that. I don't know how you go out and say, this is what we're going to do. But it's like they just raise it. They raise it. And this half, they're playing very, very fast out of that 2-3 zone. That 2-3 zone is set up perfectly for them to go in that fast break every time.
Johnson looking for somebody underneath the basket. He finds James. That'll miss.
Good shot by James, though.
Smalls will bring it up. Smalls will lose it, and Harrisburg will have it back.
There's the young part of the team that Clyde Jones was talking about, trying to make things happen. Next year, he won't make that play. But right now, he's trying to make things happen too quickly. Now you show a 2-2-1 press here again. It was good to them in the first half. Want to attack middle, opposite.
Swing passes, look middle. Ray from outside. Got a good look at it. James hard on the boards, up and good. James playing a lot bigger than he is tonight.
Hey, James is just Mr. Steady in the middle. Always think you put your steadiest guy, your best athlete in the middle of the floor, and he's gonna reap good things for you.
And he's only 6'2" sophomore.
I know.
But he's playing a lot bigger tonight.
I don't think anybody told him that yet.
Vincent Smalls finds a way inside.
There he attacked the middle of the zone from the side that time. You got a nice look by Small in the flash.
It's an 11-point game.
There it is, attack the middle.
Glenn left his feet, turned it over. But he comes back on defense, and that's a sign of a nice young player coming up through this Harrisburg ranks.
We talked at the beginning of the game about the 2-2-1 press is a press to make you patient. Now in this game, you have to be patient, but you also have to be quick against it. You can't be sloppy, and Harrisburg got a little sloppy that last time against it.
1:53 to play.
So they are attacking that middle again from the side.
Smallwood outside, inside out, he'll miss. Look at a jump over the back, and that's going to be a foul call. That's the second time tonight that G was called for that.
I don't think that, and we could check our statistician here, Jeff Thompson, who's doing the work over there, but I don't know that they have a three-pointer here in the second half, Penwood.
Well, first half, Penwood had 2, and Harrisburg had 2, but not this, but turnover-wise, look at this. Both of them already on, just a quarter alone, 5 turnovers apiece.
Here you are again. Zone press being played tight. Now you look down the floor.
James in the trap, gets it out real quick to Johnson.
Get it right back to the middle of the floor there where you can handle it and make them come out.
You look up on that score and you go, man, impressive that Harrisburg now has built an 11-point lead in this game.
This zone has been very good to them. They've got so much quickness up at the front of that zone, they just dare you to try to penetrate. See, now you come back out to Mr. Steady, middle of the floor.
You got 5 guys, well, on both sides. You got 5 guys can handle the ball very well. Exhibiting great patience. Look at that quick reverse change, and look, James will miss it.
That was not the shot that Kurt Smallwood wanted
to get back to that.
Yep. He did not want that shot.
Quick down the floor, Penswood will miss.
If Penwood loses this game, they will look back at their inability to hit anything from the outside here in the second half. Nothing.
Ryan Kelly will miss from the corner, and I think it was just pulled a little quick, and the coaching staff, all the coaching staff kind of bumped their heads down on that one. That's the shot that you can tell they didn't want.
So important to set your feet.
G will go in the air. He'll draw a foul. He'll shoot 2.
G did a great job that time of faking the screen and then rolling right back down the lane. He was wide open. One of the problems that you have with playing the 2-3 zone, as you know, Todd, is you don't always account for everybody in the zone, and that time nobody accounted for G.
You can either rebound well out of it or you can rebound poor out of it, but if you don't get a body on it, even in the zone, you will get hurt.
Well, and you always got to tell the guy in the middle of that zone, you're playing man-to-man for the most part. You're playing that guy in the lane, man for man, and so nobody really accounted for the slider down the middle, who was G.
Backside rebounds a lot if they're not accounted. G.
I tell you, this 2-2-1 is chipping back again. It's causing some problems for Harrisburg. In terms of shot selection, you don't have anybody in the middle right now, so that's a problem. There they got James back up there again. See how far out the defense is coming.
They're really extending that defense and just keeping enough to just to keep, you know, you'll take that out there. 14 seconds to play.
The passes that are being thrown are slow passes. They're all lob passes for the most part. And there's what happens. Slow passes gets intercepted.
G on the other side. G will scoop it up. He'll miss a rare miss for a layup right before the quarter ends. We'll be back. Fourth quarter action, 44-35 here from Harrisburg.
The Brenner family of dealerships gives you better pricing, better customer service, better selection, and a better service department for the life of your vehicle. We'll show you how at Brenner Chrysler Jeep, Brenner Nissan, and Brenner Pre-Owned. The Brenner family of dealerships on the Carlisle Pike, Mechanicsburg, and on Paxton Street, Harrisburg. 24/7 at BrennerFamily.com.
It's better.
serving Central PA for over 94 years.
Well, I believe numbers do not lie. Penwood shooting 36%. Harrisburg shooting 58%. They're 17 for 29 from the field tonight. 12 for 33 is Penwood. 3 for 12 is Penwood from three-point lane. 3 for 9 Harrisburg. But look at the 16 rebounds by Harrisburg, 12 by Penwood, and a lot of those rebounds are coming by a guy we talked about, and that's James tonight. Tony James is playing a lot bigger than he
There's
appears to be.
Little play there at the end of the half. They get a steal, this Penwood. They get the steal. They have a layup. They miss it. Who's there covering up the rebound at the end other than James? James running down the whole way thinking you're going to miss it.
Ray misses. Quick push up the floor, and the basket and scoop is good. And man, oh man, they'll get at you quick. Ryan Kelly will score his first 2.
Now they've adjusted their zone trap to more of a like 2-1-2 kind of look right now. They're moving it all over the place.
.736 to play here. Start of the fourth quarter.
Straight man-to-man right now by Penwood.
Good hard man-to-man. They'll go inside to Glenn. Glenn has come up big for Harrisburg.
Tell you what, though, give Ray credit for a wonderful pass. I think man-to-man feeds right into Harrisburg right now. That gets them back into a thing where they can play and do the things they like to do and use their quickness.
Reese Glenn. Boy, Coach Smallwood getting contributions from so many players tonight. Rashad Anderson will miss. Harrisburg will get it. Coming down the floor is Flemster.
Here you go again. Now you get to where Harrisburg can use their quickness, backdoor, get some drives, open the floor up a little bit.
Glenn will walk. Rare mistake by him, but I tell you what, he's worth it. He's worth the turnover here and there tonight. He's played really big.
Yeah, the fact that he was JV coming into the night, he's played varsity. Now he's going to go out, and Coach Smallwood's saying, hey, okay, good job. You gave him a little 5 there. You know, the upside is far better than any downside this evening.
No doubt about it.
Sometimes as a coach, you take a player like that, kind of surprise. You say, I'll ride her till she bucks.
Yeah, how about it?
You don't want to see any mistakes compounded, you know.
Small's up. He'll get it blocked by Ray.
And James blocked him from the front as well.
James and Ray got both hands on it, and Harrisburg can get the ball back, 46-37.
You look at James and Ray in there. Ray's 6'3", James is 6'2", and they both played about 6'8" that time.
And I'm telling you, when you're standing beside him, Gary, Tony James looks a bit about 6 foot, 6'1", maybe.
Yep. The key here for Harrisburg right now is not to buy into this frantic defense coming down court. You don't want to come down and start rushing shots. The old saying is, when you have it, they don't.
Yes.
Can't catch up without the basketball. Here's what you want right here.
That's Ray's favorite move. He'll scoop, go to James. James will underhand pass to James. Beautiful look for each other from box to box.
Respect the drive. Bring the other man over. You got the easy kiss-off pass and a nice move on the other side by James.
A nice little scoop pass or underhand scoop pass, if that's what you want to call it.
Look at how that middle's shut down right now. It's hard to get in there. There's one of the few times we've seen him get through.
That was Calvin Melton. He's been kind of quiet tonight. Ray going inside, getting it back. He'll miss. Look at James pulling a rebound down inside.
I'll tell you what. Keeping it alive. They got 5 minutes to go. You're up by 9 points. You can afford to pull it out a little bit right now. Just be a little more patient. Open up some lanes. Little weave, the old Globetrotter weave here, huh?
It. Three at the top.
Make that defense move.
They are in no hurry to score here. Harrisburg being very patient. Oh, man, they're going to turn it over. Throw it backcourt. Backcourt violation call, and it'll be Penwood ball.
One of the things you hate to see is when your player, and he's played a real solid game tonight, has Wilkerson, when your player looks away from the basket, takes a dribble, and now you're stuck. There's nowhere to go. Look at the basket.
Harrisburg, you're right. Harrisburg coming back to the 2-3.
Right there, he's been wide open for the last 2 passes.
G has been open. Yep. You are right. They find him this time, 48-41. This game is by no means over. 7-point game. Oh, boy, close on the line, but Ray found a way.
Boy,
Danced on a ballerina type. Danced away. And that's going to stay. It's going to be out on Vincent.
You know, it's funny. Smalls suckered him down there. Smalls was waiting for him to throw that pass, and he was ready to go get it. Couldn't quite bring it down.
He timed it. He's pointing. Then he's pointing like he didn't knock it out.
Yep. You got to stay in an attacking mode right now if you're Harrisburg, but you got to attack smartly.
Yeah, they have tightened up quite a bit.
Big bucket.
Flimster, no good.
Yep.
Calvin Melton will bring it down. They find Smalls on the other end. No, what a great block by Flimster, and Ray will bring it back. When you need a great defense. Excuse me, I struggle for words, but Flimster comes back and hustles back to get it back.
Flemster did a great job. He didn't compound. I thought it was a mistake taking the 3 there. Good job getting the ball back inside. And that's what you want to do now, is just want to take the ball, feed it down inside, make them pay a price for trying to stop you next to the basket, go to the line.
Well, Wilkerson will go to the line. He'll be fouled. He drove the foul.
Personal foul, Ryan Kelly is first, team 6.
Now you start ticking down to that time period now where, and I don't know if Coach Smallwood's like this, but, you know, where you start to say it's been your game down to the 4-minute mark, now it's my game.
Yeah.
You know, now's when you start to see, and Coach has been coaching all night long, just as Coach Jones has the other side. But I always think these final 4 moments you massage a little bit more than you do the rest of the game.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, This is where you tell them to pull it out, or you call the set, or you tell them what you want, or you tell them you want 3-4 passes in the possession. That's 2 good conversions by Wilkerson. Much needed foul shots. Harrisburg up 9.
Well, that's where you start playing the clock too a little bit. Flemster's going to get called for the foul.
Yeah, he bumped him, he grabbed him.
I mean, you're down 3 long possessions right now with an eternity to go. 3 must be the wild number. 3 long possessions, and there's 3:33 left of the clock, so there it is.
Now Reese Glenn will come right back in, and he'll give Flemster a break.
There's that same play. I thought they were going to get Smalls coming down the lane again.
Melton got up. When you get off your feet, Gary, you talked about it.
You know what? Milton had the shot, and he dished it off. He had the shot. He made the move, got penetration, got where he wanted to, then didn't take the shot.
Oh, Johnson's going to lose it. Penwood will get it back.
So there you have a JV player getting a tough pass on an inbounds play right now. So, again, back to the same situation. 3 possessions down. Although if you're Penwood right now, you're thinking 4 possessions because they're not shooting 3s.
And that'll be a bump. That's going to send Milton to the line for – well, actually, Jones will go to the line. They're going to shoot to 1-on-1 now.
Yep.
We'll see how they convert.
They see what Kirk, if we get a look at Kirk Smallwood over there, what he's saying is calm it down. Now, here's where the youth and here's where you normally gel at the end of a game because you're used to knowing what everybody's going to do. Right now, this is the questionable time for him. This is where he's got to really kind of yank him through.
Jones converts on the first one. It's an 8-point game. And the second one's good.
Still 3 possessions, but 2 short and long.
1-2-1-1 full court press by Penwood. Johnson somehow got that one away. Nice. James is going to pull it out. Yeah. Smart move.
Talk to you about Mr. Steady right here. Here's where he shines. Johnson's got to be a little bit careful here. He's a jitterbug.
He'll be fouled from about, looks like that's going to be Calvin Melton called on the foul. And that's going to send Harrisburg to the line 1-on-1, Johnson.
So important right now to make your free throws. I mean, here it is. You get a free look. Nobody bothering you. Clock stopped. It's to the advantage of the other team if you miss. So you start pounding the pegs right now.
Both these teams will come back for a Tuesday night league matchup. Johnson misses it, but Wilkerson's going to pull the rebound down. Jones is really getting after it on Johnson. And it's going to be a timeout. Good timeout. We'll be back after these messages.
There's a place where kids really connect to learning. Commonwealth Connections Academy. It's a tuition-free, fully accredited online public school where students find devoted, enthusiastic teachers like never before. Commonwealth Connections Academy, the online public school.
You get Flemister back in there, and you get Johnson out. Johnson's your full court player. Johnson's the jitterbug. You don't need a jitterbug right now. You need someone just kind of, a little steadier, okay? And I like the way Johnson plays, but I also like the way Flemister plays in the half court. And I think, right now, just looking at it from what I've seen so far tonight, I think you'll see Flemister come back out here in a second. We'll see. But I've been really impressed with these young kids tonight for Harrisburg and coming together in kind of a tough situation and yet still playing pretty good basketball. And again, stepping it up to another level of speed in the second half that not every team can do. This is an acquired taste, if you will.
Well, I've been really impressed that bench play.
Yeah.
We can speak about it because we see these Commonwealth teams in these divisions night in, night out. And Harrisburg is getting guys that I'm telling you don't call their names out very often. So if you're just tuning into this, you're going, hey, pretty impressive by the youngsters.
Yeah, good night for them to get the shine and maybe get a W as well. But in a two-point game tonight, game of 2 points, because no one's shooting threes second half, Harrisburg wins that. And the zone has been very good to them, as we've mentioned several times. Well, they kept Johnson in, although Flemister is back in as well.
And they get Calvin Melton for a foul call again. He's going to hold his hand up and say, hey, I'm not sure what I did there. And that's going to put Ray to the line to shoot to 1-on-1.
And what you've done now is you put all ball handlers on the floor. Not a tall guy out there.
It's like your hands team in football. You've got your sure guys who can put it on the floor. But now it's crucial time, 2:40 from the foul line.
Yep. They got to make these things count now.
Flemister hits the first one. Somehow Wilkerson comes sliding across the court on a box out. Now that was a heck of a box out. G got him on the box out. They moved that up, Gary. Remember a few years ago. I was never fond of the moving it up off that, for the safety of the game. I always liked it played. And I haven't seen any. It's still rough underneath the basket.
Yeah, you can do all kinds of things under there still. Let's see if they do it again. G likes to get his body into you quick. And this time, referee went over, did a nice piece of preventative officiating there. He said, hey, listen, just calm it down. We got a good game going here.
Boy, that's what Jones does. Gets the basket. He misses. Glenn on the other, or G on the other side. It's going to be blocked. Was that Ray snaked in there? And Harrisburg going to the line.
I'll tell you what, I've been really impressed with Ray tonight on both ends of the floor. He gets out, he runs, he's made good decisions. He's made some big buckets whenever they needed them. When there's a run coming from the other direction, he's answered with a tough inside move or a great pass. Just really impressed with how he plays. And there you see, again, an example of defense, getting off your feet quickly and being able to block the shot. So many guys get off their feet early. He waited until the guy went up. Once he had left his feet, Ray went up.
Right.
Very impressive young man.
52-43, 2:32 to play. And Flemister will go to the line. He converted the last two.
Tell you who else has really impressed me today has been Tony James. I think Tony James is just like Mr. Steady out there. He's just a guy, when it hits his hands, good things happen.
Harrisburg prevails. I would give the nod up to vote for him. I just think without him tonight, some of the solid things he did, mostly contributing, just getting after it and finding the rebounds. Second chances, third chances.
Well, it's been a good team effort tonight, not to sound too
that's
cliched,
true too. Yeah,
but it really has been.
No, I would say that.
But I think James and Ray have been the glue of what's been going on here.
Pass inside to Vincent Smalls. That basket will be good.
Still lots of time left. This game is not over.
I'm surprised that tonight you didn't see that a little bit more. I believe that Smalls had some ability to get guys on his back, and they missed him a lot tonight.
He's long and he's lanky, and he really has the problem with me. He's not a consistent finisher just yet, and I think that's one of the problems. They've gotten the ball and touched his hands a lot, but he hasn't finished off consistently as much as you might think.
54-46, 2:26 to play, and the press is coming.
I'll tell you what, they sold out of this press. Everybody down here it's a swarm again.
Boy, Flemister with the speed to break the press almost itself.
This reminds you of the team that started the game here. Quick, quick, quick everywhere you look.
Flemister had the ability to know that 10 count was on. And they were at about 7, I think.
They really moved this thing around pretty well.
You know, as a player, you got to have that clock in your head, don't you, when you're in that
All the
backcourt?
time.
You got to know where you are. I think Johnson bought a foul there a little bit, don't you? He put that head back like he got fouled, and I think he did get fouled, but he kind of gave a little acting job on the end.
He wanted the foul, too. He was sitting there going, let me get to the line. I'd like to make a few of these foul shots yet. He's got a little swagger in his game. I like the way he plays. He's got, like, you know, those little cocky kind of dogs that come up every now and then. They got their eyes up, and they just want to nip at your heels. And he's that kind of player, and I say that with all due respect because I think he's really – when you have to handle the ball as much as he does, you have to have a swagger. Your point guard better be able to have a little bit of swagger, but also be the extension of the coach of the floor. And I think he's got both in there. It's a nice mixture. And then knock down free throws at big time at the end of the game.
Got to tell coach to keep me on the floor. 8 for 9 in the fourth quarter from the foul line. It's Harrisburg. Scoop through. Smalls finishes. And it's going to be a timeout for Penwood. 1:48 to play. We'll be back after these messages.
Karen has 459 friends, but none of them made sure she got home okay. None of them suggested she skip the next drink, try a glass of water, or maybe just call it a night. Karen has 459 friends, but tonight, what she really needed was one good one.
Fourth. All right, Phil. Well, welcome back. Penwood 5 for 10 from the floor in the fourth quarter. Harrisburg 2 for 5, but Harrisburg 8 for 9 from the foul line, and Penwood 3 for 3 from the foul line. So they're converting from the foul line. As you said, a 3-possession game.
Yeah, it's a 3-possession game, and I would be a little concerned right now if I'm Kirk Smallwood about how easy the buckets are coming on the other end. It's like all of a sudden you've lost a little of the intensity as you're kind of trying to get on home right now. Well, you know, there's a little work to be done yet here. Minute 48 is an eternity. And a 3-possession game. So you need to handle the basketball here and run some time off the clock, make them come to foul you, make sure it's in the hands of the right people when you get fouled.
Oh, lost it. He lost it. Ray lost it, and Melton will scoop it up and score 56-50. Game is not over. Tony James to Ray. Ray will scoop it and miss, and he'll draw a 2-shot foul. That foul will be called on Vincent Small. Madison Ray to the line for 2.
Now, normally, you'd say, well, maybe you pull it out, but you don't pull it out there. That's 1-on-1. You want Ray going to the basket. I think if you're Harrisburg, you still need to smartly attack here. And this is important because it becomes a 3-possession game again if you can make these. So it's 3 possessions right now, no matter how you cut it. 2 threes and a foul shot, but it's a 3-possession game. Now you want to put it up 2 threes and a 2. That's the way coaches think at the end. You know, how you got to make up 3 possessions, and I got to strike out on all 3.
Well, Ray converts on both.
Got a nice steal there.
He got it back. Ray going to look to push the ball up the floor.
Watch out.
Looking behind him. He'll go to James. James pulls it out. Had the mindset to do it. And Vincent Small is going to be called for a foul.
Johnson wants to go back to the line again. He wants to go to the line. You can see it. He had no intention of giving that thing up before the foul.
Vincent Small on the foul.
And they got the foul before it got to Johnson, so Flemister's at the line.
Flemister for 2. He'll have 2 here, and it's a 117 game, 8-point game. But they're doing a great job. That's 9 for 10 from the line.
Flemister's a solid player, too. I like what he's done today. He's been very steady, done a lot of good things out there, handled the basketball well. Now you put it on a 4-possession game if you make that, but you don't. Still just 3 possessions. You got to make 3 threes.
11 for 13 from the foul line in the fourth quarter.
How about that?
Beautiful shot. I mean,
might be one of the first threes they've taken in the second half.
Ryan Kelly hits it. 59-53. Timeout. We'll be back right after these messages.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
59-53, 107. The game's not over. Really, 2 possessions. That difference at the three-point line is made since 1988 coming into the game. I mean, you know,
it's
for most youngsters at home, they don't even know that didn't exist.
Yeah. We won a state championship in the last year before the three-pointer came in. Although I had some kids that could shoot it, it just didn't count for 3 then.
Yeah.
But it really has made a heck of a difference in the game. And I'm one of those that likes it. Flemister did too much there and almost cost him.
50 seconds to play. And Melton will be called for the foul.
I'm going to tell you something. Kirk Smallwood's going to have a little chat with Flemister there about you don't need to be doing all that stuff out there right now. You got to look ahead, get the ball down there.
He's just doing such a nice job. Coach Smallwood's just always impressed me.
Yep.
He's such a great guy. He does so much just teaching on the floor. I mean, he hasn't got excited at all.
I got to know him at a camp one summer, and I got to tell you, you know, he and his predecessor here used to go, and they would go around to kids' homes. You talk about selling the program here in Harrisburg. They go around and have lemonade in the front porch with people and talk about the program and talk about the kids and stuff. I mean, that's the kind of guy he's been over the years, a really solid citizen, and I've always had great respect for him. And I will tell you something one time. It was I was coaching against him when he was at CD East. I actually had to go to the hospital from a game. And I ended up there getting checked for a heart sting. Unfortunately, it wasn't, but they kept me in for a few days. And I got there right after the game. First guy there sitting with me that night was Kirk Smallwood. We sat in that room, and what a great guy. I mean, we've been friends for over the years, and I just have so much respect for what he does as a teacher-coach. He understands what they both mean.
That's 13 for 15 in the fourth quarter for the foul line for Harrisburg.
Still not done.
Penwood, you got to give a lot of fight in this dog tonight.
Oh, I tell you what, they fought it out the whole way, and you know they played to win the whole time. This is a young team. I tell you what, if you're Coach Clyde Jones over there, you're feeling pretty good about what you got for the future. And I don't know what's tucked away in the JV team right now, but he's got some nice kids here.
They'll be back at it tomorrow night. Harrisburg will be back at it Tuesday night, Friday nights. Sometimes now you're getting that January stretch where it can be 3 games a night, and then we've got some snow coming on Friday, Gary, so it wreaks havoc when it gets around this time, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
The weather.
I looked down that lineup. I only see but 3 seniors. Kelly's one of them, and all the rest of them are juniors. So he's got a lot of good kids coming back next year.
Smalls misses that backside one. And Penwood will get it back, 61-54. And Coach Smallwood, that's the first time I've seen him put his hands on his head tonight going, oh, fellas, listen, we can pull this thing away here if we control the ball.
A long 43 seconds coming up here.
Oh, they can make this thing play like 3 minutes if you're wise enough using timeouts and fouls.
So you're up right now by 3 possessions. Here you go. Oh, he doesn't get the roll. Flemister's got it. He's going to get fouled.
Lindsey Terrell, I thought he got a good look at it there, but it's going to come on the other end. It's going to be a foul, and that's going to send Flemister to the line for 2.
Terrell came an inch away from that thing dropping. I mean, that just lingered on the rim and dropped out cruelly.
Man, oh man, you dodge a bullet.
Look at this.
Look at it. In the air, looked good when it left, and just didn't get the roll. Here in the second half, Penwood's been 8 for 9 from the foul line, 89%, and Harrisburg shooting 16 for 19, 85%. You will take that anywhere as any coach.
You want to go. But that talks about Harrisburg's transition, too. 16 and 19. I mean, and also the fact they've had the lead and they've forced Penwood to come and foul, but they have really been dominant here in the second half. And yet, still a question mark. But a little less of a question mark now. You're up 3 long possessions. That means 3 threes, and you don't score at all. It's tough.
Well, Harrisburg's going to take a full timeout. We'll be back with 36 to play after these messages.
Ruff Tractor and Equipment is PA's full-line equipment dealer representing Case Construction along with other leading manufacturers. Serving the total sales, rental parts, and service needs of its customers. Ruff Tractor paves the way for your project from start to finish, featuring the latest parts and equipment from Case Construction and more. Ruff also offers 24/7 job site support. Ruff Tractor is your #1 source for everything under construction.
Welcome back, 63-54, and Gary, you mentioned that just 40 seconds. We've got 30 seconds to play. How long it can be. Man, when you're on the other side coaching, when you got the victory, it's long. When you're losing, it seems just like
There's not enough hours in the day.
Not enough hours in a day, but when you're a Harrisburg team here, 63-54, playing shorthanded, but you don't even want to call it that at this point now.
No. Well, you've lengthened your bench tonight. I mean, you've incorporated more players into your plan. And I think
able to throw it away. They had an opportunity there. James to Ray. Ray a scoop through.
There you go. Look down the court. Nice job of getting rid of it. Johnson really smart, knowing that his guys are the only guys who are going to be on the other end when he threw that. Inability to hit the three tonight, big problem for Penwood.
G will put it in, and they'll call timeout. 65-56, 8 seconds to play. And they'll probably use their final timeout. You know, with 8 seconds to play here, fourth quarter, Gary.
Yeah. At this level, when you don't have a real tower of power inside, you're not going to pick a zone apart inside all night long. And so, unless you're quicker than the other team, you're not going to do that. Well, they weren't quicker than Harrisburg. They'd had no trees in there that could really ignite the inside all night long. And so, you know, the trade-off with Harrisburg was we'll play a game of twos. Harrisburg's going to win that game every time. And Harrisburg's zone tonight really took away the balance. I thought as long as Penwood was running, they were in this basketball game. As long as their 2-2-1 or 1-2-2 press, they were running back and forth, was working. They were good in the transition game. Once it got put into a half-court game, I thought Harrisburg had the better of them the whole night.
They've converted from the foul line, done all those little small things tonight.
Free throw shooting, man. I'll tell you what, it is the separator.
Give it to Penwood. They are a scrappy team. I mean, they're at that 7-6 record. Looks like they'll go to 7-7. They're decent, really good 7-7 team. Hard-nosed 7-7 team.
They really are.
James will just pull it out. And he knows it's over, and just like that, 65-56. We'll be back with our stats, closing this game, and our Huffman Ford player of the game.
Look, Ryan. Shh. Look over there. I see it. I see it. Is that what I think it is? That's a beauty. Wait, look. There's an even bigger one. Oh, wow. Shh. Oh, man. Don't worry, buddy. I know where there's a whole herd of them.
Stop by Hoffman Ford. You'll be sure to save a lot of bucks.
Today, we have some breaking news on the West Shore. Some spraining, twisting, popping news. It appears that Mechanicsburg is getting a state-of-the-art OSS orthopedic urgent care. This is what we know so far. OSS urgent care is much faster than the emergency room. All patients will be seen by orthopedic experts. Costs are typically less, and OSS is open 7 days a week. Remember, if you have a sprain, pop, or break to report, go right to the experts. OSS Orthopedic Urgent Care. 2 great locations, York and now Mechanicsburg. Now that's some good news.
Hey guys, just in time.
When Julie wanted to provide some stability for her 2 boys, she reached out to the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency for her home loan. We're proud we could help Julie and her family. If you're looking for an affordable home loan or refinancing option, give us a call. We offer down payment and closing cost assistance too. Call us weekdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or check our website. We're the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. We help homeownership dreams come true.
Ruff Tractor and Equipment is PA's full-line equipment dealer representing Case Construction along with other leading manufacturers. Serving the total sales, rental parts, and service needs of its customers. Ruff Tractor paves the way for your project from start to finish, featuring the latest parts and equipment from Case Construction and more. Ruff also offers 24/7 job site support. Ruff Tractor is your #1 source for everything under construction.
There's a place where kids really connect to learning. Commonwealth Connections Academy. It's a tuition-free, fully accredited online public school where students find devoted, enthusiastic teachers like never before. Commonwealth Connections Academy, the online public school.
Look, Ryan. Shh. Look over there. I see it. I see it. Is that what I think it is? That's a beauty. Wait. Look. There's an even bigger one. Oh, wow. Shh. Oh, man. Don't worry, buddy. I know where there's a whole herd of them.
Stop by Hoffman Ford. You'll be sure to save a lot of bucks.
Right here, Hoffman Ford player of the game is Christian Ray tonight. And Christian, outstanding performance this evening. A little different cast of characters out there with you tonight, but the result was the same. But you worked hard tonight. Tell us a little bit about the game from your perspective.
I believe that our team fought hard. We're missing 2 key players. You know, we're missing Anthony and we're missing Chris, Damian, Shaquan Butts. We're missing a lot of key factors for our team, but I just want to say that I'm proud of our guys. We came out here, we fought, we played tough defense, talked on D. Everybody got in there on the boards, hustling, getting putbacks, getting easy buckets, and I think we just played an overall good game tonight as a team.
We were talking on the side that it seemed like you guys stepped up your game in the second half. You went to the 2-3 zone, and you got a lot of good buckets. You were out there running that left side an awful lot, but, you know, it seemed like you stepped up a little bit quicker. Not everybody can do that. Is that something by design? Did Coach say something to you? What happened?
Yeah, we went back at halftime, and, you know, Coach Smallwood talked to us about making our adjustments and what we needed to do to come out and make sure that we put this game away in the second half, and that's exactly what we did. He gave us what we needed to do. We came out here, made the matchups easier in our matchup zone, and stuck to it, and that's how we finished the game out.
Congratulations on winning the Hoffman Ford Player of the Game. That you certainly deserved it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
A lot of maturity out there, and I want to go over here to Kirk Smallwood, a guy I've known for about, 100 years or so, and 101. But, Coach, has to be a satisfying win tonight, though that last minute and a half seemed like about a year and a half. We know how those things go sometimes. But your kids really gelled together tonight. It's hard when you got 2 players out of the game that you're normally used to have in there, and then you have to create some kind of new rhythm in there.
Absolutely. We're not usually a matchup zone team. Hats off to Coach Joe Proctor, who studied the Temple of Doom from John Chaney. Right. We stole a page out of his book, and our kids like it. And when you're a couple men down, that's what we had to do tonight, and I think that they did a pretty good job at it.
I was watching the sideline tonight, and I'm always impressed by you as a teacher, coach, but you were counseling some of the younger guys. You got some thoroughbreds in there. You got to pull back every now and then, make them plow horses for a few moments, and it was interesting to see you kind of pulling the reins and letting them loose every now and then.
Absolutely. You know, with the kind of athletes we had out on the floor the last 2 games, we just can't run. It can't be racehorse basketball. We got to be a little more methodical. We got to be a little more efficient, and the kids are getting a little better at it.
One of the things that I'm always impressed by when I watch your team play, and this young man right here shows a lot of maturity, but your kids never seem to be too high or too low. They're kind of like you. It's always a little bit even keel. It's never all that much. Now, I realize there's a raging fire inside, but, you know, they show a lot of maturity on the outside, and I saw that tonight time and time again.
Well, that's one of the things that we try to make a stalwart of our program, Gary. You know, our kids work real hard in practice. They compete, a lot of bloody noses and all that kind of stuff, but they continue to work hard, and, you know, they kept their composure tonight, and hopefully we'll continue to do that throughout the season.
Talk about what these games mean. You guys play a pedigree schedule every year, and you played Chester, of course, you're and other teams outside, and not that the Mid-Penn's not a tough league, it's a grind, but when you get to play these kind of games, how do you look at these as you go through the course of the season?
Well, Gary, you know, it's a good measuring stick for us, and as we say, you know, Coach Bear, Coach Proctor, and I, you know, we like to fight guys who hit us back. You know, this is a good time to, you know, iron the wrinkles out and to get better and see where you are and see what you can put in, what you can take out. And this kind of game will serve us well in the latter part of the season.
There's something we talked about tonight, and I mentioned to Christian over here. You know, your team seems to have the ability. You're quick, and then you have this other level that no one can really talk about. How do you do that? How do these kids step up like that? It's like you almost keep something in the reserve.
Well, it's one of the things we practice, Gary. We do the 5-on-5 change drill that you're very well aware of. And, you know, we have some other drills that make us go fast and slow. So it's a part of what we do, and we just have to continue to perfect it.
Look at the second half coming up now in the league, obviously getting ready for playoffs. You're looking down the line at a lot of things. But what are you looking forward to here in the second half now?
Well, I'm just looking for a little bit more consistency as far as our lineups are concerned. You know, our role players are getting better and better, and we can count on them. But, you know, our first 5 have got to be able to just give us a little bit more solidarity, both emotionally, you know, and physically.
Coach, congratulations on a good win here tonight. Always good seeing you, and thanks for having us up here at Harrisburg High today.
Thank you, Gary. I appreciate it.
Kirk Smallwood, Christian Ray, our Hoffman Ford Player of the Game. Let's take it back over to Todd McCall.
Play of the game. Connecting up the floor. Wilkerson's going to stop, and he's going to look for this running guard, running mate, and look at that. James Ray, our Hoffman Ford Player of the Game, will convert on the other side. Harrisburg comes away with the victory. We had a great matchup today. We'll be back with our just post-game with more after these messages. Coming right up.
Under a new state law, all electronics must be recycled.
Welcome to the Dauphin County Recycling Center, where recycling is quick, easy, and free.
You may recycle appliances or even cell phones.
We're open 6 days a week, and recycling is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Contact our helpful staff at the Recycling Center or visit our website for more information.
Help us protect our planet, because tomorrow does matter.
Well, welcome back to our Advanced Hoops post-game report. Harrisburg comes away with the victory. I mean, on our close, James Ray was our Huffman Ford player of the game, but the difference, you said a lot of things to Coach Smallwood, and he answered a lot of things that we talked about. One of the things was just finding consistency in the lineup. I think they found it tonight, Gary.
Yeah, I think they really did, and I think, you extended your bench. And he said, I wanted a little bit more consistency for my kids coming out. He said, a little more consistency with our lineups, too. In other words, don't get hurt anymore. But point being, I think you went out there tonight, and I was so impressed by the maturity of these kids tonight, and not too high, not too low, as I said there with Coach. And he said, well, that's something that we work on all the time. And so, again, a team reflects how their coach is, and when you're not too up and not too down, you're going to have a little bit more consistency night in and night out, and I thought they got it tonight. I was really impressed with Christian Ray, and I thought he did a great job in there, and I was impressed with James as well. I thought he played just great as a steadying influence, and that combination really helped him along with the other players throwing in and doing their thing in the right moment.
Well, on behalf of the Invicta crew, High School Sports Live, Gary Sutton, I'm Todd McCall, Jeff Thompson on our stats in our earlier games, Charlie Fortney for everybody in the truck, Chad Edwards and all the crew. We're signing off tonight. We'll be back Cedar Cliff Redland Wednesday night, another great matchup. Take a look right in your living room. James Ray for 2. Harrisburg comes away with the victory over Pennswood. That 11-1 on the season. Good night.